Hola guys. No tunes tonight. Sorry. Just straight cold open. My bad. But Phil Horrendous. I've been exceptionally sick. That doesn't seem to be winding down in the least. And I really don't feel like being here tonight. Shouldn't be. I don't really have to be. But in between resting, 'cause I've just been, yeah, yeah, no choice about that. But every once in a while I could just like roll over and tap a button or there be a notification, and their goofy ass titles kind of said it all. Kind of roll my eyes, roll back, go back to sleep. Same shit, different day. Right. Like whatever. Um, but this goofy fucking shit. This goofy criminal tragedy pimp shit. Y'all, it's always been too much. Um, of course you want to cuddle now. You heard it. You heard the live button click or something. I don't know. Is there a specific sound it makes? Or something that you can tell? You just know when I touch a button. I'm not sure. Because there's nothing audible to me. It says to Mike. Mike always knows. So I just, watching these, and I wouldn't even say watching. You don't have to at this point. Although it's still always a good idea to download, compile, whatever. But they're stupid ass titles, right? And to still try to call it out, but these goofy ass bastards, man. They would Pied Piper you all into the gates of hell if you let them. And some of you are letting them. A whole hell of a lot of you. And it's always weird for me. Right? I see one of their stupid titles, see what they're doing. And then there's 500 digits. Watch it. And then they're like, yeah. Spoon feed is small, bro. What the fuck? How in the hell do these people not see what the fuck is being done to them and to these cases and by these creators? It'll never cease to amaze me. Never. It's never gonna cease to fucking amaze me. I die. Now, if you're buying this chasing versus TM bullshit, I have ocean fucking property to sell you in Northeast Tennessee. Okay, I just, here's a fun fact. If you think Chasing just recently put back all her material in summer and all the convenient periods in the past few days because she's so fucking terrified of DM, then you ain't been paying attention. Chasing shit's been up a while. I have proof of this. Man, y'all, these people come from the drama and hate channel community. They've been here on YouTube for years. Do you think, look, I know y'all seen these people drag the shit out of one another, okay? When you actually see TM or Chasing go at one another, the way in which they go after innocent motherfuckers and terrorize them around cases, or even each other when it's full on drama and this, and you're like, y'all ever see Nick Dragon motherfucker? That's Dragon, okay? And all of them are capable of that and worse. Watch some of their old pieces. Hell, watch what they've done to anybody around Summers. Anything in the real world. Watch it. Compare it. So do you think this goofy baby fight? Oh, and then it's terrifying to Chasen. She's just got to put up all her materials. Really? Really? Spare me the bullshit. What you're seeing, continue to see, is these pieces of shit, like every case they've all been involved in for years now, especially a couple leading up to Summers and since. Same game. Same shit. I mean, like, damn near exact shit. And like I told you over 2 years ago, it's why you've always seen them put away so much of their materials at certain times. They come back every little bit. They do a revisionist history. They try to soften in receipts, proof against them and their real crimes in these real cases. So they, much like suspects that they work alongside of to disrupt shit, can weave and try to tamper with and contact courts and cops and agencies and try to get their little asses out of it, right? In advance of, ahead of, see what's being said, blah, 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 blah. Alright? Told y'all this since like marathon days, and they expect it because, well, it's what monsters their type and flavor do. Alright? All you're seeing now, it's been going on, I don't know, probably since the, oh look, we're gonna drag the Jenny and Adrian shit a couple months ago, right? That was never finished, that series. And it was tied a little bow up around it. And then it was the weird, wait a minute, we gotta be nice, because the blips that could make everybody look like heroes and champions of summer on the way out before we tie up all the bows. And then there's, a couple dragging sessions of each. There's the Cam and Alley thing. There's whatever else, right? One piece here, one piece there, three whatevers here, you know. But if you watch and compare it to what they do to others, it doesn't match. And it's like I've told you, it's meant to type loose ends to actually get rid of people they think are gonna turn on them, maybe report shit, won't give them the receipts they wanted, blah blah blah, won't come to heal, that type of shit. Right. It's also a way of trying to revisionist history, the whole thing and what they've all done in it. One last little final time, leave those materials out in the open, pretend they're all not culpable, guilty, weren't in XYZ, just a rewrite. A quick one. And then they're all going to try to go one and done, move away from skirt, right? Style. It's the same pattern for all of them from Cash Gurney, Classic and Sincere, all of the case. Leading, and especially those. And Summers, Quentin Simons, of course. The bullshit around Kylie Rodney, you know. Everything they touch, it's the same way, same story, same garbage, time after time. Same wrap up sessions as well. Right? But these idiots, this particular same group of idiots, the Summer Wells community, these particular players, the way in which they've done shit around all these cases, for 2-3 years, because some overlapped, I mean, I guess a lot have, especially, Cash's, Classics, Quentin, Summers, Michaels, Kylie's, etc. But, what I know is, generally speaking, depending on what the hell's going on, the average length of time for certain things to be charged usually comes in indictment form. Usually takes around 2 years, a little bit more. And a lot of shit that they could have and did get up to in a couple of, I mean, you're reaching around that period. Right. And I hope those happen for more than a few of them here. But I'll tell you that if you think chasing and whether or not she's wearing a bra is the most fucking concerning thing you've ever seen, for 2 years, 4 months, and Summer's case here on YouTube, boy, you ain't paying attention to the right fucking things. And even I'll tell you, as much as I hate that bitch, um, I don't give a flying shit if she's wearing a bra or not. Ladies, we weren't them motherfuckers way back in the day. I don't care if any of you want to wear a bra. Wear them, don't wear them. Wear them on your porch, wear them outside. I don't give a shit. They're boobs, ladies. They're boobs. Free the tatas, bro. I don't give a shit about Chasing's Beamer or Summer's car, whatever the fuck. Any of the other creators that tell you that's the concern is they've all bought $500,000 houses and even had, you know, the lawsuit could and all that shit around the World Fund and show that hundreds of thousands of them, you know, I mean, like, really? Really? Come on. Pick on one as opposed to the other? And break. They all know what they've done. They all know the roles they've played and what they've done, how far they've all gone. You know, it's more concerning to me than Chasing's fucking bra or BMW. And what y'all are kind of missing, though, TM's touching on randomly, and others are, it's just kind of drowned on the background. Chasing truly is protecting. And you can't say that's a new thing either, because Chasing's been part of this group since its advent. Right? Had a little pause in everything. Um, for those who paid attention and know all the little players for what they are. But anyway, a couple of the worst have definitely scooted their way over there for safety reasons, whatever, right? Because to be real, between creators, they can get just as brutal in the background, and they know what they're capable of because they've helped the creators do that to other people in real life in these things. So they're terrified of being done the same way they've done others. By the same creators, they had no problem working with to do that around everyone in real life around all of these cases. And Chasing is indeed, allowing those like, oh, I don't know, Jenny and Adrian and such sit on her goddamn porch, hide under it. Penny, knowing full well that there is a quote real fake federal agent that Penny and others here made up. She knew from the beginning she acted like she was stupid, but she helped Penny with all that shit. Then the Penny bullshit goes down, but Just like Chasing knows goddamn good and well that Jenny and Adrian have literally worked with a goddamn abuser, helpful helpmate, Scott, BK, TM, Rojo, Linda, Lips, and the rest, including TM, CSI, you know, our abuser's favorite little handler, and others, to go as in depth in our lives as possible. But Chasing's not oblivious to the fact that that particular group, including Penny, by the way, and it was right here for all you see, it still is. Well, they've put shit away, but we all know exactly what the hell I'm talking about, and the proof there and whatever. But thing is, they did it right out in front of you, all this drama. Showed you the room movements, all the numbered posts, all this other shit. Chasing is indeed hiding and helping um Jenny and Adrian, who are two of the fucking worst. Now that's not to include Ziggy and him's fucking redo of that shit right before the visual chasing and them came to on purpose, right? Chasing knows. She is literally hiding or trying to umbrella two of the worst bitches in Summer's case you've ever seen. That literally out in the open tried to get myself, etc., targeted and fucking murdered. Knew that would be a possibility, did it anyway. Then did it again with Ziggy, Blue Soul, the whole thing. After they all come to the vigil and get their faces on the fucking news. Yo, what they've done is absolutely prosecutable. Not just civilly. Chasing's well aware of it. That's why she's hiding on her porch. That's why she's umbrella. Ain't Chasing's oblivious? Hell no. Probably where the bra's at. One cup for each of them bitches. I, she was fully aware, like, this whole entire place, the fake Fed thing. Just like, yeah, I mean, all of them were aware. A lot of them, like Cam and Allie, continued to play with that character, couldn't stay on script. You see how that worked out. Um, she knows good and well that Jenny, Adrian, the rest, TMBK, Scott, CSI, all the others. And there's proof here, so she can't deny it. I know she knew about it. Tired of the chasing stupid, but then she knows all the things thing, right? She knows they also tried with her abuser to enact, and along with the Feathers account, the Karma account, the witness letter, pink glove bullshit, all these things, right? Same group, TM, Scott, blah, 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 to attempt to make people look crazy to literally harass, bully, target, terrify with certain day countdown on all their posts. The day Jenny comes up on panel with TM, the plan for one was leading up to an attempted false 5150 type shit, right? And then to try to jerk custody, emergency style that way. But then they changed lanes real quick. And they had all these meetings in the background. Hell, those are put out for y'all as drama too, right? I just couldn't resist. And then a full-on swap over midstreams that were meant to revolve for so many days. Right, to quote Drive Me Crazy, Benny had posts up the time saying, much like he did around Ernie when he was supposed to be targeting Ernie in this, along with several others in here, that the plan was to try to drive me to suicide. Right, that would have never happened anyway. But then they thought they had a better bet. They turned that with abuser and stall pump. All bullshit. And then here comes like fucking SWAT teams and shit. You know, also the garbage. They tamper in court shit. False calls, false everything. Even with goddamn orders protection in place that even list all of them as a group online working with our goddamn abuser to do these things to us. Right. They terrorized, tormented myself, my children, family, ensconced themselves in my fucking family, which I really don't, whatever, still like, whatever, that shit. But anyway, I had Monster going back around people, and you know, like it's pretty gross. What those two alone, you know, were the little heads of, you know, and then to realize that after so many months of that, that they all, including Jason, Jenny, and Adrian, get this golden ticket to the properties, 125 and 110. You ain't gotta be a super genius to figure it out. So not only is chasing hiding, all that shit was done on purpose, obviously. She's hiding her own role in. I ain't got time for that. These are real crimes they're really committing. Real tampering of Summer's case and cases surrounding it, and with other individuals around it, in order to tamper, target, fuck with real witnesses, innocent people, I don't know, to help others create chaos and false suspects and such on purpose. So the greedy bitches can keep doing whatever they're doing online and opening active investigations, mostly fucking them up for sure, on purpose. And that's the fucking truth. So, yeah, if y'all think the most dire, awful, or craziest thing you've seen in 2 years and 4 months around here is chasing, not wearing a bra on a porch, you've not been paying attention. If you think the goofy ass drama they're up to right now is just drama, it's criminals trying to rewrite, type loose ends, make y'all think the reason materials are being hidden is because everybody's so terrified of TM being drugged. And yeah, break. There's a truth there, and ain't none of this it. But it looks good, right? It sells. The drama sells. Well, they hide what the fuck they've done right in front of you. And what they're still doing. Ain't no mistake about that. And that's the thing, right? Absurd that suddenly there's this pretty lazy effort and drama shit about some of the creators' kids, their personal lives, like chasing, right? Y'all, how stupid do you think that is? Chasings, for the most part, are over age. There's obviously nothing that can be reported. The goofy, oh my god, her and her husband are violent shit. It's stupid. There's no true way to actually target chasing with that. But it gets you all in your little heartstrings and defense mechanisms and all this shit going for your favorite creators and involved in the drama and not paying attention to the rest, doesn't it? Now with the Angels, who's to say? Angel come back pretty quick. Look, I just don't, but what was the shit around Angel? Oh, look, she's crazy. Oh, look, Susan. Oh, here the kids. Call whatever. A whole bunch of nonsensical lies and all that shit, too. But it starts, what it does is people here, they get numb to that, right? And then they go, oh, well, but, nah, it's just drama. It's just whatever. Oh, well, another kid, another whatever's been reported. Somebody else's kid's been targeted by this group, even if it's creator versus creator, right? They get chat subs members so concerned they'll do the dirty work for them, just like they have around real people in all of these cases. And it's meant to harass, target, torment in real life. And those people have participated in it too with other creators, and they'll do the dirty work for them. So the creator's hands are clean, and all it takes is a drop in the pond. Some stupid post to make you all think that so and so's child's in danger, and oh god. Right. So in that way, it can be very real, but makes y'all numb to that, right? To the real people they've really done that shit to blackmail, target, silence, harass, not to get to sue them, not to try to get them prosecuted for it, not to report, not to compile. That way they don't get in trouble. Maybe. So when you hear real people around these real cases say, hey, these creators are doing this, two people in real cases, you go, meh. Well, I mean, they do that every day, though. Look at Angel, look at poor Chasing, and look at all that. But you know what? Them bitches have helped do that in my life to others for the most vile of purposes and open and active investigations. And they hide those who've gotten up to shit so low they've really attempted to get other human beings murdered. And laughed about it in front of you all like it was fucking entertainment. How low will they go for their beamers and their new used laptops and their income sources and all this? Well, pretty goddamn. Yeah, Mike's on a roll. For sure. Mike's feeling the top way today. So I'm just like, I don't know. Every day I wonder how in the hell they mind fuck so many, and so many can't see what they're doing. Some do though. That's all you need is some, isn't it? Or the right ones. Now, for me, it's still backseat. Part of why, obviously, we made the leap here to YouTube was to hunt these fuckers down, um, keep calling them out, stay on the shit, and to get change somehow, some way, and to open people's eyes to it and how they're being deceived, used to keep these criminals clean, and as buffers and all these things. Next time one of them wants to dare scream out where's some of them, look at them and scream it back. Because maybe there are answers to that question in the chaos they've all manufactured. Hopefully so. I think to those most likely, just like in other cases, what you've seen is a group operating to do no different than what Turtle Boy is doing in the Karen Reed situation. Notice a few of the players are the same, even in that one, as here. Um, a lot of these YouTubers do have their tendrils touching one another. Hell, the weird part is that even includes Kate and others at Massole. But it was a good piece the other day. It's like, oh, look, same song and dance as what they pulled in Summers, Quentin's, Cash's, Classic and Sincere's. Now, before that, you have the Lutz Effect, MGL, a few of the others you still see here. Upper tier tragedy pimps, right? Um, they obviously were doing foul ass shit throughout an abundance of cases for years, but the degree to which this particular group has grown, learned shit they're doing each and every time, following the script, they're getting worse and they're getting more dangerous. They're tampering more. They're definitely now at the point of helping those most likely to be responsible remain suspects, try to tamper with courtship, public perception, which taints juries, media, all this other shit. They're beyond dangerous. I think when you also consider that they have groups that work with real law enforcement, they have little helpers in the background, much like Jenny, Adrian, a few others around here, right, that work with certain groups or certain, yeah, they have buddies and, that can pull medical files, or they have buddies that can access children's services systems, or adoption places, or CASA, or any of these things, courts, paperwork, you have a real fucking problem. Search teams, even, that could come back and plan. I mean, it's just beyond dangerous. I mean, you just do what you can where you can, and yep, change and accountability and such come, right? But I think the thing about it is like for us, it's like knowing that within a few days of being anywhere near these fuckers, you could tell immediately like something was wrong. And they were what they fucking are. You still didn't expect them to go quite so far as they've gone. And will probably get worse before it gets better, but you know, at a certain point, it's like you have those tied in real life here and on the ground touching this place long before we're ever public. They're involved in some of the weirdest shit. Some of the first things that make you go, yeah, I don't think so, motherfuckers. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth for this shit. For what you're doing. Right? Knowing one of those things, but man, it was weird time. You have to blackmail the, oh, we're gonna make your son look like you don't XYZ and go immediately to TMVK. And you got the stolen bids, you got the blackmail attempts running about freely, and then you got that stupid shit Chase said. As a form of fucking blackmail, and I gotta tell you, when I heard that in real time being said to me in that moment, I knew it for what it was. And my brain went, eh, are you fucking stupid? And I literally had lips. I was like, what the fuck's that got to do with me, bro? Yeah, shit to do with me. And it was so stupid. So stupid. I mean, I was like, it was so stupid when they were saying it to me. It's form blackmail. It's like, man, they're either the biggest idiots on earth, or I just didn't know, but I knew immediately. It was like, the fuck's that got to do with me, and are y'all stupid? You know, and you had to be fucking stupid to believe any of that bullshit, right? I don't know who in the, what, never mind. I'm not gonna say that, but there's no way in any realm that the feds would know where Summer was and just leave her there, and Grandis have taken her to a quote better life and all sort of shit, and Grandma's gonna be the hero, whatever, right? La la la. I'm like, eh? You know, who the fuck came up with this bullshit? Like, I really thought initially, I was like, they really are this stupid. They really think this is gonna fly, right? But I was given a certain set amount of days to shut up and not be online because of that. I'm like, no, bro, I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have anything to do with me. It's not even possible. It's goofy. Who the hell are y'all trying to sell shit to? And why? It was more the addition of how many days I need to stay quiet. It was like, hmm. And I pondered that openly on my Facebook over there. Finally figured it out of the shit. And then you all see the call version over here between TM and Chase. Now Chase blamed that shit on everybody and their brothers, saying they're the ones that told him that shit. To me, it was made like it was actual feds. I was like, yeah, that too was like, you really think I'm that stupid, eh? Okay, buddy. But it didn't take long to figure out who probably told Chase that, right? Or told him to use it. Let's put it that way. And I gotta tell you that, for me, when I've seen a couple of those, what the fuck is this stupid story around summer and all this shit coming out from certain camps? Never mind. You know, it's not really hard to figure it out who most likely told Chase that, and others at other points different stupid shit. For me, every day, still, it's wondering why on earth you would come up with something so stupid. Beat out. And for me, I think the moment came when Chase sat in his little garage after his fake cancer shit and all the other crap, and camera at his feet, going, Jody, if you know something, just say it. Tell the fans, and oh my god, come clean. Oh. You know, people bought that shit too, right? But what was it meant to do? Yep, you guessed it. Further, get us targeted, harmed, blamed, tormented, fucked with, silenced, whatever. And well, I gotta tell you, I just feel like a whole lot of people were in way over their fucking heads when they entered anywhere near this. I had no idea what they were dealing with. Shouldn't have been touching it at all. And then they thought it was going to be this easy little walk, and also think a way to possibly collect on that reward. Even if that meant setting up other motherfuckers or falsely placing shit on people or thinking they were using this goddamn realm as a tool. Much like they've done and are doing in other cases. But that some of us were watching happen in person inside that fucking road in Hollow. And as you walk the pieces back, or no, even then, how people were being lied to, misled, fucked with, because they're in way over their fucking heads from the fucking beginning. And probably didn't realize how they were being fucking lied to, misled, drug along, used. I don't know, there was just too many rubbing hands, and too many people way out of it. And far too deep, even immediately. Mm. But what do you do about it? You know? But knowing that all from A to Z are aware of what they're doing, how they're using online to do it, this group to do it, thinking they're all doing it for either the best of fucking reasons or because they're stupid enough to believe they're really going to solve whatever or whatever needful thing shit these yahoos are up to over here, or these criminal ass creators. It's all different things. They all played in the same shell to do it in an open and active case. I don't know. And I still think more than a few of those are trying to make things look certain ways. Trying to slam circle pieces into squares just for clout, rewards, name building, to be right. They're still stupid as box rocks. But now, well, they gotta be right to do something or whatever. Everything's been wasted. They're up against their own little clocks, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Don't really care. I just know that everybody from A to Z sucks. Um, but yeah, definitely am, I guess. We'll just use that word for reasons about where all of that shit came from. Several of those things like it kept coming from. Man, I just, all these people involved on purpose for whatever needful thing. I just, from day one forward, hours after some vanished, headhunting, causing chaos, wreaking havoc, committing real crimes, tampering with, trying to make circles fit into squares, no matter who got harmed and how. Scamathons ran supreme, billboard bullshit, all the garbage. Next time you hear one of those motherfuckers scream "Where's Summer?" turn around and scream back at them. They're the ones that make stupid shit like somebody not wearing a bra or being near a red truck or owning a dog or being fucking abused or their children abused or whatever or going through cancer. Any of these things are seem sus so that they can create more chaos. Ask them what summer was and is. Well, they scream, no, no, everybody else created all the drama. No, it's these tragedy pimps that did that. It's others on the ground that did that. It's others that used this place as a tool that did that. Because drama, destroying our lives is entertaining, right? Sells more. And helping others hide the fucking truth, facts, all that shit. Tampering with everything. Well, that benefited all of them, didn't it? I don't know, man. Breaks my soul every day. And all these people suck. Um, I don't even know what to say to that last comment there. Because anybody who's watched long enough knows I don't trust a damn one of these tragedy pimps. Never have, never will, never thought any were a friend of any variety, and have seen them for what they are, what they do, and what they're capable of. I don't need to be told what they are. Even if you see me on a panel every now and then, that does not mean that I'm suddenly frenzied with, or that I'm oblivious or holding hands. I do not in any realm operate around them with them in the same way that C&D do, or Monster, or Stall Pump, or the rest. Never have, never will. I do not use them to target, harm, hurt other human beings. I don't ask that of them. I ask them entirely and generally to say the entire fucking fattest shit if I do speak to them, or to separate themselves from this group, or to turn the rest of the group in. I stay pretty consistent with that. So, no, I'm sick. teenagers, bro. Um, I don't even want to know. What is it, Wolfus? You hear it? You hear it? Oh my goodness. Why are you so mad? Oh, I. So sad. So sad. Alright. And so, anyway, yeah, Heckin' Doggo is alive, man. I'm pretty sure Heckin' Doggo is just glad at this point that I'm alive. He's not left my side and refuses to. It's whatever this is, refuses to let go of past territory. It's kind of his thing, though. Another thing that gets me right now is all of them, pulling the whole membership shit and the wall shit. Everybody's falling for that too. Um, and then people talking about how they're moving all the drama shit, whatnot behind, because it ain't got nothing to do with Storm, but the thing is, and a lot of those streams actually do have to do with, because it's what's been done in her case and body in it on purpose, you see. So to me, it absolutely does have to do with. But hey, y'all want to buy it? Go ahead. 'Tis the season, bro. Yeah, they do the drama and everything else while pretending they're not. And the quote entertainment of terrorizing the shit out of them, committing real criminal acts on people in real life. They sure do it all around here. All in the name of, while hashtagging some shit or the other. If not 19 different cases all at once. I gotta tell you, I think one of the most absurd things though around the block past 2 or 3 days is seeing Mullen in a damn post refer to pictures of boys past collection. And I'm like, bro, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like past collection, like JC Penney's catalog? Like, think about that wording. I gotta die. You didn't see it? Just talking about the picture of the boys. It's like it's from the past collection. It was like, the fuck he just say? To me, that implies that the boys mean catch. That there'll be multiple collections, or those boys will be used to profit from if given back to or in any way touchable by Mullen and others. I found that wording disturbing as hell. I was like, they really just say that? That's a whole thing for a media manager to say. What are your plans there, Mullen? Past collection. Huh? What the fuck, bro? I have my feeling that if in any way those boys are allowed back around or near or anything, they'll be used much like Monster and Still in this group hope to use Little. And it'll be for cash. And to drag information from them, to maybe stop them from speaking, all kinds of bad shit. Leah did seem like it was hey, we hope you see this, eldest, keep everybody in order and in line type of thing. I didn't like it. But do remember, you're in a group here where you've watched Penny and all them tag my children do all this shit. TM the rest, so shit that they know may reach their ears. Pretty goddamn gross. And the thing is that even on clean devices not linked to these children, even if under fake names and shit, these algorithms, because of what's set around devices and things, pick up certain shit and throw it in their faces, including mine. And they do see this shit. Even if we don't want to. And you can't cut them all the way off from devices when they need them, you know? You can't do that. So what do you do? What do you do? Um, Enhanced, you care to wear pants? It's always so poetic for, I don't know, 20 minutes. I seen that Wrecking Ball should have named you Miley Cyrus. I don't know if Di's still here. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, I just didn't know if she was still in here. Anyway, guys, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. 'Cause I had hoped to go somewhere with this. Um, my stomach is killing me, bro. Alright, I'll be back. Actually, I want to try this new thing. We'll do a new thing. Enhanced mud. Any of y'all want to grab a link and come up here and chit chat while I'm out for 20 minutes? If you do, panel's yours. Y'all can talk on the hallway situation, do whatever. It's up to y'all. If you don't want to, that's fine. Look at an ant. She's like, well, if I will, I will. No, you're still in the 2 sets of glasses. Yeah, one's bothersome enough. Mud's like, I'll take the stream down. Alright then, guys. I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'll throw up the link. I'll let you two up. And then, if I don't want to be up there, then I'll just be like, nope. No, I'm not. You can do it from my phone.
Glass.
Alright, there you are.
All right, let me get my face out of here if I can. I don't even know how to. Hold on.
There you are.
All right, let me get my face out of here if I can. I don't even know how to. Hold on. Okay, so really and truly, I'm wearing 2 sets of glasses because I can't wear my contacts right now. Oh, my E is even backwards. That's cool. Okay, so really and truly, I'm wearing 2 sets of glasses because I can't wear my contacts right now. Oh, my E is even backwards. That's cool. Di, are you up here? Di, are you up here? All right, trying to figure out how not to echo. All right, trying to figure out how not to echo.
Enhance cosmetic.
Don't know how. There we go. Hold on, am I better? There we go.
I'm doing something funky on your end. Enhance.
All right, is that better?
Yeah.
All right, is that better?
Well, it's
Oh.
better, but then you're still echoing. I think you got a tab open somewhere.
Oh my God.
Well, it's better, but then you're still echoing. I think you got a tab open somewhere.
All right, hold on. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna put myself on computer only because I don't know what else to do. All right, I'm just gonna put myself on computer only because I don't know what else to do. All right, somebody talk to me and tell me I'm doing okay.
I think the feedback or like 2-minute pause there, I think it's gone now. Sounds a little better, clearer.
What the heck? See, Jody, so you should have just headed out and
So, again.
all right. Can you hear me clearly, Jody Sue?
Yeah.
All right. And it's just you and me right now, and I'm not echoing.
Nope.
Good. All right. Sorry about that. I had a complete lapse in memory of how to do this. I haven't done it. No, so this is going to sound awful, but I have an ulcer on my eye. I thought I had just scratched my eye, but I can't wear my contacts anymore, at least for a while. And I have to go get my eye fixed Friday. So I'm useless when it comes to reading.
Yeah, I like it when they cover my eyeballs sideways. I'm like,
It's kind of one of the scariest things ever. But my sister's like, oh, my dog had it done. It didn't hurt her a bit. So I'm just going to believe it's not going to be painful. I wish I could put something up there on the screen, but I don't know what to put up.
oh, okay.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can. Yep.
I'm probably gonna echo. I don't know. Do I have to shut down? I'm on my phone, so I don't know. I have.
Oh, who
Let's
is
see.
this that's up? I can't see anything.
That's Di.
Oh, good. Hi, Di. Good for you. Just run with it.
Okay.
You're fine. That's awesome. Yeah, all I see is a little
I
red
can't hear y'all
screen.
now.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
I went to just my laptop.
Here it goes. Our icon's in place.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, no. What are you using, your phone or your laptop? Hang on.
I think I'll try again.
Okay, I can hear you, but
Me
apparently.
too. All right, let's hope it works. I know you wanted out of here, Jody Sue. See, you had to open that little can of worms, huh?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
it happens.
That's not a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. I don't mind talking about it. Did you see that I posted that I'm happy for Beth Holloway today?
I did everybody's posting.
Yeah. Well, she sounded very comfortable. She and her son got to speak about Natalie. First, she was going to take off, like, and just give the one statement and walk off, and then they asked her to talk about Natalie, and it was kind of gratifying. It was really good. I think Aruba owes her an apology, but that won't probably happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, how often do you see apologies happen, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Hola.
that whole place pretty much kicked her out because she didn't agree with the police process, and they were very cruel with her, and she was just trying to find out what had happened, and she had every right to do what she did. But anyway, good thing he hung himself. He basically did the wrong thing again.
Right?
And it kind of gives me hope that there's no monsters can't rest. They even said he couldn't stand not having the attention, which is why he came back for more.
I don't know. Can you hear us, Ty?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Awesome.
Yahoo! Thanks, Di.
Yay.
I'm really glad you did that.
No problem.
Oh, all right, Mike. All right, guys. I'll be back shortly.
All
All right.
right. So, Di, did you hear what I said about Natalie Holloway's mother?
I actually didn't hear that. I was coming back in.
She was so strong. She got up in front of the press and spoke and she said, I won't tell you details, but we got to find out what happened. And they sort of believe it's true because there was even though, I mean, the guy's a notorious, long-time narcissistic liar, but they did a polygraph. Apparently, the FBI believes that what he is saying now is the truth. And she said it was awful to hear, but that she feels like they can, let it go now, that it's over for her. And that's such a blessing. It just gives me real hope. He apparently just couldn't keep he couldn't stop talking until he finally hung himself. And even though it's 18 years later,
Right.
it gives you hope. There's justice will come in some form or another to most people. So I really hope that's the case. But I remember when that all happened, good heavens, it was 18 years ago.
Gosh, it's been 18 years already. That's
18
crazy.
years. I know. And
I'm trying to remember where I was. It's been. Phew.
Well, my daughter would have been 22. My grandson would have been 2. I was helping to raise him, and I remember all of it. It was just so hard, so sad to think. Even today, you're seeing people say, too bad she didn't stick to her guns and not let the stepdad convince her to let her daughter go on a senior trip. And I'm like,
Ugh.
How awful that they would have to
People
come back.
gotta blame.
I
People
know.
gotta blame something.
What is
Always
that
blame,
about?
blame, blame, blame.
Why? Why? I mean, this poor mom, she's probably been through every imaginable hell since, and but she plainly trusted her daughter and had good reason to, apparently. And just things go really wrong.
Is there a way to see the chat?
It should be on the right side of your screen, and if it isn't,
I'm actually through the browser, so
I'm on. Well, I'm on my laptop, so for me, it's on the right.
Oh wait, I see it. It's in the middle.
Good. Oh, good. I don't know how to switch views or anything, but I can see I have Mud Pie, What a Long Time to Wait. Junebug Aruba has a time limit on how long you have to press charges. That's true, they do. And at the time they did, but they were also actively refusing to look further into the allegations that were being put out because what we don't hear a lot about is that Joran Vandersloot's father was a very big guy. He was like I don't want to say mafioso, but he was definitely in charge of a lot of that community.
Wasn't he a judge?
So, what was that?
Wasn't he a judge?
I don't remember his exact position. You might be right. He was definitely something legal in the area, and the fact that they were if he was a judge, then I'm glad you remember that. I just know he had a position that he wasn't willing to agree that his kid could have done anything wrong, and so he got a pass.
Yeah. They've already leaked on one of the news stations in his own words what he said.
Who?
I think
what
he
Joran
said
said?
in the court. Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
it come across
I've
the
seen
feed
it.
earlier.
I saw it. It's horrible. And, you know, we were told originally when he first did it, it's called the proffer. We were told that we would know just what it was once it was cleared. And I think Beth said that in front of the press. She said, I'm not going to be the one to tell you, but you'll be hearing it. And there was also a statement by her dad. And her brother, Matt, said, you know, he's forgotten one thing. He said, and he forgot me. He said, in 22 years, I'll be standing outside that jail in Peru. Whoops. And
Wow.
hey,
Mud Pie, come join us. Come on, Junebug, Mud Pie. Come on up.
Come on, you guys. I see. I've followed it too, Junebug. She is strong, but how can you be strong in a situation like that? What a horrific thing to go through. And my daughter at the time, like I said, my daughter was 22, and within the first 2 weeks of her being away from home for college, 911 happened. And she was out of state, out of town, away from home for the first time in her life. And that feeling of helplessness is just, can't forget it now. So anyway.
So what? He pled guilty. So what kind of sentences is he gonna get?
He pled guilty to the wire fraud and exploitation or whatever, and he's only gotten. It was a weird thing, but he promised he would tell them what actually happened if they made sure that his sentence was concurrent, meaning it was together, right? Isn't that concurrent? Oh, wait a minute. Whatever it was that meant that he was serving the sentence at the same time he's already serving the one he's on in Peru for killing that poor girl. And because he has a daughter, I guess. He wants to be out. So he'll be out.
That doesn't even make sense. Why bring him here if
they brought him here? They had extradited him with the cooperation of the other governments in order to get this thing to happen. So he was convicted of wire fraud. He was convicted of extortion. That's it, not exploitation. And
so they're giving him time served?
So they're giving him 20 years that is to be served along with his current sentence, which is horrific to any one of us that wanted to see what we call justice. But Or
I
her
don't even want to
mother.
tell y'all what I would do to him.
I know. Well, that's what Matt's saying, I think. That's what her brother's saying. But the mother, Beth, she's saying, look, I just wanted him to admit it. I wanted to be able to prove in court that it was really him. And she knows now that it was him by himself. The other two boys that he accused of being with him or that were accused were drivers, basically. And they kept their mouths shut, which is terrible. But there are no charges. And there's a 12-year, oh my gosh, my brain isn't working along with my eyes. Only 12 years for a murder charge to be statute of limitations. It's only 12 years
Right.
in Aruba. So they
I
were
thought it was 9. I thought I heard 9.
Ooh,
It's something stupid crazy.
I heard 12, but maybe it's
There should never be a time limit on that type
well,
of
there
thing.
isn't, I don't think, in the US. I think we have
I
better
mean, anywhere.
I know.
Just
I know. He just had to camp out and wait, but he couldn't hold himself back and he murdered again and it was proven. Thank heavens for cameras. But
so he's going to be getting out soon then, right?
no, he's still got another 22 years to go. He got
Okay, so he
28 years.
didn't.
No, he got 28 years for Stephanie. I've forgotten her last name and it's terrible. I can see her face. But he got 28 years for her and he's already served about 6 of it, but they are considering the time he spent in the jails here in America to be part of his sentence. So in other words, he hasn't lost any time and he hasn't added any time. But in order to make that true, he had to put forth this proffer, which is the actual admission that he killed her and how, and it had to be proven truthful somehow. And the FBI doing the polygraph, apparently they're saying they do believe it. It's horrible.
I don't believe the other 2 guys weren't involved. I think they were.
They were involved, but they weren't involved.
Anybody, he could have lied for them too, though. Come
on. I think there was proof that they actually did go back to their house or something. There was some proof that actually helped declare them. And I don't know what it was, but I wasn't following them. Mud Pie, what you do is you go to, oh boy, I don't know if any of us can see you.
Wait, I just.
Can you see Mud Pie?
Oh, to bring her up?
Yeah, because if you click on the link, you'll be backstage. And then once you're backstage, maybe, I wonder if one of us can let her up, Di. I can't see her, so I don't know if I can. What's the little plus sign at the bottom?
Wait, no. Mud Pie, did you already hit the join?
You click on the link and then hit join. And you're right, Junebug. He didn't want to face the death penalty. What a wimp. Think about this. Some asshole goes and literally kills a person and then doesn't want to face the death penalty for doing it. It was awful, Junebug. And the only good part about that is that it must have been very quick because apparently she wasn't conscious. And I still say if he's telling the truth.
Mud Pie, you on your phone? Because I just did that and it was pretty simple.
So Di, I'm so glad that it is Di, because everyone has always told me it was D Designs. And I'm like, it's not D, it's Di.
No, you know what? When I first started coming into the chat, I was under the name Diana. I was under my name.
That's what I thought.
And then I shortened it to Di, and then I went ahead and just put my other.
Well, I was really glad to know that I'd been saying it right. Not that it,
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother.
No, I'm in the same boat. I have people call me enchanted all the time. It got a little tough when I was talking about what's his name, though. I don't like being enchanted life anything. I even said that to him once. I'm like, oh, now I know who they're talking about, and I'm really sorry I'm associated.
I get so many Chinese calls because everybody thinks it's like a Chinese name or something. I don't know.
Really?
It's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it's
I only know Di, so I don't know. But don't out yourself here. I don't remember your last name, and I don't want to.
I
But
don't
I
think you
did.
ever knew it.
Well, I don't think I ever did. I want to tell you though, I did see that post on your community wall. I don't even know why I saw it, but about the driftwood, and I thought that was so beautiful. And I had just the day before, Danny and I were out um, metal detecting and magnet fishing. Oh, Mud
Look at
Pie. You
PayPal.
don't have to go to PayPal to come up.
Mud pie.
Anyway, so we had been out like kind of cruising around our area, and we live in an area that's a tourist town in the summer, and so we were out magnet fishing and metal detecting, and I was doing some stuff with cemeteries because I do cemetery stuff. And so we found this beautiful piece of driftwood, and it was on a lake, and it looked like a dragon laying there with its mouth open and everything. And I was like, oh my God, this thing is so cool. And then I went home and found your post about driftwood. So it was all very timely. Did you go away, Di?
I muted. I had
Oh, good.
company come
Okay.
in.
No, that's
Yeah,
okay. I just wanted to
too
make sure
sad.
I hadn't lost you.
No, I'm here.
So anybody that hasn't seen Di's community page, you should. There's some very kind and inspiring posts there. I like your attitude.
It changes. I don't like to, you know.
You what?
It changes.
What? You don't like?
Definitely.
Well, everybody changes every day, but
No, I mean my community posts.
oh,
That area changes. I mean,
oh,
it's basically, for just me. I don't even know who's there subscribed.
I'm not sure how I got there. It might have been when I was modding or something. I don't even know, but
I think it was somewhere maybe a year ago or something. Somebody said something about how we could join each other.
I probably subbed to you because when I was modding before, if somebody would come in that I didn't know, I would sub to them, or if it's someone that I did know. So I'm subbed to a lot of people who have changed a lot of names.
I'm sub to Mud Pie. She's got some pretty, or he, I don't even know.
Oh,
My goodness. I think she, actually, I remember the old picture.
as my daughter would say, gender is just a societal construct, Mom.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Hurry up, Mud Pie. Come on, where are you?
Well, we'll see. If nothing else, when Jody Sue comes back, she can definitely let Mud Pie up. I think we may not have the.
I have two people, a chat symbol, and a locked chat. So that's what I have. And then the settings that I have are virtual background, audio, and video.
Oh, I don't have those. But it might be because I shut everything down. All I'm looking at is Restream with the three of us stacked just by our icons, Jody Sue in the middle. And then I've got the permission, I've got the chat. Oh, Mud Pie says I found private chat. Yes, you did.
Huh.
And so I don't know how that. I'm back there, but I don't think it'll let me. I did make it to the private chat. All right. So do you see a thing that says join, Mud Pie? And if so, that's a share screen, add source. Yeah, I'm not seeing it the way I used to.
Yeah,
You can,
mine's really simplistic.
so's mine. Well, we can keep trying until Jody Sue comes back because she's the wizard. She will
The
know.
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of all. I don't know. Yes, and I hit that, but not sure what to hit after that. So when you hit join, we're supposed to be able to see you like backstage, Mud Pie, and then someone is supposed to be able to allow you up.
Oh
And
wait, so I don't see no backstage, or
you know, I don't either.
all I see is like Mud Pie chatting. I don't see
Right.
anybody else chatting though.
Um,
And it shows the little YouTube symbol, so it must be the regular chat.
yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. There's a leave button as if I'm there. Huh.
Oh, you must be waiting, and
You're
Jody Sue.
backstage. Yeah, you're
Yeah, she
backstage.
might be the only one that can let you up. So
I
hang
think,
out back there.
yeah,
We're
stay. Don't go.
Don't
Or,
go.
watch until you can come back and then come back again. Come here, Nietzsche. It's okay. One of my old doggies is very needy and sad and old and painful, and you're
How
okay.
old?
He's just turned 14 at the end of September. His name is Nietzsche, like the misunderstood German philosopher. And he's an old American Eskimo. And I've had him since he was 4. He was very badly abused. Oh, I'll tell you guys a fun story if you want.
Okay.
When I got him, he was 4 years old, and it was just supposed to be a weekend to see if it worked. And I was bringing him back up in a van, and I went through the toll booth here in New Hampshire. We have toll booths on the highways. Went through the tolls, and he went out the window at the guy, barking in my ear like insane. And I was like, "Oh my God,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry."
God.
Like, rescue dog. I didn't know that. And the guy was like, "It's all right, it happens." So I drove through, and I'm like, "Wow, he's reactive, right?" And I got him back to the house, and every time I'll say Show would walk in the door, um, the dog would go insane. And I was like, "This does not bode well for you staying here, buddy." Like, mellow out. So the third day, Shao came up through the basement stairs, and the dog looked at him like, "Oh, you're here?" And it was
Wow.
smooth sailing from then on, right?
1,
But
2, 3, you're in.
yeah, and the guy that had him was keeping him in a bathroom while he was in construction, 4 AM to 4 PM every day. And the poor dog was trying to dig his way out of the bathroom, so he scratched up the inside of the door frame, and the guy was mad at him, so his girlfriend made him give him away on Craigslist, which is how I got him. You don't put a dog on Craigslist. So
Wow.
anyway, about 3 months ago, somehow the guy's name came to me out of the blue, and I went, "Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna look him up and, like, see what happened," because we knew he was a drug addict, we knew he was a problem, we knew he was violent, but so I looked him up. He got arrested in 2020 for pulling a butcher knife on a cop who had come to take him out of his ex-girlfriend's house where he'd broken in.
Oh my God.
I was like, "Good thing we got the boy. Good thing we got you out of there, man." Yeah, he was a
Good
real.
thing Craigslist was available.
Oh, I just ugh. It was so bad. At the time, I was in a group that literally would go to Craigslist and get posts for free pets or pets for money removed because it was illegal. It wasn't supposed to happen, but Craigslist couldn't keep up with it. So there were groups of
Right.
people who would go and try and save these poor dogs who were being posted as, bait dogs or for $400 because you stole it from the neighbor or whatever.
Wow.
There were some bad ones out there. Oh yeah, Junebug. He came to me. We used to call it going inside out and upside down. He would lay under, like, if there was a bang outside, or if someone showed up in a hoodie or a hat, he would go insane. But he always came to me, and I was really grateful. Now he's been on Prozac for years, but it's
Wow.
not a bad thing. He's very comfortable and happy, but he's getting wicked old.
So he spent
I
he spent 4 years stuck in a bathroom then, huh?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I think this guy got him when he was like 8 months old. So who knows what happened before that, but I was actually able to find his original vet records and find out his birthday and his original name was Snowball.
Wow.
And so now he's a man with a plan, aren't you? And he's not even afraid of like fireworks anymore. We just had to
That's cool.
let him know that he was safe, and he turned into the best. I woke up one night, I'd fallen asleep on the couch, woke up, looked over, and there he is gazing at me in the dark. I was like, oh my God, buddy. So he's been good. He's a good old boy. But I'm at the point where I have 3 elderly dogs, and it's a scary thought.
Yeah.
Do you have dogs, Ty?
No, I don't have any dogs.
Do you have cats?
I had 3.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I have 1.
yeah.
Rescued from a hawk that hangs out in a big tree in my yard.
Good for you. My son was raised by and is a falconer. But it's a really different thing to be a falconer than it is to have a wild hawk coming down on your dogs. I have a 4-pounder we don't send out in the yard by herself.
Yeah,
Because
right.
we have red tails all over the place here. Good for you.
Yeah, this one hangs out in the cottonwood tree.
Oh, you have cottonwood trees?
I have 2 on my. Yeah, I have 2, and in springtime it's still snowing, but it's cottonwood snow.
You know, I lived on Cottonwood Lane in Colorado once. Hang on, I'm gonna go let this guy out the door so he's not woofing at me. 1 second. All right, everybody's going out. Going out. Go on. Everybody take care of each other. Go on. I let them out the door and they look back like, wait, aren't you coming with us? It's like, oops, sorry, nope. Now they're all outside barking.
How many did you say you had? 3?
Oh, God. Well, let's just say 2 of them are 12 pounds, one of them is 4 pounds. Then I have a 20-pound toddler who basically lives with Danny in the other room. And she's
that's right.
wild. What?
You rescue.
Yeah, they're all rescues. Every single
yeah.
one of them is a rescue. And then I have, the 9-year-old Golden, who I deeply love, but this woman inherited him along with some money in a will, and so she wanted him. Haha. But it's a really bad situation, and he's not going anywhere. So I still have him here, but he's not like our dog, which is really hard. Then I have 2 14-year-old American Eskimos. So I have 6 altogether.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Mud Pie's comment.
Oh no. Oh yeah, goose. Those are dangerous, man. I'm gonna let them back.
I've been watching them fly over. The Canadian geese have been flying over lately, heading south.
Come back in the house now.
A little bit early.
Everybody in. Let me come.
Yeah, see that sounds like a lot of work to me.
You stay where you are. Oh my God. All right, sorry, I am back.
That's a lot of extra work for me. I think I'll pass on the dogs.
Oh no, they're easy actually. Usually, they congregate together. Like my 2 littlest came together and they're bonded sisters, and one's 4 pounds, the other's 12 pounds. So they're like constantly in the same place, and easy peasy, just like very easy. And then the only difficulty is the elderly ones trying to make sure that they're comfortable. But it's not hard. There are kiddos. And I have a lot of help because I made Danny a dog person. But he's so good to them. Takes really good care of them with me. So it's a lot of love, and it is a lot of time and effort, but they travel well, most of them. And the ones that don't travel well sleep happily while we're gone. Don't ya? They just kind of take a nap. But we had 3 cats, and unfortunately, we have Fisher cats, and uh, it can be tough around here. We live in an area, it's very wooded, so if you let them be outdoors at all, they can be damaged. So how'd you save the cat from the hawk?
Well, the kitten, she was a kitten at the time. I think, let me think, it was September 2021.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she was like on the lowest branch, and the hawk was like 2 or 3 branches up above her, squawking at her, and she was just like, just shaking.
Oh my gosh.
And I ran out there. I'm like, jump, 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 and I'm like, just yelling at the hawk. It was pretty funny, actually.
Oh, that is
But
so cool.
I'm like, you stay there. I ran, got my ladder, which I had been painting the eaves, so it wasn't too far away, and I put the ladder up there, and I got it, and I brought it in. It's been
Good
inside
timing.
ever since. Yeah, I'm like, them dang hawks.
Well, I have to say, a hawk is merciless and they don't have hearts or thoughts. So, yep, there's only
I
one way to do that.
I don't think she was a feral though. Like I think she belonged to some kid or something like around the neighborhood.
Oh,
But I could never figure out whose it was.
well, if anyone
Um,
let them out by themselves enough that a hawk could have grabbed them,
right. I don't
that's
know, these people, they get kittens and then as they get older, they just throw them out
well,
into the
it is a real commitment, and that's the other thing, even though we live in a wooded area and stuff, it was like every animal I've ever had has been a family member. I just don't do it
right.
the other way.
Every
Uh,
one I've had has been a rescue.
yep. Me too. That's
Yeah,
so cool.
just happened upon where I'm at.
I know. How do they end up coming to us? I
I
think
don't know.
I don't know. It's so funny that they gravitate to the right place. My littlest 2 actually came from the same lady that rescued my middle child, and, she was her name is Carrie. She didn't get socialized very well because of the time, because of, like, everything that was happening, and, uh, so she's she's kind of a nutcase, and we have to be really careful, like, leaving her alone with the little dogs because she thinks they're toys, and she doesn't care if they are crying. It's bad. So, we've had to learn to kinda keep her, like, crated while we leave, which means we have a lot shorter periods of time that we can leave, but, the little 2 came from the same woman that raised her and rescued her, uh, and it just turned out that she worked nights and couldn't she had them in crates, like, while she slept, and then she had them in crates while she worked, and when I went out to visit my son, she said, "Please, just would you take these 2 home?" And it was November, and she said, "You can keep them until June, and then I'll know yes or no if they're gonna come back." I got them home, and I was like, "Oh." They just landed in a lap and didn't leave, and then she was like, "They're wicked happy. I don't wanna take them back." So, it worked out well, but the 12-pounder had a majorly badly broken leg that had to be plated and paid for,
Oh
and so
man.
we helped pay for it. She leapt off a deck and just snapped her little front leg, and,
Wow.
she was only a baby. She was, like, 8 months, I think, and so, it's not pretty. It sets off the TSA, you know, airport stuff, but,
Mm.
and then the littlest one is 4 pounds and has an underbite, and that's the one that I think of as my little, gremlin, like, "Don't feed the" but, and she does, she looks
Gremlin.
like one, she's so funny. But, the breeder was gonna put her down because she had an underbite, and I'm like, "What the heck is the matter with an underbite in a little tiny dog? They're so cute." But,
I want to see Gremlin. Put it on your community
all
tab.
right, where is she? Paris, come to mama. Paris. Paris. Where's my Paris? I'll have to get her to come to me before I can. Come on, Paris, come. You have a debut happening. Come here. Come here. All right, you guys. Just don't pay attention to my lack of glasses.
Oh, that's the one in your.
Paris. This is my smallest, even though she's very fluffy, so she looks big. But that's Paris,
Oh, you're cute.
isn't she? And she's wearing a fun T-shirt because it's cold here now. She's a good girl. But you can see, I mean, her face is literally
Look at
the
her.
size
She
of a
looks like the
handball.
wind is blowing her hair back.
She's wicked fluffy, but she is so tiny. Like you can cover her whole head with your hand. You're very little. You're
Aw,
very little. And then I'll show the dogs
what a
because I
little
can.
bug.
This is 14-year-old Ani, who's broken.
Hello
She's my
there.
other 12-pounder. She's 14. And very loving, very sweet dog. Both of her back legs are disabled, but she hobbles around anyway. And this is Riley's in PJs. Don't laugh. This is
Aw,
Riley, and she's 12 pounds, and she is Paris's sister. And she's my Zen baby. She's the kindest. If you hand her to a
look
child,
at her. She's
no,
like Mama.
she
Mama.
just loves being talked to and touched. She gets wicked jealous if I have Paris in my hands. Pardon my hair, you guys. I'm a wreck tonight, but I can't see me very well, so I'm not going to care.
You look fine.
Right, Riley? And Riley's wearing her rainbow PJs because it's cold. I know.
Aw.
I know. I've never dressed dogs before. I swear to God. These are the first two dogs I've ever had that literally came with outfits. Their mama sent them to me with matching collars and little outfits, and she's a good girl.
Look at
So this is
that.
the one
Look
who
at
was
that
broken.
sweetheart.
See, you can kind of see. Can
Aw,
you
don't
see her
break it.
little what?
Don't break it
Oh,
again.
I know. Well, we worry about her a little because sometimes she comes up gimpy and you wonder, but it has a real plate in it. It's pretty horrible looking. Huh. You're such a good girl. They're all so loving. So I know, Ani. I'm sorry. I'll bring you up again if you want. But they all have such different personalities. Very happy dogs. And like I said, they're so easy because they just lay here. Like
Your hair's so
I don't do anything.
long.
Oh,
Look
my
at
hair
how
is.
long it is.
It is. It's wicked long.
Wow.
It's terrible. I haven't cut it since COVID, so
I
it's like
haven't
past my
mine
waist.
either.
So
I
you
keep
should
it
go
in a
and see me now.
ponytail though, and under a hat.
I usually braid mine, but not today. So there's Ani. She's my oldest.
Hello, Annie.
She's been around forever. Ani after Ani Franco. You're welcome. I love you too.
Annie
She's a kisser.
Franco.
Ani DeFranco,
Oh, I see.
one of my favorite singers ever. Favorite songwriters. I like weird poetry, like E. E. Cummings and stuff like that. All right, Ani, I'm going to put you down, okay? Can I put you down? Yes. I will.
Bye-bye.
Bye. She's such a good girl. I'm going off again.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm like, whoa. What a
You
mess.
look fine though.
Oh, do I?
Yeah,
my God,
you
I'm so
do.
sorry.
You look fine.
Well, thank you. I'm trying to read comments, but I need to.
I can see 3 comments at a time. I see Mud Pie, Junebug, and Kathy. I can't see.
Leave it
I
up.
can't see the comment. It's kind of hiding. But I guess I probably. Oh, I can scroll.
Yeah, you can scroll.
them.
Mud
Oh.
Pie has long hair too, and
Kathy.
I
I'm
can't
scrolling
read
way
this
back.
clearly. My. Oh, I'm
Kathy, come on up.
making a sweater.
Oh, that's right. We can't like bring.
I know we can't. Yeah, Kathy,
Hmm.
they're my precious babies. They are my babies. We will never have an empty nest. We've decided it's just not going to happen. We just love having these little guys around. So anyway, all right, I'm going to shut this down again. You sleepy? Yeah. I used to have an icon. As a matter of fact, I think my profile pic for YouTube, whatever pops up, when we have our little faces up or whatever, that's Riley. That's the one that's in the rainbow PJs.
Right. Yeah, the
Yeah.
first one you showed,
Yeah.
right?
Well, the second one. The first one I
Second
showed
one.
you is Paris. She's the 4-pounder. But Riley's the one in the rainbow PJs, and the picture I have up for YouTube is Riley gazing up at me off the floor when the first day I met her. First day I ever saw her in person. But anyway.
Hey, did you guys get any of that hurricane that was supposed to hit you?
We
Or
only got rain and it
just
was
got the
gross,
edges of it?
but most of it hit down near Massachusetts. Like we're a little further up. We're
So
on
it
the
spun
big.
off
Yeah,
then.
it just
That's
never
cool.
quite got to us, but it wasn't pretty. I mean, it was
Yeah.
gross. But fortunately, we're not. Um, oh, wait a minute. Junebug loves to crochet and knit, but I can't read this. But
Let's
blasted
see.
fingers lock up
Blasted
on you.
fingers
Oh
lock up on
no!
me.
I have a tube of Volterra next to me all the time. It's like arthritis cream, and it doesn't smell, which I like. But yeah, I crochet constantly in the winter, not in the summer. Oh, I don't know. We didn't really know each other when the whole split of factions went on, but one of the saddest part of that whole thing to me was that they started insulting my quilting and my crocheting. Maybe she should go learn some quilting skills. And I was like, what? Who talks about other people's? I mean, come on.
There's still people doing that.
That was so bad.
I can't say they because I don't know who they
Yeah.
are, but
Well, it's
like
so
there
weird.
are
I mean,
still people comment some of the strangest things.
I know. I guess if you got to find something to get mad about, you can find something. But it was like, hey, you know, like I
I
really
don't
couldn't.
crochet. I don't knit,
No,
but
no.
I like to wear knitted sweaters. I
Yeah.
like to wear them.
Well, it literally is something my grandmother taught me when I was 10. So it isn't something that I came with it. You know what I mean? It's like part of
Yeah.
who I am. And so all of my kids and my kids' friends and everybody had hats because
My
I made,
mom, my sisters, they crochet.
yeah.
Well, my older sister does. Uh, my younger sister paints.
Uh, yeah, I do
I
that.
kind of do whatever. I have my fingers in like a million projects at once, always.
Oh, I'm wicked ADD. So if I'm working on one thing, then I can pick something else up and work on that for a while and, just keep going. But, you know, I remember when Jody Sue was doing the wood burning, I was like, I really want to try that.
I do that, but I don't burn wood. It's pretty cool actually. I get this cork board and I have some designs that I put on the cork board
Oh,
with the
cool.
wood burning tool. It's kind of interesting. It was something I was dabbling in. I like the way
That
they
is
look, but
fun. It's funny because when you find a pattern in something that you enjoy, like I have a friend that started doing coffee cups and stuff like when she was in her 60s, and now she's doing like these intricate dragons and she's selling stuff online, and it's like, wow,
wow.
like she just found her thing. It was wicked cool. But I don't
Yeah, I
think,
haven't found my niche yet. Like,
no, no, take your time.
no. It's like one of these days I'm just going to incorporate everything I have in my craft room into something like that nobody's ever seen before.
Absolutely. I'm kind of jealous that you have a craft room. I have a house full that I can't find a single flat surface in. Well, I mean, I have places, but I have like a sewing room, and then to actually go to the sewing room and sit down and do something, I have to extract myself from everything else in life, and that doesn't happen very often right now.
Well, this should be a guest room, but like I turned it into my space.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world if you have it. The other thing I like to do is puzzles, which you have to have space for. So I ended up finding a poster, like a real, like a Maxfield Parrish poster that was beautiful that I got years ago. And I took it off of its backing and flipped it over and put it on a table, and now I've got a puzzle board. So, you know. But if I could, I would have an outdoor space that's all about crafting.
You know what I like?
Well,
This is what I did. I took 2 pieces of plywood and I hinged them so that I could just like close them, you know,
Oh, for
close it
puzzle
up.
board?
Yeah, you just close it, you clamp it, and
you know what? My twin was trying to figure out how to do that while we were at the ocean, because she does, we do, like, she has a vacation thing at the ocean, and their puzzles are part of it. Like, we stay up all night and do puzzles.
yeah, you could just
Junebug
hook
word
it,
birds.
hang it on the wall.
Yeah. And she was, so she uses the dining room table because nobody eats at the dining room table because it's summertime and we all kind of go out on the porch. But we were trying to figure out how to get the puzzle that she'd already half put together onto something that she was going to be able to like save it on. And that's what she ended up with, was a piece of plywood that flipped. So I almost bought her a puzzle board once, but then I was like, yeah, $80 for something we could probably make.
Yeah.
So.
I have a wood shop back there. Well, it's kind of got a lot of stuff in it too. Like
Very nice.
But yeah.
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
like to do. I do a lot of woodworking type stuff.
That's cool. That's what Shau's whole talent is. He's a Finnish carpenter and makes beautiful, beautiful stuff. So I just watched a video today. This is way off subject, but just watched a video today about a $10,000 chunk of old, what did they call it? Swamp wood, I guess, is what I want to say. It's like a huge ancient piece of like an old stump, but it was really long and it was black completely. And it was shoulder height laying on its side to the guys that were cutting it up. And they were slicing it into pieces of giant old black, I want to say black oak, but it was really fun to watch. And it was winter time and they were literally sawing it apart, but gigantic piece of wood.
Wow.
Ends up being old black, I think it was black oak. So I used to do furniture, but now I don't anymore. What?
I spent the last week collecting walnuts.
Nice.
I did. I have the black walnut trees in my yard.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You've got some good trees. Cottonwood's hard to find out here. Like we just don't
They're
have it
too
anymore.
big though. They're like this. They're older than dirt. Like seriously, the 2 that are on my property scare the shit out of me. They're so tall.
Oh, are you afraid that, you know what? I was trying to get property insurance or homeowners insurance once. And the guy was like, and you can't have any trees over 60 feet within 30 feet of your house. And I'm like, huh.
I'm screwed for
We have
that.
to talk to a different company. Because when you look outside our house, like every tree out there is in the 60 to 100 years old stage.
Right?
There's just no way. It's pretty funny.
I look at all the old pictures, that my grandparents had when they first bought the land, and there weren't any trees around.
Oh, really? So you think they planted a lot of them, or were they naturally planted? I mean, they naturally seeded.
I think the ones that they did plant, like I remember there was a pear tree and something else, but those aren't here anymore. There's these nasty maples that are out there, and they are.
When you say maples, that's literally what we have. We have maple and oak and pine. And our maple trees let us know every year, we're just going to dump on you.
Yep.
It's like, it's a revenge thing. It's like, I go, oh my God, the lawn looks great. Like last mow of the year.
I know.
Beautiful. We don't have a real lawn because we have dogs, but we have, it's beautiful. It's green. Everything's happy.
You get it cleaned up.
The tree goes, watch this.
Yep. Every time I rake, something drops.
Oh, yeah.
My grandmother planted, oh my gosh, what's it called? It's a magnolia tree, but
Oh,
it's
I
a
love magnolia.
saucer magnolia. It's a
Oh my gosh.
something like that. I don't know. It's like 30 feet tall, and
Good heavens.
I know
I love magnolia. The smell.
nobody was
Ooh.
trimming this stuff for a long time. It didn't get trimmed, so. But yeah, I mean, the flowers drop,
Oh
then the
gosh.
leaves drop, and
Yep.
then the flowers drop.
Yep.
It's like never ending
I know. But
cleanup
there's
around
that
it.
one glorious week where it smells like heaven, right?
Oh, like maybe 3 days.
Oh,
like like seriously, like
we get lilacs that way. I have a huge lilac tree and then a smaller bush in front of my house, and we get like a week. And if I'm not like here during that week, I'm so sad because the smell is amazing.
that there's some cherry trees out there too. I think they're like not like the kind you see in DC. They're like
Oh,
fake
really?
berries or whatever. That they never grow too tall because the other trees kind of
Yeah, shade them.
keep them dwarfed. But the
My
birds
daughter lives
like
in
them.
DC. That's one of our favorite things is cherry trees.
The birds love them.
Yeah, they're very beautiful. I love nature when it's blooming. I'm kind of sad to see it all go. It's really hard. I know you said the same thing. You're not ready for this. Like every
Yeah, I'm
time it
not.
starts.
I'm
Ugh,
fall comes. I'm like no,
yeah,
no,
I'm in
no,
the same
no.
boat. It's so hard. And my mother's 90. We go over there. She's got 3/4 of a tank, of oil, but she's using it at you know 68 degrees plus whatever a day. And she's just not comfortable. She's elderly, but I mean, I'm like a 65-degree person. I don't mind that at all.
Oh my goodness, I've been freezing my butt off.
Yeah, it's been pretty cold the last week or so.
I'll like lay in bed for 30 minutes having to go to the restroom because it's
I
too
know.
freaking cold.
Everyone like, but I don't
Like,
want to move.
uh, and I
Uh,
run to the heater and I flip it on so that it gets up to 68
yep.
and then do my thing and then shut it off for the day.
You know, and this is gonna sound ridiculous. I have no idea where you live, but it sounds like Colorado to me because I think of Cottonwood as Colorado, and I'm probably wrong. But either way, we're freezing to death, all of us right now.
Yeah, not in
Everyone knows where
Colorado.
I'm from.
Everybody knows where I'm from.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, that's all right.
You don't? I'm
What?
from Midwest. I'm a Midwest girl.
Oh, okay. All right. Um, yeah. I remember it was pretty funny because someone
Oh
earlier
wait,
was
wait. I'm a California girl. Oh wait, wait. I'm a
yeah, right,
Midwest farmer's daughter. Oh wait.
right.
I'm a East Coast girl.
Well,
They're hip,
I'm
you know?
I've been all over everywhere. I've lived in Colorado and California, and I've lived in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and I'll probably be here for a number of years because my mother's family tends to live into their 90s, and she's doing that.
I kind of zigzagged around the country and the
Mhm.
globe.
Yeah, yeah, I did that too. But I don't know. It's like every place has its beautiful thing, and every place has a tough something.
Yeah. And every town is starting to look the same.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I just found on YouTube, you guys? I'm telling everybody. There are like little videos about your own town. Like I can show people right where I live. I'll go like, "Oh, here's a link to this is a link to what my town is like." And it's basically like realtors who are going, "The best thing about living in such and such is this, this, and this." But they're really cool. So I've gone back and I'm doing a lot of Scotland right now. I'm actually looking up a lot of stuff in Scotland because we visited there and it was not enough. And Ireland, oh my God, so beautiful. But
So,
there,
is there one place in the world that you haven't been that you really want to see?
yep, uh,
What is it?
Machu Picchu, and anything that has to do with like ancient stone buildings. But I would love to be in Peru. I would love to see it. I don't know if I'd want to stay. but I would really love to go there. And Puerto Rico, because that's where my daughter-in-law is from, and her family goes every year, and it's just a beautiful thing. And my son has been now with my granddaughter like 3 times, and I just want to go next time. So just a couple
So
places.
that should be your next trip.
Well, it should be. I've been to Switzerland. I would go back there in a heartbeat. I would live there, actually. It's so beautiful. Switzerland is like, who was it that used to always say they wanted to take Jody Sue to Switzerland? Who the heck was that?
I don't know. People wanted to take her everywhere.
I know. No, there was one person though that was here that was always like, "Well, you, me, we're going to Switzerland." And I was like, "Hey." Um, let's see. I've got to find. Hold on. I put my other pair of glasses down, and I'm sorry I did now. Trying to read these. Okay, mud pie. Oh, you're in Essington? Ah, so my
Hometown.
son lived in Philly
Hometown.
for a while, and Philadelphia is one of the most beautiful cities I have ever in my life seen. It's scary in places, but what a beautiful, quaint little place to be. And I grew up right around Boston, so like Cambridge and Boston, that area, they are so gorgeous. They look very English, old brick and really just beautiful. But I don't know where Essington is, but I'll tell you what, Philadelphia for me was the beautiful, beautiful place to walk around and to be like thrilled with the height of the buildings and everything. Except then they won the Super Bowl while we were up against them, and that was kind of obnoxious and difficult because they're not very nice about it.
So you're
Philly
into
winning the Super
football?
Bowl.
Are you
What?
into football?
I was. I have lost it. I was a diehard Pats fan until we lost Tom, and then I'm like, nope, hold on.
Yeah, I
And they
stopped
were like,
watching football years and years ago. I
oh,
think
I
when
was.
they I think when they started treating the quarterbacks like they were, like
Neat.
not to be touched.
Oh,
When
okay, Mud
when
Pie,
they
I get it.
started when they started
Yeah, when
making
they
all the
started being like
rules.
elite, I know.
Yeah, it's like, "Oh, don't hurt the quarterback."
Oh well, you
It's
know
like
what?
it was more fun watching them like get flipped through the air,
Crush.
you know?
Well, I think Tom Brady made a practice of getting sacked, so that must have been fun for you. He
Nah,
wasn't very good at getting
I
protected.
think I stopped watching somewhere, I don't know, after the Bears won the Super Bowl, like way back when.
Oh, that was a while back. Well, the
Long
only
time
reason
ago,
I
yeah.
actually I'm a New Englander, so we have like the Bruins and the Pats and the Celtics, right? And my son got into football and then got me into it as like a practice. Like, this is who this is, this is who that is. Some of the players were just like amazing to me. Like, there were certain players that were just so good at what they did. And then I started really liking them as people. And hi all day. Sorry, we're already in the middle of a giant chat and I just almost lost my spot. But he took me to a game. This is actually how he met his wife. His wife's mother gets annual tickets, and she's not a Pats fan. And her mother gave her a couple of tickets because she had them, and she's like, "Oh, I know someone who would love these tickets." And so she gave them to my son, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so thrilled! Like, can I give you a hug?" And she was like, "No, that's okay." This is the girl who's now his wife. "You don't have to hug me. We're good." Right? And they were on a flag football team together. But he took me for my birthday one year to the Pats game, and then I just couldn't stop. And I knew every player, and I knew all their plays, and I loved them, and I knew their statistics and everything else. And I would
Wow, you got into
scream.
stats and everything.
I would scream at the television. I could not watch football in the same room with my kids or my mother. My husband's like, "I've never heard you talk like that before." And I was like, "Because we had kids." And
That's
it
funny.
was bad. I was ballistic. And he used to make me buffalo chicken dip every time there was a Pats game. And there was nothing else I could do or wanted to. And I would yell at them like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then all of
You
a
know, I
sudden,
think I stopped watching the pros, but I did watch college. I love college.
oh, really? I haven't seen a lot of college, but what I have seen, I'm always like, "Oh, that guy's going to be good." Right. I like
Yeah.
picking the new people. But I'm telling you what, it has been sad to watch Boston fall down the hill. It's been really hard because we were really privileged for a long time to have, oh no, slightly obnoxious Eagle fans. My son ended up moving to St. Louis, and now he's like cheering on their baseball team, and like, it's so weird to see him change tracks.
I just
Oh, sorry, what was that? Did I lose you?
hold on 1 second. My
Oh,
earbud.
okay.
My earbud went out. Hold on.
Oh, I just heard something happen, and I was like, "What was that?" Yeah, mud pie. It was really intense. Like, my son was walking down. We went to a car show, which my dad and I used to do together. So it was like our big sort of like um, homage to my dad. My son and I going to a car show in Philly, and he was walking around wearing a Patriots jersey and all of his Pats gear, and he's a tall guy. He's like 6'3", and good kid. He wasn't like trying to start anything or anything, but people were pulling over in their cars and like leaning on the horn and yelling out the window at him, getting mad at him. And I was like, like, do you feel safe? And he's like, yeah, I'm fine. But it was pretty funny. The Eagles, they lit everything up green, and if you had a Pats anything on, they were just like being obnoxious and mean. But oh well, it was fun. I was glad somebody else won, to be honest, for a minute.
For a minute?
Well, because the Patriots have just made a practice of being in the top ranks, and there was so much controversy about it, and so many people literally hated Tom Brady that it got to be one of those you're quiet about how much you love him, right?
So you have a favorite team. Do you have a least favorite team, or just all of
Yes,
them that play
I
against your team?
do. No, I was wicked disappointed in Colorado because they were so nasty. Their players were nasty. They were insulting people. I like teams that hold each other up and are gracious about the wins.
Right.
And
And shake the other
I
team's
won't say the
hands.
name of it because I think it's kind of mean to even do that, but I can't support a team that isn't gracious, right?
Right.
Like, oh, we knew that we were going to be up against a tough team, and they did their best, and we did our best, and we just happened to have a couple of good plays, right? Oh my God, Mud Pie. Did you read that comment, guy?
Yeah. Oh, shit. I should be sorry, but I'm not. That's
What
so
a
funny.
crack up. Oh, I just got to know a
Mud
lot
Pie.
more about Mud Pie.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
that is so funny. That's so cool. Yeah.
I touched John Stamos' butt.
What a crack up.
Oh my goodness.
Well, this many years
Well,
later,
did he
is
recognize?
the thrill.
Did he
What?
recognize the touch, Mud Pie?
Oh, yeah. I was one of those tall redheads who, when people would walk by and I was waitressing and they'd grab my ass, I'd turn around and trip them.
I loved him so
You
much.
did? You loved him so much? Oh. Yeah.
Did he feel it, Mud Pie?
Oh!
Security did. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my God.
Mud
That's
Pie.
so cute. That is so funny. Well, that's a claim to fame. Oh my God.
Hang on to that memory. Sounds like a good one.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Yeah, I'll tell you. There are certain things. I mean, public figures can get away with a lot. Kind of bugs me when they think that's like they're right, but at the same time, there are things like that that just make you feel good.
I'm still tickled.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
And when did you say this was? Let me go back up.
Yeah.
Hold on.
80s.
80s. My goodness. You're still tickled, huh?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Did anybody get a picture of it? Because if there's no picture, it didn't happen.
Right. The 80s. The 80s.
I believe you, Mud Pie.
Yeah,
Stamos.
that's amazing.
And that was, let's see, 80s. That was when he was actually popular.
Right.
Very popular.
I think you're right. Oh my gosh, that's hysterical. I love it.
Hold on, I gotta make a cigarette. It might make some noise.
Okay. Oh, you make them?
Yep. Well, the machine does.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
I have never.
I have this big pickle jar that I have my tobacco in, and then I have this machine that I have, and then the filters, and they just kind of make themselves. But
Oh, that is cool.
yeah.
I've never been a smoker of anything. Just never been my thing. But I totally get it, and I don't know how anybody ever quits, to be honest. Although
I took
my
like
husband
20.
quit because my son was 7 and had asthma. He quit overnight after smoking for most of his life. So that was admirable. But yeah, I don't even know. I just have never been a smoker. Not my thing.
That's good.
Yeah, well, I guess I may live to be 90 and then I'll regret it.
You think you'll take it up at 90?
No, I'm saying our whole family has lived to be 90, and I'm not sure I want to go that far.
I don't want to go that far, but if I do, hey, whatever. My tenant, I had a tenant here up until like a couple of years ago. She was my grandmother's tenant, like when I was 2.
Oh my
She
God.
moved in. Yeah, and she got to be 96.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
my
know.
pie. I took like 20 pictures one over another because I was so excited. And in the 80s, you're talking about taking pictures with a camera, right? Oh my God.
You had one of those little Kodak cardboard cameras,
disposables, right?
Yeah, the disposables. Do they even sell those things anymore?
I really doubt it. I doubt it. Oh, I was gonna say on that note with the age, one of the things I watched, I really try not to watch TV during the day. I just have stuff maybe on in the background. But I saw a thing about
Mud
a
pie.
103-year-old lobster woman. If you want to see something funny and you want to hear a real New England accent, go watch it. I don't have a New England accent. I don't talk like a New Englander. This woman.
New Englander.
Well, and I can't even do it right. I'm not a
Oh, the Boston accent?
Yeah, the Boston. It's Boston. It's pack the car and, talk like.
Yeah, that's part. You should live in New York City sometime.
Oh my God, my son did.
It'll mix your speech patterns up big time.
Yeah. Well, I've been in New England most of my life. I've lived in California and Colorado also, but I've been everywhere. But my dad was a European businessman, and he taught us all to speak. They call it announcerese, which is like what the radio guys sound like. And it used to be a party joke, like where's Kim from? Let's see if we can figure it out. Nobody can figure it out. So,
I used to get asked all the time, where are you from? Where are you from? I can't
you
figure out that accent.
Like someone I know, and I can't place it.
Do you want me to talk some more so that you
Yeah,
can
no, I'm trying.
figure it out?
I'm just trying to think about you sound so much like somebody I know, and I just can't remember. If I could remember who it was, I'd think I'd know where from. But
no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would never guess. Nobody's gonna ever guess. For real.
All right. Yeah, you sound like a friend of mine named Denise, who lived in New Hampshire but came from.
I have never been in New Hampshire.
No, she just lived here after, but she ended up going home. I can't remember where it was. I don't know.
I've never been to the Northeast or the
Really?
Northwest.
Oh,
wait, Northwest. I guess if you call Alaska.
Oh yeah. Well, that'd be Northwest, all right.
Definitely. I think I've been in the Seattle airport, but
Well, that's
I
not really.
flew over Oregon.
Let's see.
So I sound like a Denise.
Well, no, like a friend of mine, Denise, that retired out of the same place I worked and then moved home with her family, and I can't remember where they lived. I can't remember. Can't remember. But anyway, so you have the
I
same
only sound like I'm
tone.
from Philly when I'm driving.
Oh. Oh, that's more like an attitude than a pattern, right?
I wonder what I sound like when I'm driving.
I don't know. That's one time when I'm kind of quiet. I don't know why. I'm not. Everyone says Massachusetts drivers are the worst. I was brought up in Mass, but I live in New Hampshire, and like I am always watching. I don't trust anybody on the road. I'm not nervous, but I'm always conscious.
Right. My uncle taught me when I was like 11. He taught me how to drive, and it was so cool. He
Oh,
was
that's
like the thing that I remember, like before I even touched the gas pedal, like he would do the pedals, and I would just steer
oh
in the
wow.
parking lot. He
What a
would
good
like,
uncle. Crap.
yeah, it was so cool. He would like aim me. He would aim me towards these poles and then have me steer out of it. It was
Oh my
crazy.
God.
It was crazy, but
That's
it was pretty
kind of
cool.
fun.
But the one thing he said, you know what? You need to pay attention to the person behind the person in front of you and the person in front of the person behind you. You really need to pay attention to that person. Meaning you have to watch what you're doing
Oh, absolutely.
and be watching everybody else around too.
My
Like,
dad took us out into like church parking lots in the snowstorms and made us do donuts.
that's what I'm talking about. He would do that. He would hit the gas and then he would like straight towards the thing and then let go of the wheel.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Those are the great lessons. My dad once hucked a handful of pennies at me, and when I looked down, he said, "Oh, nope, pull over, I'm getting out." And then I wasn't allowed to drive home. So he was like, "And no distractions. You don't pay attention to anything."
Oh,
He like tossed a
smart.
handful of pennies sort of into my lap and on the floor. Not like
And
threw
you
them
look
at me.
down. You
You know
look
what I
down.
mean? But I looked down, and he was like, "Nope, whoop, you're done."
That's it.
That was a good lesson.
Monitor those mirrors.
That's right.
And don't forget that blind spot.
Oh God, I'm telling you. I feel like I
What
want to
is
say I'm a
this
good driver, but I'm afraid to say it because something will happen.
absolutely Stevie? Stevie?
Stevie. What is that, Stevie? Stevie Nicks? Stevie Ray Vaughan? No, that's Stevie with an E. I
Stevie?
saw him a
Stevie?
couple times. Oh God, I was so sad when Stevie Ray Vaughan died. That was one of the hardest. Just like I can remember where I was when Walt Disney died. I can remember where I was
He
when
died?
Walt Disney.
I'm kidding.
Oh my God, you're so funny. Yeah, there were like a few people that just like struck me really hard. It was terrible. So, and
Celebrities. I think the one that struck me the hardest was Robin Williams.
me too, and John Ritter. The two of them. When John Ritter died, I was like, "What?" Like he was like everybody's dad. He was such a sweet guy. That
Ritter?
was horrible. John Ritter, yeah. The one
Everybody's
from
dad?
Three's
What?
Company, and he was like, what was the name of the show? It was, um, oh my God.
I think the last time I watched him was Three's Company. He wasn't a
Well,
father
no,
in
he
that.
was in a show about, um, he was a
Amy
dad to
Winehouse.
girls. Oh, Amy Winehouse is amazing. I've seen a lot of stuff about her lately too. For some weird reason, she's resurging.
Algorithms.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, who's crying? You're okay. You're okay. It's all right, old man. Every night I have to wake somebody up from a nightmare. They're like, "Whoa!" Yeah, Amy Winehouse, pretty amazing. There's a woman who sang one of her songs. It was really shocking. It was kind of like you'd never have expected this to come out of her mouth, but she's singing with a street performer whose name I've forgotten. But if you look up, like, woman pulls over on her bike and starts singing, she's wearing a bike helmet during the whole thing, and it's ridiculous because you don't think she's gonna be a good singer, and she turns
Wait,
out
let
to
me
be
write that down. Woman pulls
amazing.
over on a bike and starts singing.
Yeah, I might be able to find it. So there's a street performer who asks people to sing with him.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
Oh crap! I gotta run upstairs and grab my charger, or we're gonna be dead. Give me a second.
I just plugged mine in.
Oh, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right, she was. It's a shame to see how bad she got. I saw that video in New York. Yeah, I was a big Olivia Newton-John fan. When she went, I was like, that's so sad. Mud pie. Mud pie. Oh, wait, did you delete that? Where is it at? Ah, there it is. I went to a car show in the 80s. I love that. Touch John Stamos's butt.
That was perfect. It's gonna be the highlight of our night. All right, let's
Yes,
see.
dear.
Hold on, I gotta find a place to plug in. Give me 5 seconds here. Oh, my light bar is hiding. Come on, man. I don't know why I let myself get so well. You know, my vision is so challenged right now. It's so frustrating. Like, I can't see anything the way I usually do.
I'll never wash this hand again. Oh my God, it's probably molding off mud pie by now.
Oh my God.
I mean, that was
That's
40
hysterical.
years ago, 38, 40 years ago.
That's so funny.
Do you still have a hand?
Oh my God. Probably has fingernails as long as my hair. You should have like had a little tattoo of something put on your hand for it.
Her fingernails are as long as your hair. Oh my God, they're probably
Yeah,
curled
no,
up,
the lady on the
right?
bike was the video from New York. You're right. You're right, Mud Pie. And wasn't that amazing? Did you hear her sing? She sang a song about I'm no good. And she sang the Amy Winehouse song, I'm no good. And she sang another song. You still got it? She sang a different song. She sang 2 songs in a row, and it was shocking how good she was. And then halfway through the second song, a couple of guys with saxophones walked up. Oh yeah, Suzanne Summers just passed away only 3 days ago.
Yeah, it was just real recent.
Yeah, real recent. That was sad. So if you can find it, Di, it's a woman in New York.
I'm looking right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna look.
And
Woman
woman on bicycle. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it. I can find it. Because I watch this guy kind of often.
Bicycle. Woman doing tricks on bicycle.
No. It's like so this guy asks people to sing with him.
Woman on bicycle sings national anthem.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This is weird. All right.
It's like, hang on.
Let's see what's in my algorithms right now. Probably nothing. I I
Oh,
actually
here we
don't
go.
have
Mystery lady. Just type in mystery lady
Mystery
jumped off
Lady.
her bike to sing this. It's Guitaro 5000. And he is a street singer and he gets people to sing with him. He'll say, "Want to sing a song with me? Come on, sing a song with me. It'll make you feel good."
Oh, Don Tolliver, Masego, and Don Tolliver. Is
I
that what you
don't
said?
know.
Oh, what the heck is that? Masego.
Mystery lady jumped off her bike to sing this, but it's under Guitaro 5000 and she's amazing.
Oh, here it is. Mystery Lady jumped off her bike to sing on my mic.
Yeah. Now I've got to go back and find out where I was because I
Guitaro
can't. Yeah.
5000, Prince and more. Actually, oh, look at this. Grandma melts my heart when she sings this.
Yeah. He has such fun with people. He's actually really good at what he's doing.
Woman wakes up in the coffin at her funeral.
Oh,
my goodness.
please. Oh no, that's so far out of the.
That's creepy. Why is that on this?
I don't
YouTube?
know. Probably because you just typed in woman.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, these are sick.
Yeah, don't.
So is it the
started.
lady who looks like
She's wearing a bike helmet.
she's got big teeth? She's got a hat under her helmet. and
She's
there's
wearing an actual bike helmet.
There's a
It's
dude
hysterical.
playing what is that? A construction guy behind her?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get back to where I was for StreamYard. I don't know how I lost it, but I did. Where am I? Oh, here I am. Okay, I'm back.
Where am I?
I'm plugged in, thank heavens, because otherwise I'd be dead. I'd be gone. So poor Jody Sue. She left us in charge and we're just yakking away.
She's back. She's back there laughing at us. Are you kidding?
She probably is.
She's got her she's got her camera off, her mic off, and she's just kicked back laughing at us.
I swear I just walked in. I couldn't.
Oh, see? I knew it.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That's okay. We were talking about Mud Pie touching John Stamos's butt. I mean,
yeah,
seriously.
she's waiting in the back. She's waiting in the back chat to be let up.
Not really, just walked in. I was getting wood and doing dishes.
Listen, we were trying to we can't get Mud Pie up. She's supposedly still background waiting, but
come on up, Mud Pie. You got to shut off
let
your
Mud
YouTube
Pie up. She's
after
got a
you
great
come up.
story for you.
All right. Well, hold on.
Because apparently we don't have the
Capability. I don't see you back there. I see you too.
Oh,
come on, Mud Pie. Come back up
there.
Turn your YouTube off once you turn your StreamYard on.
Okay, hold on. Like I heard her. Maybe. Okay. Turn her on. And there we go. She should be.
We had a little fun in your absence, but it,
Hey, you're good. I swear. There we go. Because I had to get my bougie ass for tonight,
Mm-hmm.
I swear while I'm sitting there, there's
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh my gosh, Mud Pie. Now I know your voice. I'm so happy.
There's like an echo.
Yeah, turn your YouTube off.
So I want
Bear
to
with
try
me
some
one
of that bougie
second.
ice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me turn that down, turn this up. Oh shit, what'd I fucking do?
Uh-oh. Somebody cursed.
Oh, I am there. Okay, hi guys.
Hi.
Oh, this is sweet. Thank you for inviting me.
So you have to tell Jody Sue your claim to fame from the 80s.
I try to be on my best behavior around Jody Sue. Okay, here we go. So in the 80s, there was a car show in Philly, and I went because John Stamos was going to be there. And I was so excited that I just took one picture over another the whole time. And then when he was getting ready to leave and his security was ushering him out, I snuck behind him and slid my hand down his back pocket.
She copped the feel.
I
The
did.
visual
So
is beautiful.
I shared.
And she hasn't
And I
washed
know
her
that
hands
I should
since.
be sorry. I said I should be sorry, but I'm really not.
Oh my
It was
God.
fun.
I'm so glad to know about this. That's hysterical.
No, I'm glad I got up. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's about time, I think, huh?
I know, right? Oh, I'm
Jody,
super
are you
shy.
chatting us or are
Actually,
we-
my friends can't even believe I chat online. I've never done any chat or anything like that before.
Oh, well, I have to say, my twin can't handle any of it, and when I do, like, say that I'm gonna mod for Jody Sue or anything like that, she's like, "Oh, just like, well, don't, like, find another room," kind of a thing. And I'm like, wait, this isn't that bad, but it is a new world. It's a whole new world.
I like
It
how
is.
she, like, you have to go to a whole nother room.
Yeah, I told you that. Remember when I'm down there with her, I can't even like listen to you in the same room because she can't handle it. She doesn't.
I
She's just.
I don't blame her, and I'm me. I don't blame
I
her.
know. Well, it was tough because the only other place to go is the grooming barn, and there's no Wi-Fi out there, so I was kind of crippled down there. But she's doing
Kicked
much
off to
better.
the grooming barn. That's bad when you're kicked to the grooming barn.
The grooming barn, I know.
What is a grooming barn?
She grooms dogs, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's dogs. It's not anything weird, but no, it's a
No,
beautiful, actually, it's a really nice setup. It really is very lovely. But it's where we groom giant golden retrievers. It's like one big wet hug.
Retrievers. Nice.
Hmm. So yeah,
I've been watching a lot of dog grooming videos lately. It's very popular.
it is, and it can be really gratifying, when you're doing it and when you're watching it, if the groomer is kind. There are
Yes.
some groomers that I don't like to watch that are just kind of too disassociated or rough on the dogs or whatever. But anyway, yeah.
but now wait a minute. John's
What?
famous. It's like he was famous for the Full House and all
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
But that,
Blackie on General Hospital.
but
Oh
that,
yeah, he was on General Hospital.
right. That's what he would have been doing in the '80s prior to Full House.
Oh yeah.
I forgot
Yeah.
about.
No, he wasn't Full House in the 80s?
No, that didn't come till the '90s.
That's right, because my daughter used to watch it, and she wouldn't have been able to watch it when she was little.
Mm.
Yeah, well, they played reruns forever and
No,
ever.
like, well, what would he have been famous for in the '80s? And then I forgot until you said that soap opera, whatever that was. Yeah, the
General Hospital. Yep.
I never watched soap operas, believe it or not. I just was never, I don't know, never
Is
could.
that one still on? General Hospital?
I
I
don't
don't know if any of them are on.
My grandmother used to watch One Life to Live, and I can hear the music in the background, like with her TV coming on and saying, I don't even remember it now exactly, but the One Life to Live.
My mom used to watch Days of Our Lives, and so are the days of our lives.
Oh, maybe that
And
was it.
so did
Maybe
you,
that was
because
it.
your mom did.
I
Yep.
bet you that was it. I think it was.
I
That's
My
know.
sister still watches those things. I think they are on cable or something. She
Ooh,
comes home from work and has her dinner, and then she turns on her soaps that she has taped.
her soaps. Oh my God.
I know for me, one thing's remained consistent, even as a kid. On the rare days, I guess I was, home or something to hear those coming on. Um, I would run out the door like I want to know. I
I
was
don't
like,
blame you. They were pretty intense. It was too much drama for me, and I always knew, like, they'd have one character come back as another character, and I'd
Oh
be
my
like,
gosh.
"That's bullshit. I know that guy is the same guy that was there, whatever." No,
Is
he's come back to life.
right, bro?
What was that?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Jafar's back here in the background wanting some attention.
Oh.
Who?
Benny.
Oh
Oh,
God.
what?
Well,
Hi,
Yeah.
Benny. Go away.
No.
I don't know.
I
Last
can't.
time he got to his attention, it was like
Yeah, this is not something I can manage in any form. So
yeah. I'm
gross.
just leaving you hanging back there.
Yeah.
Hey, keep yourself to yourself. I ain't got
We
nothing.
don't. In this kind group, we have no room for.
so more than likely they're streaming us somewhere just because they're like being dicks.
Oh, I'm sure they're learning a lot.
Football, crocheting, touching John Stamos's
He
butt.
must have had a feeling about me getting ready to reach out to Rayshawn and a few others. Must be on his spider senses.
Spider senses.
Yeah.
Well,
I
there's.
was excited to come back out from behind an icon for that, eh, Benny? I bet so, buddy. Good luck to you. May you have a second clinking bracelet still thirsty.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
anyways,
Oh,
let's see.
but I was at the store because I can only get my bougie eyes right, and
Your eyes.
so I did the dishes and got wood in, and I was getting my bougie eyes, and I swear to you, there's this. Oh, I noticed them when I pulled in. I keep an eye on the tags and the people there because they know there's really only one place to get this right, and it's a notorious spot. They know I'll be, so they kind of just are like. But tonight, I swear to you, one of them I noticed who was sitting there. So she's like, "Does that not look like 423 chased you?" I was like, it kind of fucking does.
Was it?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Eventually, the dude he was like, "Yeah, I think she's seen me sitting there," and I got his tag number.
Great.
And I go to the store; they keep an eye out for me anyway. But in the
Yeah.
meantime, there's a Washington County tag pulls in with a lady look on her. But anyway, this one finally gets out once I'm back outside and make sure to go back and he's a little too tall for Brad, but I swear he looks identical, bro. I was
Well,
like,
maybe he's got relatives in the area.
well, yeah, of course he does, obviously, but. And then this one, I mean, chocolate milk and just sitting there in the parking lot. Seriously, as close as you get, just eyeball deep,
Ugh.
staring. That wasn't weird at all.
No, of course not. Gross.
Chocolate milk at fucking midnight, just hanging out.
So how do you see the back chat in here?
Oh, you won't see the same view that Jody Sue does. It's like it'll say on our side. It says you're in the show or like you're backstage, and only the producer
Ben
can see you or something.
Oh, is that the one with the lock on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I rarely look at it. I don't even think I ever really look at it. But apparently tonight, now there's swept over. Benny's like, he comes in peace. Yeah, no.
Disgusting. There is no peace in that person's mind. Never mind. Sorry. I
I
won't.
was
I don't care who hears me say it. There is just nothing from the first moment that was disgusting me.
well, I was listening to his, and some calls and all these other things, going back through stuff while I've been a little sick. And you can go all the way back for years on YouTube with that one, but I was listening to some of the ones where he was in Classic and Sinceres, and listening to police call him mentally ill, and he was no good in this. It was like, oh yeah, I forgot about those moments.
That was.
They're like, we know who he is, what he's been doing, how he's fucking up case. We know.
Yep.
I mean, how many times you gotta be told that's what this? I just.
No one had to even tell me, and I knew. It got me, lost me a bunch of friends real quick, but you know what? I will always be grateful. That was disgusting. Still is. You know, you get one creep off the road. Think about Vandersloot sitting where he belongs, and who's got other people still sitting out there who've done horrific damage to other people in very cruel ways, and they're still walking around like normal people, minus the normal.
Right. I don't know. Monsters have that habit, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And you know what? Justice has a way of making its way through, right? We're seeing
Yeah.
it
Well,
today. We've been seeing it for years ahead because the horrific things you do don't leave. They follow you. So,
no, I think sometimes it feels like monsters will walk free forever while everybody else lives with the damage and all everything that's done. But eventually, time
yep.
has a way.
Yep. I believe that'll happen.
I just don't understand why, with
Mike
all
is
the energy they put
currently
out,
hiding sausage.
they should just do good. I don't understand why they choose to do bad rather than good. I can't wrap my head around it.
We've talked about this a number of times. Jody Sue has said that she spent a bunch of time, I've done it myself, trying to tell people who are just out for destruction, if you would just do one kind thing instead of putting all this energy into the negativity and the horrific damage of other people, imagine what good could be done in the world. Just imagine. I think any one of us who have empathy have tried to help monsters.
It's going to take more than just one time, though.
It's going to take them hitting bottom and finding no good in anything and being able to find a way out.
And they'll always blame somebody else. They'll always
Absolutely. Yeah. It's always someone else's fault.
Look at Dawn and them. It's always my sisters or my childhood or my man. We've all had bad lives. Look at my monster's still over here revolving, but I'm not like everything's fault. I mean, like, you know, it's like shit. You know? It's like, but then again, I'm not living my life like they do it to explain their wrong deeds and the cruelty to other people, you know?
Yeah, it's
Well,
an
my
excuse.
mama did this or my daddy did that or whatever, and it's like, okay, all of us have had family issues, this issues, that issues. We don't walk around being cruel to other human beings.
Right. Matter of
Exactly.
fact, most people it teaches empathy because you understand what it's like to be that far down.
Right, and I don't go about blaming. It's like, yeah, it's like I was listening to some very old calls with Dawn and stuff like this morning too. And it's all it is. It's well, my sister's it's my dad that so and so this and this is why. No. You know, we
You
all
have a
have
choice. He
happened
had a
to us.
choice.
That doesn't mean you get this pen to then go back and this permission slip that goes, okay, now you can be cruel or do bad things, or that your addiction is, or that this is, or that is. Everything in your life is still a choice. We all have these experiences. Nobody's life's perfect, no parents, whatever. That doesn't mean you get to go spread the cruelty and the pain and then blame it on your own.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I keep thinking, you know, it's sad because the first thing that always comes up for me is where is his mother? And then I go like, oh, maybe, you know, that's a terrible thing to say, but one of my first lessons to my children was empathy, period. If you can't learn to empathize with another human being, then you're not living well.
That's the thing. I don't ever remember having to my children. I never had to be like, oh, here's empathy. Here's what this is. Here's how you
No,
had it naturally. But
right.
like I spent almost 3 decades of my life in every damn conversation, or after I'm beat or while I'm pouring blood, trying to explain to a grown man why they should, what empathy and basic human things are. And then you realize at a certain point you're being gaslit, word salad, it's a way and a tactic to keep you going around. You know, when you don't have to do that with children, you bird, they naturally come with these things, but then these monsters make you waste your time and life and breath explaining basic human, and not even just human, but even animals have these things.
Right. Exactly. That's
You
exactly.
know his name. And Monster, like, eventually he'd be like, yeah, it is. It's keep you doing whatever. It's like, yeah, that's what the fuck I thought. And then that game stops, but then, things pick up. But, you waste your life with monsters trying to think they'll change, or, you parent them as a partner or whatever you are around them more than you ever parent your own children. You're always finding yourself having to explain basics of humanity, empathy, love, that nobody should have to.
No, you shouldn't. Well, no child is automatically born a bigot or a bad person or an abuser, but for some reason there's a point where things change, and they have a choice. Though there's going to be a choice, and even a psychopath can see the better way if they're looking for it.
Yeah.
If they're not looking for it, if it's just easier to keep abusing others and being cruel and saying horrible things, I don't know. I just don't see any way to control the kind of behavior that's come out of Floppy. He's some of the most disgusting things I've ever heard in my life have come out of that mouth, and it's not something I ever want to hear again.
That, like my own and others and other people who have suffered at the hands of folks like that, from children to partners to parents to anyone unfortunate to come into contact with them.
Yeah.
The thing is that you will always suffer. No, I'm sorry, arc will ever be permanent. Everything is fake. There's nothing real other than, and I hate to always say like monster because it separates them from what they're. They are just human. They're just terrible ones.
Yeah.
Um, you can't fix it. You can't love it right. You can't show it better right. There's no, and there's nothing you can do with that, but waste your own life and time doing so.
But we are trained to try, and it's sad. I mean,
beyond that, and it is though. It's like, man, if I seen, as a mother, even if I seen my own children behaving in ways like that, I'd be like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, I wouldn't sit beside them like some of these parents sit, or have to know what these creators, are, because a lot of them are exactly like Floppy and Monster. It's just harder to tell. The females here,
oh,
I think a
I'm
lot of
telling you.
it's hard for them to tell between like mint julep drama queens and the monsters they are too, because they are indeed abusers and very real criminals, and
Yep.
they too are fixable. But their parents, they're like, oh, my mom and dad, and they're like, I'm like, man, how as their parents and things are they sitting there watching, like, who in the hell raised these people? And why are they looking at them? Were they doing this to others? And they're like, oh, yay, they're saving the baby. They're doing whatever. I mean, there's no way.
There's one that we talk of often who has both mother and daughter in their chat, and
Yeah.
both are cheering them on for being bullied.
That's
It's
terrible.
sad. It is sad. And you think about it, and these kids are being brought up to believe that this is the way of real life. Like we talk about how, YouTube's a whole new world and people don't understand it. Certain people don't understand the influence it can have. Well, look at the multi-generational trauma that people's children are going to have out of the fact that their parents were involved in this. There are a lot more kids than we even know about who are going to be traumatized for life and living,
A lot of these creators, because their level of involvement in what they do, though, to hit at us or discredit or put out negatives, they'll be like, oh, Jody Sue did a 6-hour live stream, right? she must not be taking care of XYZ. That's untrue. It's no different than any other person out here going shopping, having a day alone, or work shifts. It's no different,
Yep.
right?
I worked 2 jobs during most of my kids' lives, and they both felt like I was there for them. I'm shocked. Like, talking to my son, he's like, "Oh my god, now I get it about how hard it was to whatever," and I'm like, "I had 2 jobs when I was raising you. You've got a wife and family and friends and a daycare and, you know, and you think it's hard now, but
Like,
it."
have the luxury of being like, oh, hey, you guys, wait 3 hours so I
Right.
can, you know, family time. But these creators will tell their kids to be quiet, they'll tell their husbands to be quiet, they'll do whatever for hours while they're on live streams. Then, because we can all tell they're modding for each other all night, all day, well, that means they're not with their kids fully, doesn't it? And then
Yeah.
if you actually happens behind the scenes with all these creators and how they're always calling, they're always watching, they're in the Discords, they're in the other platforms, the Patreons, the TikToks. I mean, they literally eat, breathe, and shit this place 24 hours a day. So, in what capacity can they actually be with their partners, families, or children? And if they are, their children are sitting there listening, breathing, eating
Oh
this for
my
kids,
god, I can't imagine
parents,
some of the
plotted.
things they hear.
And their children, unlike ours, their children don't have to be aware.
Nope.
I mean, of these horrific situations and cases around the world. They do not have to watch or listen to their parents make these horrific decisions to plot and plan and bully and laugh and giggle, whether it be online at the time of live streaming or in the background. Horrible things to do and real life crimes and blackmails and all these things, and to normalize that to the youngest of brains. Um, that right there is horrifying.
How, when you think about the idea that certain kids are sadly thrown into the middle of something horrific like this and have to remember it for the rest of their lives, and these other kids, like you said, it's like having your kid watch murder on TV. Who would really want to do that? Who would want their kids to have that perspective on life? It seems so irresponsible.
It is. I mean, ours, like my son, my daughter,
You'll never
Marlene,
get.
others in the community, they can't log off.
Yeah.
They have been through this traumatic experience, plus the ones this YouTube group have done to them and their parents and families and community, and forever changed their ways of life. Right?
Yeah.
They have no escape. They don't just log off and go, okay, these creators' children. I mean, I don't know what their parent. Our children are real to this. Their children, they've brought into it and they listen to them do this, and as parents they're normalizing the bullying, the targeting, crimes, the stuff they're laughing and giggling about. I worry about the human beings they are.
Yeah, they're raising. And think about it, some of these people have already openly admitted that they were abused. So why would they want to put a child in their care? I was one of the things I remember so clearly about being a mom is that I promised myself I would never say or do certain things around my daughter so she would never have to live the things I lived. It's our first zone of protection is to hope we keep our kids safe. And in the case of people who don't have kids, that we keep people around us safe. I mean, I spend time trying to keep my mother safe from certain things on the news and certain things that are going on, whatever politics or whatever, because she obsesses over them. It's a role that we take as people who've been exposed to damage done. And you either take the role of keeping others from feeling that horrible thing that you've already witnessed and been through, or those people that take a role of exposing everybody else to it because they had to see it, you're not a healthy human. That's not a healthy thing to do.
No.
It's like
Yeah,
that
I
old
mean,
policy of if you were abused, you think other people should be abused because you were. That's not a healthy thing.
I don't even think they think about it half the time, but it's like, man, they stand there and they're like, oh, okay, imagine what so and so's kids around this had to go through, what they had to hear, listen to. It's like, man, you know what? My kids didn't have to go through. They didn't have to go through me. Ever like inserting in a real traumatic event for real people that really know the and all these horrific things, and then bullying the shit out of them or committing crimes against them. You know, and I'm like, but that's what these creators are doing, man, to their kids and others around them, and
Oh,
it's like, and they don't have to experience that, but these creators are doing that.
hand feeding it to them. Your daughter was very eloquent in the way that she expressed herself about who was doing what. It isn't like these are just blank faces on a YouTube screen. These are people, and she knows that that's people doing these very specific things against other people. And there's injustice in it. And fortunately, the ones you've raised are standing up and saying, there's no justice to this. Why are you doing this? With the platform you have, you could be doing good. Just like we were talking about. With the visibility you have, with the platform you have, with the um, kind of with the options that you have in your hands, and here's what you're doing with them, right?
And it's like she knew. It's like everybody gave her, they tried to attack her on that front too when I let her speak briefly because she was like, if you don't let me speak, I was like, fine, whatever. But, you know, like, I don't know if they think my child's stupid too, but it's
No,
not the case. She was well aware who Scott and Tim were on panels, so not only is she facing that,
I
well,
know.
she, much like myself's like, hey, you get it yet and what you're doing? And she is fully aware of who those two are and how they've played in it. And here they're acting like she's an idiot or like the world's an idiot, using her for their whatever when necessary. But but it's like, she's calling you out, you know, and say, oh,
It was kind of funny because like they really kind of didn't get it.
uh-uh.
I was
I'm
like,
like,
that was
I
so
don't know.
pointed.
My child knows you worked with her abuser the entire time, her and her brothers and mine, and you're still helping him, and we know what you're up to. She's not an idiot, and she knows for fact because she was in court where you are mentioned and put on paperwork as a group working with her abuser to target us, who and what you are.
She knows
She
exactly what
sees
she's
these
talking about.
Reddit posts, she comes face to face with all this stuff, no matter how clean we try to make devices. She knows who and what these people are. She's not an
Yeah.
idiot.
No, not at
They
all.
missed it like they missed it. Like she is telling you, she's fully aware of who all you are and what you've done.
And
You
no
know,
person is ever going to come in peace after having done and said the things that were done and said. That's ridiculous. So
I know they're gonna come for more material or narratives or
just
clicks.
why even show your face at all? I mean, there's obviously no sense of embarrassment or conscience there,
Mm.
right?
And I
No,
can't even imagine how she feels. You know how bad it is when somebody goes after your mom.
No
So this whole
kidding.
time
Yes,
she's been
yes.
having to deal with everybody going after Jody Sue. I just cannot even imagine. Oh,
And well, you heard her say it. Who is your mom? She's kind, she's I mean, when I think back on that whole I just got goosebumps head to toe when I heard that young lady speaking about her mother. And think of us and our mothers. Imagine us trying to defend our mothers. Like, don't you
yep,
understand? Like, she has cancer and she's my mother and she's kind and she's a good human. And to have to even to be put on a stage and have to say that. Like,
yep,
what would you say if you could say it? And then to have it pulled to pieces by somebody else the next day.
same
It's
too. She knows have even targeted me for murder. Are
yeah.
back here trying to tear at apart again. while she can clearly see they're still friends with and working with her damn abuser.
Well, and to
Other
have a
than-
brain and be stuck in that position, in my mind, is one of the cruelest things they've done to her.
Well, I've told both of these kids, they're like, man, this is playing a role in your health. You can't get service, Mom. You know, we want to speak out. We want to speak. And I have so many friends here that are like, from the beginning, we want to speak out. But let us up. I'm like, no, we're not going to do that. I can do this walk alone. All they'll do is figure out who you are and eat you. Your family's
That's
destroyed.
right. That's
I'm
true.
not going to do it to you. So please ever unmask yourselves and hide yourselves. Don't come forward. There's nothing you can do for me here. All that will end up being done is you get eaten and destroyed too. Your children doxxed. All of you. And none of these people who want to hate me, you're not going to change any of their minds.
Right. Right.
I told
And
my
that's
children the same thing. I was like, I'm fine. I can handle this. If I couldn't, I wouldn't be here. I will be okay, you all. Worry about each other. You keep each other safe. Do not worry about me. It's
right.
my job to worry
Just
about
like Mud
you.
Pie said, how could we, if it were our mother, how could we hear people talking that way about her, knowing what we know, being who we are, being raised by that person they're insulting and taking to pieces and trying to discredit? I mean, there's such a human message there. And to hear, that thing you played last week, I didn't get to hear it when it was live. I had to hear it after. But I am telling you, listening to that guy speak, that's what I see when I hear about people like Cam and Floppy and Scott, who are willing to get up there and insult women and call them names and say horrible things about their friends and family. I'm not just going to come after you. I'm going to come after your effing family.
Yep.
That's the kind of
Oh,
people
that was
we're dealing
horrible.
with. That's who's in the background saying, I come in peace.
The
Right?
thing is, though, they've done the same thing. You've seen the post where, like, we're going to push Jody Sue to suicide. No, you ain't. You have no hope in hell of that ever happening. And
As
you're
if
not going to false
loser.
fit me. You're not going to do any of these things. You can try. I mean, I don't know. And they literally, you have a couple of creators here who have done that in the drama community before.
Exactly.
They are technically murderers.
Yep.
And they will go to that length. And look what they've done on that front where it concerns us. These
Well,
people, criminals, and it's
I
like,
hope they face a day in court. I hope justice comes up against these people, even if it's years later, because it's all there. That message that Floppy put up in the background about how if it doesn't work this time, we'll just go do it again. That's
yes.
real stuff. It's really there. It came from him. And
And all of us who have all these recordings have been working for and towards the goal of getting things done for this crap online. And in real terms, with these creators, the recordings as they ran them in these live streams and all these things sent back and forth in background, all of so that we've been able to obtain, and look at Susie and all these others being at certain points, being like, yeah, we were
right.
part of meetings, we were part of these groups where they were planning to do this to Jody Sue for days or XYZ or whatever, and they're telling you outright they plan and do these things to harm real people in real life. That's not entertainment. And then when people won't comply, like Susie or others, or at certain times, or they're meant to look like they're suddenly pro-Jody Sue, hoping that it'll manipulate me into, come here, dear, come closer, said the spider to the fly, like a man.
Right. You can come to me.
Right. I'm like, it's like they're in that bullshit lawsuit phase. I don't know what part chicken Susie Ellen thought I was buying that bullshit, but, uh, you know, I wasn't having it. So
And,
it's,
I was just thinking that included your daughter too. Naming her cat.
yeah,
Naming her own cat. And somebody
and
goes and decides they're going to get a lawsuit against you because you've insulted their dead child? What? And
Now,
that
and
your daughter is going to remember that for the rest of her life. It isn't like it doesn't include the children.
on top of that, picking the exact date on purpose, and I was told by the court this was done. This was not it just coincided to be, it happened to be the date. It was handpicked for that to be to where I would have to attend court, and they thought it would make me miss my eldest and wouldn't be able to say goodbye. That was done on purpose.
Oh my God.
And the whole plan from the beginning was they knew I knew a certain person, so when it did come up, then to basically put it to where another judge was requested. Well, the only one there besides is the one handling Mine and Monsters' other shit. And then to drop it. That way it couldn't be argued. And that way it was just sitting there so you could read it and think whatever the fuck about me, right? And here's Stick being kin to him, neither of them be able to stand each other. Yeah, I mean, the whole gross setup of all these people has been just,
Well,
yeah.
so yeah,
In,
let's see who and how often they come in peace. That's bullshit. It's like when you get a spam caller and you take the phone off the hook and just let it sit there for a couple hours.
the thing is about Floppy and others like PM is that people know, especially other creators who have, and members, mods, pick me, their favorites, etc. in their own little channels. The thing is they know how far they'll go, and they've participated in it, and so they are fucking terrified of them. There is true terror there because Floppy really knows no bounds. Neither do a couple of other creators. Now, some will try to skirt away. I've watched some of these creators that have participated in shit burn out real quick and get scared of how far things are going. They start realizing some of them that they've been roped up in and they kind of fall away or try to walk away. But they are fucking terrified.
I think that's what happened to CZ at that one
They
point.
should be
When they saw all
terrified.
that stuff. Yeah, they should be. I agree.
Me, I'm like, I'm like, dude, I just, yeah, these people have gone so far as trying murders. I'm like, whatever. They forget that on a daily for decades, escape being murdered. You know?
Well, I have to believe that
Yeah,
justice will be served.
being prosecuted for it, all of them, because they really did break federal laws, doing what they've done just with that thing alone, not including working openly in front of the world in a group effort against federal law to terrorize, harass, etc. Thought they were going to get away with it for entertainment and fair use purposes. I mean, they fucked all this up and made it worse by doing it online, honestly. But, these people will, if they go to dark, and then they've got these other creators that do have, I mean, like, think about it. We've lost everything, right?
Oh,
And
God.
so, through people who are at a certain level, and these other creators are still hidden their lives. Moms, aunties, children, their communities don't know who and what they're doing online for hobbies. They're falling through crime. They do not want to be outed, especially doing, what they've been doing. And they know Floppy and him are fully capable of doing that. And it surprised the shit out of them. But they were fine. They were just fine doing it to people in open and active investigations going through the worst shit in the world. But they don't want it done to them, and it terrifies them. They have everything in the world to lose. by being annihilated by floppy or TM. You know?
Just don't dox my kids. You know, it's the whole thing is just so sad. If any one of them owned a real mirror, they might be saving themselves. But
Now they look at it and blame the damn mirror.
yep, it's amazing to me how many people have literally done the damage that they're finding done to themselves, and they're so angry when someone does it to them. But that was my mama. It's like,
Right?
really? Really?
Mhm.
You know, I think, and for a good number of us who have been here with you and seen what's actually happened, and all the people here in this room right now are well aware of the damage that's been done and how repeatedly it's been done. And you've been kind at times, and you've just been listening because you had to, and you've let people back in just because it's easier to, explain something again, like you were always taught to be kind, etc. We can try and educate people as much as we want, but they are just literally there for the flair. And
There's people, I think, because I always laugh at it. But when I say we or I or mention repetitively, the murder, the this, the attempted that, I don't mean to solely concentrate on us because it's not about just us.
I know.
It's about this entire community and the surrounding Trustees area. It's about those that you here in this realm, these people who are just looking for a tribe and friends, and those they were able to take advantage of that were lonely, and especially during pandemic, and get them wrapped up in crimes before they knew what they were participating in. And now it's too late, and these people are terrified, and the scams they run. I mean, it's not just about us. It's what they've done to law enforcement. It's
Yep.
what they've across the board in so much case into that entire community, and it really does have an effect that's longer than them hiding all their live streams and backing away and tying up loose ends. For them, they can do that. That community is literally changed for good now, for generations, forevermore. You have people that were once free now living behind what mountain prison walls, kids afraid to go out, and not just because some are vanished, but because of what these tragedy pimps have done while they come back to y'all going, oh, but the neighbors were so welcoming and they did appreciate us here and they shook our hand. It's like, yeah, I
Oh
don't
my
think
God.
they can. Because I'll tell you, the same neighbors look at me and they're like, man, if I could punch you some bitches in the mouth or vanish them into the fucking dark, I done so. And they're like, don't stop speaking. It's Southern polite. It's a get the fuck off my lawn. And they're sick of them. And they have been. They do not want them in there. I don't give a shit how many videos they bring back local. Neighbors were just lovely and welcoming. Uh, I know uh, the real deal. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And um, they can tell that to whoever else, but I know better because I'm here. I'm on the ground, but it's like they have changed that place so many lives. And I mean it. Everybody's like, it always comes back to land, or why is she even talking about taxes? Because, well, they have changed it down to that level because of all the extra calls, all the bullshit they've created, and man hours and overtime and all this in someone's case they've created. It creates tax issues that. And then when you have to raise that up on people who are pocket poor but land rich, guess what goes first?
Yep.
And in that way, you've changed it up where they have to sell off or do certain things. And when they have to do that, then it creates issues for generations. They don't just have a place to put a house or where their grandma's house wasn't living at anymore. Then it creates them having to work 3 jobs instead of 1 job and being home with their children, who in the poorest of areas actually need more family time to keep them out of hollows and drugs and this and the other. I mean, the systemic way in which things like this can have an effect on the community and, life-wide for so many. People do not think about how far it could trickle down and the impacts. It's a lot more complex than, oh, well, we just left comments and chats and then went and had our life in a nice one in bed and whatever. And, well, we just log out. Yeah, you all just log out. But words count, they matter. And if others out here are, it's not just one sentence, it's not just one act of cruelty or throwing whatever at somebody. When there's 500 or 600 running in a room and everybody's just typing out whatever, and it gets people's reputations together, and it gets all these things and false calls and all this shit and services overused and budgets and everything inevitably, the trickle down effect. So what you say online does matter. The trickle down, what you watch these creators do for entertainment or riding around every time. How many times y'all think they can go to Ben Hill and film that same road?
Oh, Jesus.
How many times y'all need to see it? How many times y'all need to see Beach Creek, And they keep doing it. People keep helping them pick everybody else but or staying on track, and going with basics, newspapers, facts known, anything. It's just chaos. And it has a trickle down.
It has a long-term effect, absolutely.
And so in that way, I don't ever mean just we, but I also don't want to out neighbors or certain folks for what they're going through and make them identifiable. I mean, by what they're facing, and what they've gone through because of these people. I mean, in the very beginning, you have some of these creators literally trying to, basically kidnap elderly dementia patients because they have the wrong witness neighbors and stuff.
Oh.
And that being stopped by a lot of us and reaching out to others and calling it out for what it is. And then cops happen to be there when they, show up to do these things. I mean, it's gross what they've done. And, you have, it's insane what they've done to teenagers, their children, etc. as well. So I never just mean like my children singularly, but, as an example of Jesus that comes out of my mouth.
Well, I think it's pretty recognizable. I think it's obvious that you're speaking for your community as much as you are for yourself.
It is.
Exactly. Clear to me.
Yeah. I mean, I think you've done so much trying to keep people safe. That's one of the few, well, not only, but one of the reasons I'm really glad not to hear Scam and Allie talking anymore, because they would spill beans purposefully over and over. And even when you were saying, please don't say out loud,
right?
Like, come on, keep it to yourself. Or what do you, let's not, blah, 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 blah. And
then I gotta tell you, I watched him more than a few times out certain names. One with special needs family member that's obviously kin to my littles and monster and everything else, and just dox these people knowing, and I know he knows this person is extremely sensitive to change in any patterns, sounds, disruption, and very vulnerable to that in a way that they've already been experiencing life-threatening seizures for several years prior to summer vanishing. Any of those can kill them, and it's that bad. And to know that what he was doing when he was up there was attempting, for starters, to try to trigger me with half of that. But to then others out here in the world grab onto certain names and they go harass those people, knowing full well they had nothing to do with nothing, and to potentially cause a death that way was horrifying. And for me, it's hard sitting here just to speak out because I am fully aware of what double-edged sword I am. I know what the others are,
Yep.
and you do become aware to a certain degree that anything you say here will be clipped, edited, and used against you in some form, and nutters across the world will call it in. But
Or land on your doorstep.
yeah, and can cause chaos. I came to the conclusion when I heard, Dylan Round's mom, right? She said the same thing. She was like, I was like, at a certain point, right? Feds and Ellie and all them. Well, at least this place is attacking us, right? Instead of tampering maybe in a way more. But at a certain point, law enforcement, they go, this place it goes in a cyclical manner. They really do pull out their handy dandy notebooks and revisit the same garbage every few weeks. So in that way, Fed, Ellie, when they get these stupid calls, can go, and they don't have to waste time on it, right? They know they don't have to investigate it. They've already done so. You get what I'm saying? So, but Dylan's mom said, at least it keeps them, attacking us instead of, and in a way,
God.
it has, like, if they can attack me, shit on me, do the weird thumbnail shit, do whatever, Jody Love, Jody Sue, whatever the hell it is that week, then at least they're not out here headhunting the rest of the children down. At least they're not finding somebody else to make thumbnails about, right?
Yeah. But that's not
And
it.
nothing really new. And when Ellie and Seth, I mean, can you imagine how many calls and stupid shit they've heard about my double-edged sword ass over here? They've heard it all. It's all been called in.
We've seen some of it.
And so it's like they can be like, and I hate that. I despise that. But at a certain point they're like, click, right? And they don't have to clear that for the 4 billionth time. But I find it pretty disgusting that C&D and others here play together, including Floppy, Mullen, etc., in order to twist, turn, and make new shit out of stuff long known by feds and C&D themselves to take time off Summer's case, wildly enough, as her own parents, in order to target us with the feds. And I'm like, you fucking kidding me, bro? And these hoaxes and shit played. That disgusts me so very much.
Eventually, that should become, in my mind, some form of evidence that if
You
they
think
continue to obfuscate, they continue to cause chaos, they continue to muddy the waters, what are they covering? What are they doing? What is their purpose? And
that's
I'm
the
sure
thing.
they're thinking that way.
I've watched them do that from in person from 15th forward.
Yeah.
And
I've wondered if it was just clearly for reasonable doubt to throw it across the board everywhere.
I don't know. But
I
the
sure hope it works in
thing,
the opposite direction.
whether they've had anything to do with Summer vanishing or not, they would still be doing this exact same thing from the 15th forward.
Hmm.
Do you
And I
mean that
know
that's their personality in general, and you think that would be their natural behavior regardless, or
I have
is it?
proof of that
Oh,
this is what they have done several times a year, every time, even down to the Dudley show. That
oh,
setting of coworkers or the saving of and all these things are just larger repeats of what they've done on a smaller scale the entire time we've known them.
wow.
The chaos created and the trying to get in front of and blame someone else or set people up. It's also not new to them, and I have proof they've done it before. The dog trail shit, stolen shit on the hill, the oh it's parked down here shit, not new either.
Wow.
None of it is.
That's frightening.
Now, the difference is during all of those events every year, you know they're guilty of some degree, right? Like they set up and fire a certain person, rob them, do whatever. Candace the boys come in, do the job, but then they often will report these people to LE. They'll swear something's stolen off the top of a hill during a certain set amount of time. Um, car always parked in the same area, all this shit, right? And they were actually doing those things. They robbed coworkers, they set them up, they did whatever the hell it was. They fucked with other people out here in some capacity, you know what I mean? And I always got some sort of bend to it, but throughout the years, and then they would really try to get ahead of them or advance them and report them first or call on make it look like they done something like, oh, I don't know, stealing something precious off the top of the hill during a convenient short window. And, you know, but you know, when I hold the proof that in those things, they are indeed guilty of those, right? So, I don't know, but in this instance, I don't know, and I will not call either guilty because I don't know. For me, still yet, I have other bigger fires, puzzles. There are a few different suspects for me. Um, Several still digging into and trying to find whatever, but I reported and sent those things along to LA. They're aware of them, but I there are a couple other things that even I'm like, maybe this is more likely than any of those on top of that hill, but I keep all that pretty far away from this place just so it doesn't create more shit for those to be like, oh, but look, over there, time will pass, So, and I don't ever want to get anyone falsely targeted or, any of that either, but, they still yet, it wouldn't matter if they're responsible or not. For the 15th, they'd still be behaving in the same way. And
That's,
that's just how.
I feel like even if it were habitual that they had those behaviors beforehand, losing your own child would give you the opportunity to do everything you could to assist in an investigation and to be forthright and to try to allow any headway to be made that was available instead of throwing all these roadblocks up and making people, you know, look crazy and, all of this
I
garbage
tried to
going
have
on.
this conversation in the roadway with Candace. Is like, look, girl, this is horseshit. I think I'll just stop that.
Yeah.
You know, basically, and you know, I don't know.
And again, making themselves look like the victims, saying that everyone's out to get them, everyone's out to hurt them, everyone's done them damage,
And
instead
hey,
of
you see me like the rest come out here and start talking shit. I'm still not out of all the receipts and all these things, or
all
been
right.
on the entire trash. I still don't think a lot of things being done to C&D in this realm are right. But no, you never see me out here outright talking just drama trash, or like her and everybody else just targeting and picking at one. So I still, but if they want to fuck with me, then whatever. But I'm not gonna do it. And you're not wearing a brownie, you know. And
Well, I think exposing evidence and the truth is not the same as, calling people names or uh, starting rumors about them or anything else. I mean, things we've seen come from you.
cars in the yard. I think you've taken my daughter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good Lord.
like right, bro. Right.
We've heard you talk about the things that have really been said and really have been done, and you've shown us evidence of things that they've completely denied, like knowing you, things
I mean,
like
what?
that. That's not doing damage in any form whatsoever. I think it's clarifying.
Or me taking care of the kids, or me being like, hey, here, all these things I've said the whole time, like milk, bottle nipples, no night, all these things I've said that everybody's trying to discredit, I've shown receipts for.
Yeah,
Don't know me, hell. I ain't watched your kids, hell. I ain't fixing birthday cakes, hell. They ain't sneaking over to get food, hell. You know? Fuck
right.
you mean you don't know me? Like, fuck off,
Or you're
bro.
not having them walked home by your own children instead of letting them loose in a wood.
And it's like, but every step of the way, man, it's been tragedy pimps helping them out and targeting us to where people really march around going, oh, Jody Sue's always lying. Jody Sue's this, inconsistent that, or shit changes. I'm going to say as a whole, no, it don't.
No, it hasn't the whole time.
That's right.
So,
And those of
but
us who know and have been here know. I mean, they can say whatever they want, but actually the truth, I believe the truth will stand. I really do. I have to say, after all the garbage goes on, there's going to come a day when everything comes to light.
it's like that fairy tale stuff, right? And the black stuff by Chase and all these things, right? That Summer's been taken. Feds know where she's at. They're just leaving there for a little while.
I can't,
Bullshit. They would have her wrapped up and, you know, and out of wherever she's taken to. Like, you wouldn't even have a chance to, like, nobody would have known before the feds had their hands on Summer getting her. You know what I mean?
no kidding.
So that, and it just, but it then when they come out with that stupid call version of it, instead of just the blackmail version against me days prior, it got even dumber. And it's like, man, I wish that were the case. Like, she just been placed somewhere by some hero or whatever. Alright, we all know that's, and that's when I heard the call version come out. My reaction to that wasn't so hot, and it's because of it's just sick. It's sick, and the world would care enough about Summer to rescue her like that, but then leave the boys behind. What are they? Chopped liver?
Right.
Like, what? Excuse me?
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works, guys.
Like, nobody's gonna take just a little girl to rescue her. but not take the boys too if they're concerned about a bad environment. They're going to rescue them and take them to a better place, including your own grandma. No, you
Well,
know,
none of that sounded normal or reasonable. I shouldn't say normal. None of that sounded reasonable or logical to me at all from the beginning. And the idea that someone else would buy into it sounded even more ridiculous. Like, what the hell? Oh, are you
the thing
sure? Is
is,
this really what's happening? Where's your mind? Where's your brain?
I remember when Chase and Penny fed it to me. They're like, Narco, just stay quiet a certain amount of days. Just what I'm like, what the does that have to do with me, bro? Has no bearing on whether I'm quiet or not. I'm not. If that's the case, and feds have somehow told you that, bro, whatever, that's stupid as shit. You ain't feeding that to me.
And why
But
would you be feeding it to me in the first place instead of FBI, TBI?
right, I mean, like, what does that do with me staying offline for X minutes? Are you shitting me? No, it was blackmail, and it was gross. And I know that at a certain point, most likely, it was a theory or something built by somebody set out. Now, if anybody ever came up with that as a theory or a viable thing, I don't want them ever working around anybody ever. I wouldn't send that looking for my dog this
No
far,
kidding.
you
Well,
know.
it's really sad when you look at the humans that have been involved. Like, they certainly aren't the folks we'd want, like you said before, looking for us if we were lost.
Yeah,
It's,
none of these people hear that.
If
For
I
I'm
sure.
ever lost, leave me lost.
Mhm.
die.
For real.
You just be wandering in the woods, or
Yeah, just
yeah.
leave me alone. Leave me lost.
Oh,
Yeah, if
God.
anything ever happens to me, guys, in any way, even if the tragedy pimps have managed to get me murdered, don't y'all let them touch my case, okay?
Exactly.
I mean, like,
We
don't
got
let them
you.
do it.
Let the law enforcement handle it.
Well, that I think is the best thing imaginable. And then you got to also imagine that they were trying to handle it when all these stupid people stepped in. And
Within hours of some vanishing.
yeah, that's the part that gets me.
Hours.
Is like, don't we have to wonder how many possible leads were just lost by the fact that they intimidated people, or they overrode a situation, or they muddled it
Fake,
up, or
fake tip lines, fake tip boxes, fake law enforcement, fake feds. How
I don't know
many?
how there's not been any arrests. I don't understand it.
I am with you, Mud Pie. I'm
I
with
don't
you.
get it.
I don't either. Even the SWAT calls, like when you think about that, that is actually truly illegal. Uh, I don't know how it works over state lines, but honestly, somebody calls in a fake call about somebody else and actually gets cops to their door, and it's proven false, which I witnessed. How does that not get attributed to somebody, the person who called? And
Split
how
like
come
they?
they're not called on it?
I was lucky enough to get the cops because I mentioned the name, right? Who had called in. They're not normally supposed to do that to one, right? And
Right.
then there's Floppy's dumbass on live saying that because he thought
Yep.
he was cute because it wouldn't be given to me, he thought. But in that way, what happened was they lined it up immediately, and I can tell you with other things happening here, uh, Floppy is well known to these police departments.
Oh, hell yeah.
He has no idea how much he's been watched and how much some of them really want to bite his ass. But and I think it's what he's done online for about 3 years now. close to, at least consistently in all these cases, classic and sincere, cash, summer, etc. And the length it takes generally to get more complicated indictments and such and to present certain things to certain realms, I'd say at some point several are gonna
Yeah,
get.
I have to believe that it'll catch up. I mean, justice is slow. We know that.
Not necessarily slow, but then you also got to think about the complication, like this state line issues online,
Yep.
and then the compiling and the separating, and then everybody else's involvement in these more major incidents. They'll have a higher chance of prosecuting them for, and how long separating which case and what was done in each one and the players in it may take. And it may take a few years, and these people
Yep.
might get comfortable thinking it's all well and good, but
Huh.
That's
I'm
true.
still
Let
when
them keep talking. One of the things you missed earlier, Jody Sue's, that you missed when we were talking about how one of the things that happened with Joran Vandersloot is that he just couldn't handle not having, oh, hi, Raisin, okay, good
not
night.
raised.
But one of the things that they say caught him is that he couldn't keep to himself. He
Right.
couldn't handle not having the attention. He ended up going to New York and talking to Court TV and all the stupid stuff he did, and it brought all the attention right back on him. We are dealing with a bunch of people who can't handle not being in the spotlight. They can't. Oh, I'm going to get offline. I'm never going to talk to anybody again. I'm just going to shut my shit down, right? What a lie. Come on. Took you, 2 weeks to come back and start throwing flames in all directions? Give me a
Right.
break. These people can't shut up. They can't leave it alone. They will
Nope.
out themselves continually and repeatedly until it finally does hit home. I believe that. That's
And
my
that's
whole
the thing for me. It's like, at what level? And the thing about certain flavors and monsters, they'll always end up in ways there's no true justice because they're all cowards. It's like Brian Landry, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how long, but all the way back through, I don't know how many cases either, but you often see these, especially domestic violence oriented murders and crimes and all these things. The men end up unaliving themselves after they do these things before they'll get caught, brought to justice. You'll see more attention at certain points, and then whatever. Especially like the mass pew pew people and other things. I don't understand. Like, they're all cowards at the end, right? Those varieties of monsters, and most monsters are. That's the problem. They're cowards. They're actually weak. People look at them and they get terrified, but the strength they think they hold or have over others, and because they're being cruel or committing the worst acts against them, is actually just them. It's massive shows of weakness, right? And
Yep.
That's
they're
totally true.
and they absorb the outside and what the world thinks of them, or perception, or all these things. That's who and what clothing or masks they can take on, or what they can. It's because they're so empty and hollow. Those things to them are them, and then when they're without that, they're very unhappy.
Their egos won't allow them to be quiet. That's what I feel. I mean, they're always going to have to keep talking. They got to bring the spotlight back on themselves.
Maybe sometimes, maybe some of them don't. It's like some just want their masks to remain, and they'll go to great effort for that. Like Monster, that's really, greed, and that brought him to this realm, and then a group promising him and Stahl would stay, whatever. And of course, him still being around doing whatever with all that, helps abuse us further. He gets paid for it. And they don't want that mask ripped off because it's beneficial to C and D, him, Stall, etc. And keeping Monster happy means that they always have access to him and the lines he keeps on us in real life at all times, and boxed and info flowing and access to properties and shit, I think. So in that way they'll always, but that was really what it was about for him and Stalin. Otherwise, is to be made whatever he right mask to stay on and make it look like. But and all these other things, right? And to be cleansed, right? Grief.
Except you look back at half of his lives and he's saying right out loud, "Oh yeah, I did that. Yep, I did that." Ugh.
And then like trying to make, because all I kept showing and all I still mainly showed her 4 or 5 pics and a couple hospital reports, and after months of that, I guess they assumed that all, and he tried to weave all those together in one moment. I know he would. And then all I had to do was simply show, nope, here it is. Here's the proof all those were different events, drastically removed from one another and by date. And it broke everything apart and showed you that he's a fucking liar, And those with him playing in the realm, the game, is gross. But they really just want a lot of them to keep the masks on, right? Or abuse and profit from it openly here in this realm too. You know, and that's most of the creators themselves too. But I don't know. Some want to do it hidden though, so in a way I'm not sure that it's attention based because they stay behind the icons. Um,
Yeah, but there's power in that too. Not telling people who you are, being able to say whatever the hell you want. Keep the
no.
focus on yourself without having to expose, your underbelly.
Oh
It's like,
yeah, they're
watching the whole thing with Scott, watching him expose, suddenly show his face. Like that was this big, spectacular freaking deal.
Well, do remember though that that was just days after we got the blackmail letter over there, Pink
Yeah.
Glove big thing, and they all played that off, and the whole plan was in effect, and then those monsters had suddenly become friends with the first time in our lives, and nobody could see the game, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, No,
Sometimes I think their ignorance is purposeful. I think it's a display, you know.
Whole thing's just mind blowing.
It is. It is. Well, I have to say, some of the, finest people who really know the truth are sitting right here. So I'm,
Woo. It took
there are
me
some
so long
people,
just to figure out the nicknames because I didn't
oh,
know anybody. I had
well,
them all mixed up.
yeah,
And
I
I
went
didn't
through
want
that
to
little
watch
myself.
anybody because I didn't want to give anybody a view, I was like, I'm not watching this shit.
Yep.
And just trying to figure out who was who. And I was like, oh gosh, this is a mess.
Well, and that's partly their plan too, is that they all come by these little, everyone's got an acronym, right? And you don't really know who anybody is, and it gives them the freedom and the privacy to say whatever the hell they want to say in the cruelest imaginable ways, and then they can change their names and just
You're
do it
talking
under the
about,
guise of another human or
I think
person,
Mud Pie is
whatever.
talking about the nicknames we gave them.
Oh, that was fun. I'm sorry, but
Well,
they already had nicknames. But yeah, that was
actually,
fun.
yes, anybody that Jody Sue would refer to. with the, whether it be initials or
Yeah.
funny name or something close. And like, I just didn't know who anybody was. And then when I was like, okay, fine, I have to put faces with these people. I was like, oh my gosh, really? Oh,
Were you
please.
were you around for the time that Tiffany had to figure out what Slithers was all about and why?
Yes, I was, and I was like, real, and I didn't feel so bad. I was like, okay, if she doesn't know the nicknames, then I don't feel so
Oh my
bad.
god, I just thought that was hysterical. Like, well, maybe it's because I'm this or that or whatever. And oh god, just ridiculous. No, but I will say some of the most inventive names that I've known of have come out of Jody Sue. Like she's really good at that.
Oh yeah, I'm
Just
a nickname person, so
what
I
was
don't
that?
mind. I'm a nickname person. I'm always giving people nicknames.
Oh, are you really? Oh, I'm at the point where I just try and keep up with who's who now, and like you were saying, like sometimes I just couldn't figure it out, and then I was like, "What is it? Who?"
Well, there's so many channels.
Yeah.
It's just endless.
Hmm. There are too many, and unfortunately, a lot of them were built on the back of this person we're speaking with today, and I think that's very sad.
Absolutely, it's
You
terrible.
know, when we look at it, I listening to that thing the other day was such an eye opener for me because I was like, if people can watch and cheer this type of cruelty on, and we see them doing it with, Floppy and TM, and oh, she's just a, mean girl, whatever. And, the mean girls as well that we all talk about. It's just horrifying that there are people in the background cheering them on, including their own mothers in some cases, thinking that this is what you raised. These are good people. These are the people you want to cheer on and say, yeah, go get them, like so and so, such and such, and let's just go knock her trailer off its foundation, right?
I
That
know.
stuff in my mind, like that mentality of um
It's like a little fake
hate.
fight club on the internet.
Yeah,
Horrible.
how does that start in a human being? What kind of horror must have gone on in their lives that they want to crowd bully someone
I
and
know.
enjoy it when others do? I just don't understand it. I mean,
And they
you
have
know,
their children listen. Can you imagine listening to your mom and thinking, wow, she's meaner than the meanest girl at school?
yep.
Like
And
that's what they're learning.
well, I have to say, there's one person we're talking about who actually uses their child in chat, and the child is like, "Oh, my mom's the best," who ran off to one of her kids' schools to confront the parents of a kid that was bullying her child
Mm,
and got the kid kicked out of school. Now, if you can do that and then turn around and come back and bully another human being's daughter,
right?
who are you? You have no right to walk into someone's school and try and resolve a situation and then turn around and come back and bully somebody else's child. That's insanity. It's such a lack of insight. It's just
Complete
crazy.
hypocrisy across the board.
Absolutely, 100%. So, I mean, I know that in some ways I'm a judgmental person, but when I judge somebody, it's because I've seen them do evil and I know it's not gonna ever happen around me again.
I'm
And
the same way. Everybody says don't judge, don't judge, and I try not to, but
well,
I mean, you do.
we
You
have
can't
to
help but
sometimes to keep ourselves
accumulate
safe.
information about people and
Yep.
then make a logical decision about them.
Thank you. That's entirely true. And one of the reasons we're given perception is to be able to keep ourselves safe, right? That's instinctual. It's one of the most basic instincts we have is self-preservation. And if you start hearing somebody or you see somebody and they instantly throw you the wrong way, that voice is wrong, that face is odd looking or
Hmm.
distracting or upsetting, that's your instinct telling you to go the other way.
Yep.
And the sad part about this for me is I saw an awful lot of people reacting that way initially and then going, well, they've always been nice to me. I know other people don't like them, but
Mm,
I have nothing against that person because they've never done damage to me. But you watch the damage done to other people and you're okay with that. And that's where I
exactly.
have to judge. That's where I judge. You look at
Yeah.
somebody who's done damage to others, I'm not going to be next in line, first of all, and I'm not going to advocate for them being able to do it again.
Well, look how many times Angel and Chasing LM have stood there and said that exact same thing. Oh, well, TM or BK or each other, oh, they're good to me. Or look at Adrian and Jenny and her.
Right.
Yeah, now look where they're at. I mean, like, which half that's a game, obviously, but it's still like, um, really?
Yeah. And then, one of the first people that did that with me was Jenny. She's, well, he's never been never been mean to me. Well, guess what happened? She was in line for it, and it's happened. And, you watch them eat their young, literally. And okay, am I supposed to feel badly because you stood in line and waited for karma to smack you in the face after telling other people they weren't worthy of protection against it?
Right. And I mean, like, I know, like recently, and it's not the first time I've had the conversation with people, and it was nothing bad, right? But it's like others along the way, have always kind of remind me it's like you and Do and a couple others come from sort of Jenny and Adrian, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm aware of that. Many are, some are not though. And but it's like Do didn't just come from, either.
Yeah.
Um Do was around here for many other things, like and other places, and prior to getting around Jenny and Adrian.
I know. Well, I remember when that happened, when I was introduced to Do, that that was I had known Jenny, not Adrian. I had known Jenny for 10 years. Adrian was a newcomer, Jenny was infatuated, BK comes along, Cam comes along, Scott comes along, they all blow Jenny up because she's got the database, and that was the beginning of the end for me because I was like, something's wrong here. Have caution. Be careful. Think about what you're doing. Make sure it's above board. Do the right thing. Think about being honest in this to the point where you're not going to allow dishonesty to step in. And the whole thing fell quickly down the hill. And I don't have any shame about it because the minute I realized who I was associated with, I said, "Boo, I can't do this anymore." And then, well, no, I raised a red flag and they booted me. And I honestly have no regrets. It's sad. It broke my heart for a while. It was a very sad loss for me to think I knew people for the longest time and to be working, I thought, toward good, or at least on the side of, we were deciphering what had already happened in court. We weren't trying to sleuth. Nobody was out there saying, we're going to fix this. We're going to solve this person's murder. We were like,
That's a big
okay,
difference.
yeah, it's
That's
in
where
court.
this is wrong.
Right. We're following court cases. We were talking about evidence. We were looking at how evidence had been taken and maybe, consulting with each other on that. Like, oh, they, picked up a bicycle with no gloves and we're going, what the hell's wrong with these cops? Right. That kind of thing. But nobody was out there talking to Ellie, telling anyone else what to
Right,
do,
right.
asking for personal attention in a situation that belonged to law enforcement and the FBI. Nobody was trying to make waves. That's a really different situation. But when I started seeing things go real life, I was out the door. And when I started hearing voices like, I keep saying it, but like floppies and scotchies and cams, and I was like, these people are off. There's something wrong here. I didn't know about uh, Chase at that point. I didn't know about the scamathon really. I saw it happening. Didn't know anything about a lot of the other creators, but boy, when you started seeing people stepping in and looking into the whole so-called database, I mean, all the garbage came floating to the top.
Do you remember in like from the beginning I kind of had an idea of who was being placed here and for what reasons and other things, and it was a case of watching them watch me, you know. But I
Yeah.
was pretty aware of who and what they were, and there were nights. One particular, well, this went on for eons. But do you remember the early on when I was here, right after I actually started opening it up after months to where I had super chats or whatever on it that actually monetized the channel, which basically no longer is. Like I showed y'all the other day, I don't even turn that shit on for most vids, and if
Right.
I play a song, it's out the window anyway. So,
Yeah.
but anyway, but when I first did that, then suddenly it became certain people every little bit, um, throwing up like $1 or 50 cents or whatever, right? Ever so often, or when I'd say certain things, right?
Oh. I'm not.
It became after like day two of that, I was like, I see what you're doing,
Oh
and
wow.
I'm fully aware that people copy chats, they do whatever. It's fine. I don't care. But I knew that one or two particular people were doing that, so that there'd be little
You mean like a timestamp almost?
yeah,
Oh my
for
God. So
for
see, you're a lot better at this than I am. 'Cause
Oh boy.
I get
for
what you're saying 100%, but I would never have perceived it that way because I
for
just am not that.
Adrian to database me quicker. There's one
Wow.
super chat that showed up at points they needed,
Wow, 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 wow.
and
Mm.
I let it go on for a few weeks. I'm like, I make jokes about whatever. But then one night I was like, it's almost like little signs put out in the
Like
southern
a little
drive.
bookmark. Oh my
Right, right.
God, Jody Sue. Well, I will say honestly, I've always thought you were far better at this than I am because the things that you remember and perceive in the moment are far
You
beyond
know,
anything.
when I
I'm
said that out loud finally instead of the hint wink, goofy way it'd been to weeks, like I, obviously caught on to it
wow.
quickly. But as soon as I made it outright known that I knew what that was, it stopped and was never done again.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, yeah. But that was so Jenny and Adrian could database
Wow.
me quickly and get what
Yep.
they.
Well, I'm not even surprised. I'm just sad that I didn't see it.
The
'Cause
pressure, the pressure
Well,
they put on you to monetize to begin with was like outrageous.
Yeah,
It
because they thought money. See, it taints you a certain way. It's like they try to make people think we were taking money
well,
away.
it was at least 3 months before you finally did decide, fuck it, I'm turning it on.
well,
Well, it's like before that, how long were we over panel hopping? I had my Facebook. I refused to take anything, even during the marathon, all that shit. I turned it.
Exactly.
I was pushed by the fake Fed. I turned it immediately into the FBI. There was a couple that popped up with these rather weird as fuck large cash pushes to places they shouldn't. They were like, shh. And I was like, no, 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 no. And the vids still exist on Facebook where I immediately came on. I was like, oh, this shit happened, you know.
Yeah.
And then it was all this push. It was like, fuck, we can't get her during the marathon. I was like, nah, it'll be used to discredit and do this and the other. And also, I didn't want any of that anyway. And then all this shit, man. And it was these pushes, and then I decided at a certain point we do the Christmas list. That's something I still try to make a thing. And then I think after I was here for months, they were like, And it did occur to me, it's like, wait a minute, what does give them the right to be tormenting us this way, to have my name in every bed and out of their mouth every day, and making money on not just Summer, but me, or what I
I wish
say.
you could have been copyrighted. To this day, I wish there was some way to do that. Like,
Dude, they had our name running more than Summer's over here.
They did. They
Ed,
did.
I
Five
think
or
sometimes they still do.
It's getting better.
That list you showed the other day was just eye-opening. I really wish I hadn't missed that live, but it was post Sunday and Sundays are bad. But
Well, think about it. I mean, like, and now that's what you can just still find after they've taken down so much over this period of time from
I
scamming.
know, isn't that insane?
I rarely Google myself or put myself into YouTube. Man, it's literally like mind blowing. And most of these channels still, it's like, have you noticed even the ones that have hidden everything, including anything to really do with Summer? What they have left is shit about me.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. Yep.
Even on floppies and shit until a couple weeks ago, like he come back and brought the one channel back. Everything was gone from it all the way back to these months and months ago. That was my name, title, me smoking, doing it. I'm like, really? Really? Of course, really.
Well, we all know it doesn't really ever go away, and that somebody has all of that someplace.
Oh,
And,
yeah, for
you know,
sure.
I mean, I I can just imagine like the little FBI database. I think about it, and it's like when you think back about what that database was supposed to be, it was literally about every case we had discussed, every case we're, watching go through the courts, every case that was in the public eye, and then it turned into the database of Jody Sue, and
But
it
that's
turned
what
into
they've broken it
gigabytes.
down by percentage. I'm rarely in it. And I'm like, rarely bullshit.
What?
Especially after Linda came along and annihilated it with all her false info with Scotty Britches,
Right.
right? Allegedly. And it's like, bitch, what do you have left in there? Nothing. What? And can you imagine? Can you imagine? I can't, because like if they put any of that false shit they fed you, I mean, like their own pieces have to be in there, right? They run, and it's like, look what they did when they got their golden ticket. They come back with some bullshit about the screen.
Oh
Like,
God.
did you lying bitches put your own lying, heckin' lying, attempted murder stunts and all that in that database? I hope so. You know?
Right. Yeah,
Like,
that's the other thing, reporting on everybody else but themselves, and then having the audacity to turn around and say that other people were doing it wrong.
and I
Like,
think that's why this group partially sort of wanted that. They wanted to see what was maybe in there about them. And I find it weird that nothing would have been there, that they all pretended they were oblivious to the scamathon, but yet they were already in the back. And as I have proof of, even before I ever knew who Jenny and Adrian were, they were in the back over there, obviously, as you know and I know, watching and
yep.
cataloging us. And that tells me they then were not oblivious to the scamathon like they pretended to be. Like Chasing did at a certain point, or Benny eventually was like, oh, I didn't know anything about this scamathon. But I could put his damn fingers there from the get, you know? And it's like, bullshit. So at what levels were they already operating? It shows them, and in court settings, especially civil, to be stalking me. Cause I'm sorry, you just can't walk in the court and be like, I was trying to solve a crime, so I thought stalking this person in certain real lives and hanging out with people that were clearly actually contacting family members or to try to make friends with them so it could be used as blackmail material. And then I made friends with their siblings, parents, whoever, and then I was doing all this to them. It predates anything in civil court. It shows Jenny and Adrian and those like them were stalking us harassing, putting out all this bullshit in the background around us long before I ever went, fuck you bitches. And that's not going to sit in front of any judge well.
I can't wait to see that have to happen. That's a court case I'd like to watch. How about you, Di?
Definitely, most definitely.
It's
I'd be
like
Looking
tuning
forward
in.
to it.
she did the same thing. Hell, it took me months to even realize what the goofball. I just thought it was another shit talker over there on Squalls. Didn't watch her. Really, I know people, including her, they always think we're watching them, right? I'd
No.
hear shit, but I'd be like, that's so bizarre. It can't be. It's some fake bullshit, right? Turns out, nope, I actually know this person. Yep, they were a long-term stalker of us for summer revenge.
Oh, that was the weirdest
First,
thing.
all right, calling me a murderer, outright kidnapper, this and the other. That is a giant fucking no-no in civil terms, right? And here she is doing all that, and from her first panel ride, but for months prior to that, she'd been in the background in all these Facebook Summer Wells groups and shit that Squall also runs. And a lot of people were unaware of and are still unaware of that she runs in. And that way it's hunting down other community members, witnesses, neighbors, all that shit for this group being target for an attack. But, you know, when you have Stick in that for months prior in the background, disseminating shit, slander and libel, harassment, under a real damn name and about 8 other profiles. Then you have her riding the same panel, Candace and Creator, that Candace like, hey, put this on your front, you know, all these things. It's like, really? Really? And then you culminate all that bullshit with a fake lawsuit? And then you
You
just
know,
put, like, I'm like, are you absurd? Like, I could really see the absolute shit out of Stick until I owned everything she fucking had for the rest of her goddamn life.
and why do you think they expose themselves to that possibility? It's almost like they just don't think anything's ever going to catch up with them. It's the weirdest thing.
I
Weirdest.
think they thought that, and I think they thought they would terrify me, blackmail me, take my kid, do all these things to the degree to where I'd be silent, where I couldn't fight back, to eventually, you know, or that I couldn't afford lawyers, and I will tell you, under like, I'm like Mullen over there who's having to beg for one online. There have been many across the country who have reached out to me from the beginning and been like, you want to see this shit out of them? Not yet.
Well,
You
let's
I
see.
can't wait till you do.
I know. I just feel like
Sorry, I know it's not,
I would
it'll be,
love for the other families, the other neighbors, the anons, the babysitters, the others from all these other cases, and parents of these victims, and the Brandies, and everybody else who these little tendrils, these YouTubers have screwed with and tampered with, and like JLR alerting what were the main and arrested suspects in Brandy's case. I would
yeah.
love for them to stand all at once with I and others here in this community and see the absolute dog shit out of everyone's YouTubers
yep.
together, and they can do whatever they want for a portion of whatever, because some of them really do have the money and things to lose. Others don't. Pissed
Well,
away
look
to
what's
the drugs and whatever, but for me, it will always be I might take a small, short vacation. Part will go to my kids, and the rest, I hope I could find a way to put in lock accounts C and D or any other family member could ever touch. But the boys could and will accumulate with them over the years, but could never be touched by those women.
We know
Yeah.
you do.
yeah.
I just want you to get your cabin somewhere if that's what you want to. I mean, you deserve that at least.
At least.
I would love that because that would even separate us a little bit from where we are now, even though obviously Monster's to be close to it, but it would give us a little bit of space, but I really want to get little where she's picked out and wants to go and away from having to see everything we've lived around with Monster for so long and so many, just free for a while away from here and closer to things she wants to attend later on and closer to museums and bigger crowds and more. I mean, it's like, man, wow, my kids, they're such beautiful human beings, man. And it's like the other day, and little and I sit here, and she always hates it, like speaking anywhere online. She gets kind of, I don't know, but and it's so hard her trying to get her own voice back away from Monster, because he definitely played a drastic role in that. But
Oh,
it's like with me though, or her brother, or others she really trusts. The child speaks. She speaks. She's like her
oh
mama.
my gosh, she has such a mind.
But we're sitting there today, I mean, like full on for hours, philosophical debates, I mean, political, and I don't mean like we're like, oh no, my preferred candidate. I mean like the debate for myself, and talking about, uh, you know, space and black mass and all these things, and they're these little like brain organisms. They call them something lower. We were talking about, just the implications of those and medical realm, and then how. Yeah, I mean, like, look, my children are absolutely brilliant,
They
and
are
they're
brilliant.
and I just. I don't know. I want them to fly so far away from this place and these hollows and these chains and break them and nipple it.
Well, you've given her the wings. She'll find a way.
That's all I dream of is for them to at least be free, man. And just never look back and do as I've taught them. Enjoy the world, see the places, know that not all people are bad or cruel. Or, eat the thing off the food truck and wander through an alley and ride the bus and whatever and travel the world, right? And anything other than these hollows and these monsters and these apples and trees, just to get to the away from there, never look back.
Well, I hope for,
It'll happen.
yeah, I hope so.
Well, eldest is well on his way, obviously, and
Yeah.
little I have no doubts. So,
Well, she's got the heart and the mind.
but yeah, I mean, it's the plan. And as far as, it's like one place, the cabin where it goes, so it's there, stationary when we do come back, and then to get her, where she wants to go. Even if it's for just a little while. Just
Adventures are fun.
be free of. So, what was that?
I said adventures are fun.
They last forever. Take one small adventure and you won't be satisfied to have it be the only one.
And they are mine. They do enjoy traveling, and I think all the females in this family, we all have that. Like, we're very like, nah, bro. Like, we're not meant for one place, sort of. Like, we always have that urge to just whatever, And we've been taught that, which is, I think, especially for how many generations it's been. Um, and even back into like the 1800s, like the females in his family are very much, not everybody wants to have 12 kids and whatever. all the females have always been taught we stand beside of partners. We share in. Um, we're not to walk behind or ahead of one another, but beside of. And we're just as strong as and capable of. And we're always able to control like how many children we had, and we've always wanted to be out in the fields and doing things in the wood right alongside of the men, and and we were always able to, even at times that was not socially acceptable. And we've all been like travel, see, do, so. And the quote seat of power in our family has always been female oriented, right? And that's not really typical. Although when the men speak, the family listens. But for the most part, and we have names, and that passes down generationally. But it's always a female that holds quote, that name, and is sort of the overwatch of the entire family, right? There's always a head female as opposed to, you So, but we still walk beside of our partners. They walk beside of us. The one ahead of the other. It's weird, but
It's a nice history to have.
Yeah, it is. I think I spent about the first half of my life on, in a number of different places, traveling around, being in different groups of people, and now last half of my life I've been back in the place I started in and wishing I could be somewhere else. So yeah, travel's not a bad thing. It'll get you started
Same.
well. I hope she's able to keep her creativity alive through life. I think that's one of the most beautiful gifts we can have. Just because if you can create, you can always express yourself.
there was something she came across here, and it was something about like a semester at sea, and it's because of some TikTok or vid or something. She had me what? She's like, wait, do you think that's a real thing? I was like, well, maybe it's just for those, like, say, marine biology students of some type, or somebody going into fields where, it would orient around things like that, depending on what you're studying. And I was like, well, look into it. Let's see what that is. And so we were doing research. Apparently, you can spend, even through high school and into college, you can go a whole year or more at sea on
Oh my
ship
gosh.
and doing classes there and traveling the world. They have different. I'm like, wait, that's an option? Like, you just didn't have to backpack across, like, Europe? Like, you can take a semester at sea and it can't, like, seriously? Okay.
Wow,
That's cool.
that is cool.
I was unaware that existed. So apparently that's a thing. I'm like, wow.
My son did half a year in Ireland, and it was spectacular. He loved it. Kept his GPA at the high level it was, and did all the right stuff, and spent his 21st birthday in Ireland. And there, it's nothing because they
Wow.
don't really worry about that age, but it was pretty cool.
I don't even like. Could you imagine turning 21 in Ireland? Which, I mean, there's no difference in age, but could you? Like, I don't think theirs was 21 even still.
No, I think I don't know that it's that much. The pub life is kind of a, common deal, but he
And
wasn't much into it anyway, so it wasn't really a big deal, but.
yeah, and see, culturally speaking, their children are allowed to have so much wine and beer, and it's not this taboo thing that is here, which honestly is probably a good thing. I know their stats on certain events unless it's like hooligan and soccer related are far down. And when you don't make things taboos or
Right.
no-nos,
That's right.
it
I
has a
think
tendency to actually make things a little better. But
right.
yeah,
I agree.
for us, I guess as an American, you go over there and turn 20, and you're like, oh, in Ireland, I'm pub crawling, you
Yeah.
know, with the good music.
Well, he got to do that before he ever even attained the age. But yeah, when I went over there, that was one of the first things he did is take us out to an Irish pub and have us listening to the music. And it's such a great place to be. I mean, honestly, if I could recommend anything, we were talking earlier about where would we go if we had like one place we could go. I wouldn't mind going back to Ireland. It's just they're a kind people, and everybody's, kind of already your neighbor before you even meet them. So, but they also have a very interesting culture when it comes to travelers, and they can caution you, like, don't, if somebody pulls over and acts like they need your help or something like that, it's like the guy with the puppy in the bushes around here, like, just
Yeah.
don't give them the time of day. So everyone everywhere has their something. But yeah, he was in Galway, and it was just a wonderful experience, and getting to go over there and see part of it with him was probably the best thing I've gotten to do with my kid.
And I
So,
remember of a favorite band of mine, Reckless Kelly. They have several songs, and Galloway Girl, which I mean, Galloway Girl, the tune is pretty, there's quite a few made about, but,
mm,
yeah.
I like experiencing other cultures, and for the fact that we can recognize as humans that there are so many different ways of life, and for any one of us to sit and judge another because of, their color or their gender or their status in life is like so silly. And we as Americans, we are probably the most judgmental when it comes to other cultures. When I was in Switzerland, it is literally like the Tower of Babel. Like, people will come and sit down at a cafe with you at the same table as you without thinking anything's weird about that. They
Well,
just walk
it's
up
not,
and there's a chair empty, and you know.
for a lot of other cultures, that is not strange. And it's
Right.
like you'll have the home style restaurants to where they'll have you seated at large tables, but you're still technically separate. Now, um, for me, a lot of people find that weird, but like, and here it's weird. Like, I don't want to, no, but like, I guess because a lot of people are assholes. But when I travel or do whatever, bigger cities, and you think like some of them be the worst on earth to do that, but these giant places where you think, great, it's communal eating style, whatever, and seated beside strangers is actually it's some of the best experiences, and they feel more like community than your own hometown.
Really, that's
It's
true.
a beautiful experience. Um, DC, a few other places are like that.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, um, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing, you know. And for most cultures around the world, it's not odd to eat in that manner or with strangers or to break bread. Here we say we're so open, but we're so closed off, and we've forgotten this sense of actual community and neighbors and reaching out. Instead, it takes for each out for their own, and Martha Stewart
Exactly.
and ways, and please, Mr. Government, make a law so my neighbor's lawn's not 2 inches higher than I think it should be, and
That is
you know.
just the weirdest.
We just pick each other apart and we pick the rest of the world apart. And I think in ways the rest of the world still has a sense of community and neighbors and family, and we as Americans, like, were taught also kicked down in a lot of these communities, like Spanish, Latin cultures who eat together, and are
Oh,
very close knit and, and hold more. Like, if you look at a lot of like Spanish culture, it's actually what the South used to sort of be, right?
yeah.
Uh, no, it sounds weird, but it's a sense of here's the whole community coming together to eat and do these things and to take up for one another, and mamas mean this too and whatever, and now I just
Right down to parenting each other's children and not feeling weird about it, or being in a crowd and being able to converse with other people without having to know exactly what their religion is or their, you know what I mean? It's like one of the best things that happened to me when I first got to Ireland is that we went to a grocery store, and their grocery stores are not categorized the way ours are. We don't have like an aisle for A, B, or C. There's no certain specific area for like Chinese food and Greek food. And I had to ask somebody about something, and or actually they saw me looking confused, looking for something, and asked me what I was looking for. And I said, I'm looking for this, this, and this. And they walked me to it. This is a human being who does not work there, just a person walking down the aisle. And they were like, oh, yeah, come here, come on, follow me. I'll go show you where it is. And that type of community belongs everywhere out there. They also walk faster than most people I've ever seen in my life because they walk everywhere, or at least in that area they did. But walking to and from something was far more common than trying to get a car to drive around in, and made us feel pretty lazy at times. But that was just, it's a really beautiful culture. And like you were saying, like people being in crowds and enjoying communal activity wasn't even a small surprise there. So I like stuff like that. Here in New Hampshire, we're a little bit cut off because, we live in small communities, but the communities grow to be huge in the summertime, like tourist areas. And some of our cities are tough to live in, um, like the whole Harmony Montgomery thing is really real and sadly sort of common now, that families don't do well and they're living in poverty in a parking lot in their car and stuff like that. That can be really, really difficult. But um, New Hampshire is also very conservative and a little bit closed off when it comes to, you know, communing with your neighbor. Like everybody has to have a political stance, and it's very, very different than it used to be.
that's part of what I don't. It's like, let's say Beach Creek, for instance, right? It's its own little universe. Even though, like, from where I'm at, where is it, you're talking just a few miles difference, literally. But it's its own little universe, right? Um, and it always has been. But inside of it, it's like the public and what they can't understand. It's not something nefarious, right? It's not this like Crossroads Charlene Harris bullshit necessarily. I mean, it's it's its own thing of beauty, and but its blessings are often it's also double edged, and it's curses, right?
Hmm.
And um, they can't understand the concept of maybe not liking one's neighbor, but also talking to them daily or conversing or knowing everything about them, but not hanging out, right?
Right, right,
They can't understand that concept. To them, it means no, no, you must have been like having bonfires, partying down with, doing whatever, and that's not what it means. Um, and then they, you know, also the community itself has a tendency, and it's always, as even, I mean, several generations deep. I mean, they're raising each other's children, keeping an eye on each other. It's the way it's kind of been forever. Um, a lot are going to be related, some aren't. Even the schools, others, they're going to keep eyes on, or try to help, even if they don't think much of the parents, or this or that or the other. They're going to be neighborly, and you can't really.
Exactly. If you step up to help those who need it when they need it, and it doesn't matter if you're on the same political pile, right? I
The
mean,
town I grew up in was very small, and everybody knew everybody. Everybody knew everybody's parents and grandparents and cousins and everybody's business. It was almost like extended family.
yeah.
Not everybody liked each other, but when it came down to it, everybody had each other's backs. It was very much like a little Mayberry. It was really cute. I missed
Well,
that.
the world also doesn't. It's like here as a region, like, even though that is that cut off, they think, oh, it's way out in the middle of nowhere, takes forever to get there, but it only takes me a couple of minutes to get down through there. They're technically only like, 15 minutes out from a major city. If you look at the Tri-Cities region here as a whole, it is larger than a lot of these creators live in. Like TM&M, they live in tiny fucking areas with so few people. I'm like, you know, you're the one from Hickville. We have this giant here, but there are middle of nowheres right beside it. You know what I mean? But
But they consider themselves to be so worldly and above
insane,
it all and able to judge others, right?
right? And we have grown quite a bit throughout the past 10 years or so, but we have certain areas here, and everybody knows everybody. Everybody is kin to everybody. You know everybody's business, whether you want to or not. Um, and it's like they can't make all those things make sense, and so everything we all do is either look at them hillbillies, or I don't get, they can't make it make sense, and in ways it's like.
So they're trying to fit it into their own little idea of a ticky-tacky little box. It doesn't
Project.
always work.
And I'll never forget this one comment somebody made, and I know I screenshot it. I know I got it because my jaw dropped. But there was this one in chat at some point. They were screaming at me, calling me reading books, sus this, whatever that. It's weird you didn't go back up and get tennis shoes on to walk in the creek that day.
I remember that.
And I'm like, my God, please do not let your neighbor or loved one go missing near you. Are you stupid? Like, can you imagine? Like, I was lucky that day in the way that it was like, it was that season I was wearing sandals. I still got in my hair. But the thing is like, yeah, and then I immediately have the other witness to me being and neighbor and fellow searcher that day, because of where they just come from and who and what they are. They had boots on, so they could easier, search and do the hillside area and all that along with me as I did the creek, and I could get in there, and so in that way it was like, I needed to be able to feel and to not have. Y'all ever jumped into a pool or anything with fucking shoes on?
I know.
Like, who goes first in a creek with fucking shoes on? Yeah, let me waste 20, 30 minutes walking back up that hill, when I can barely walk, to go get shoes on first, waste some more time before I go look. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not going to do that. I don't care what kind of trash or junk or anything else is anywhere. My neighbor's missing, bro. Right? A child at that, I'm not going to waste time. It wouldn't matter what I was wearing. And if I was wearing full shoes that day, I would have untied them and went in. You know what I mean? You don't go into a damn creek with full. What the hell's wrong with that shit?
That person would have ran home and got her water shoes.
Right. I was just going to say, and they're trying to fit it into their own idea, their own perspective of
Ugh.
how and what should happen. You weren't there. It wasn't your neighbor. This isn't a child you knew.
And all this. And I know, and trust me, it was a, oh my God, I'm going to end up a needle in my foot or something. But to me, it's like, which is worth more? I need to be able to feel around them here. But being from here, like, you're going to be able to grip rocks better, feel the climb on them, all these things, be able to curve your feet better around shit. Nope. These Karens, they were like, it's super.
Yeah, it's super sus that you didn't go get your tennis shoes.
Like,
Oh,
I
ouch. Stupidity should be painful. I'm sorry, but really. Like when you
then
want
they're
to
like,
respect
you
your
walk
own.
along the creek bank. Who in the fuck would do that? You're looking for tracks. You're looking for signs of someone, something to have crossed. You know where those are most likely to be, especially if it's children who orient and try to go towards water or play in it, especially during hot months. They're going to be on the creek banks, and they're going to hold there. So if you take the middle path, go through the water, you don't disrupt anything, right? And you can look for it at the same time while also being able to fit. Like, to me, that's an instant thought and a known, right? To these Karens out here who have never been put in a situation or raised in areas like this, it's a foreign ass concept. And they call me sus for it, but it's, to us, it's an instant look for the tracks where those most likely to be, you know. Yeah, and there's certain things you need. I mean, like, and to me, it's mind blowing that somehow that's seems illogical or sus to the world. I'm like, good lord, never let me go missing in your neck of the woods. You know,
Well,
they,
Many comments are the opposite of common sense. I read them and I just am flabbergasted that people think this way.
well, it's sad they're trying to fit everything into their own very tiny perspective. And if it doesn't fit into their own little tiny space, they just don't know what to do with it.
and it's like also, I mean, for us, it's like, okay, you can look for signs of broken branches, twigs, a path through anything, and directionality can be told. So you want to disrupt as little as possible around you. And it's like, even that day, I was like, fuck, I had just sprayed on a shit ton of body spray. I'm like, oh shit. And if you're us, you know what happens, if someone's lost in the woods. Community dogs or police dogs are going to be brought out. The worst case scenario, and you have to immediately think, at least for me, it's like worst case scenario, right? And it's like, you don't want to disrupt certain shit, man. And you want to make everything as seamless as possible. And I wasn't wrong, you know, but these people, I don't know what they do. I guess they just like go crashing through everything, and I
You
don't
know,
know,
they
get
wouldn't even have, they would have literally sat on their couches and watched it on TV.
Yeah.
Probably not a one of them who are insulting your style and your effort that day would even have moved toward the door. It would have been somebody else's child, somebody else's problem. And I know enough people who are like that that
a
I
lot
can
of
tell
people
you that's
don't
easily
want to
true.
get involved, but they'll come
Right.
online and pretend or somehow being a victim of crimes or part of something like this, which is pretty sick to me, but they almost dream of it, and then they project their garbage out here on all of us, and they would actually not. They would do anything in their power to keep from being disrupted, their lives being disrupted. Um, and
I'm sure they
with
could have
their,
found something more important.
you know, and not wanting to get involved,
And
they
heaven forbid that they had a cold or maybe cancer to deal with. Because you know what? I don't see an awful lot of people making that type of effort. And you said it's natural in your community to be a neighbor and to be neighborly and to step up when that sort of thing is needed. Like if I had a car broken down at the bottom of my hill, I would stop and help that person. But so many people are like, "Oh, don't ever stop for a, whatever." It's unfortunate that it's not education that's caused this. It's a lack of community concern.
and
Mhm.
it's the pointed narrative and pebbles and so on. I remember them asking Monster at one point. Well, and I think it was actually Jenny or Adrienne or whatever they called it, and were trying to lead into certain shit. They're like, well, how able was she with cancer? Was she really up at night in the woods, or what was she doing, or was she being capable that day of walking, or and I had people screaming at me, and it's like, man, I was going through some shit, and I still am health wise, and they try to make it sus, because well, how did you with cancer? So it's like, and here's the fucking wild part. I wasn't the only neighbor out there with cancer searching for summer. One eventually
Uh,
that I begged this place to please stop. They're terrorizing them. Their stuff to come back. They were dying.
Oh.
And spent months away from home in sealed environments, getting treatment. They and I both got really bad news right before I moved from there. I knew what was happening, and I knew weeks in advance when certain spots had shown back. I mean, I knew, but I wasn't the only one with cancer out there, or who knew. I mean, like they knew they were dying, and they were still out there for someone.
well, and that's the humanitarian, honest thing to do.
But
Unless
this
you
place,
are a
this is
cul-de-sac Karen.
us. I mean, what do? Do you just go, I'm not going to even do it, I'm sick. You know what? I don't give a shit how sick I am, just like right now. My health really is failing badly right now. And it's not going well for me. But even on the worst day, I wouldn't be like, no, I'm still inside and well, something, I'm not going to do it, you know? And I guess these people would, and they'd use that as an excuse, but I'm not sus because I was in the middle of these treatments and surgeries and all these things occurring because I looked or pushed, even though I didn't feel like it, and it was chaos. And I was most certainly not the only neighbor with cancer out there looking for someone. But, so did she us because she did, and I find that to be garbage. And if you're the type of human that's like, nah, look, I've got XYZ and I'm not gonna, go out here and help, but like, to me, I'm like, we can't be friends.
Exactly. I
Yeah,
don't know how anybody could not look. Like you could not stop me.
that's right. I mean, no matter your condition, that is the most important thing at the moment. Period.
Especially when it's a child, you've seen them from the time they were brought in, and from birth, and all these things, are you going to be like, meh, and sit by?
Ugh,
You've known them their whole life. You've seen them when they're, you know. Are you going to then sit by and be like, no, I'm going to sit here? Hell no, you're not. I'd hope you wouldn't,
no kidding.
And it's like,
Well, and would they have done it for you? That's what I wonder, right? I
you're
hope
right.
so. I hope so. I shouldn't have said that probably.
No, I mean, it's an understandable thought. I've had it before. But I think,
No, nobody else in the area disappeared, or even one of the immediate neighbors. C and D, nobody else. They would not have looked. Now the other neighbors, community members, yeah, it wouldn't have mattered if it was a little one or the elderly, and we and the thing is, the last times, like even C and D lost children and such, it's you know, others looking for. I mean, you come together immediately and do what's right. But there's been others like sing hunters and uh, deer hunters and idiots and whatever get lost in there. And one of their buddies make the redwoods, and community members are like, ah, shit, and they go look for them and usually find them and don't have to bother LE, that type of thing. Find them pretty quick.
Mm.
And for most of us, like, you live in areas like that, and here it's like you're taught to a degree on how to track people, or animals, or to know your prints, or to see things broken,
Mm-hmm.
and to know which routes to travel and people in there. It's like when the scene hunters are lost. The thing is, most people in that community know where it grows, so they know kind of what past it, and which places have been replanted by responsible genetic hunters, all that. So they can kind of narrow things down quicker and get on the ground and find people to where LA never even has to be bothered with it. So the community is the community, and functions as a community.
and
And
that's not as rare as it seems. We have hikers around here who get lost in the mountains, and when you've got a lot of hiking trails, there are groups of people waiting to go help find hikers who are lost or stuck, or went up there in bad weather, or didn't know it was going to be bad weather and had no clothes, or whatever was going on. I mean, it's a very constant thread. We even have groups of people who go out to look for lost dogs at the drop of a hat. And it's so weird to me that there are people that don't understand the concept of,
And for
like,
most of us here, we're raised by our families where there are wood and creeks and all this and mountains. And then, like, as kids, we're allowed to, and supposed to go, at least in my generation, we were out in the fields, the blackberry fields, we were allowed to just kind of wander about. We were safe doing so. And into the woods, even as we were little, smaller than summer. But we were taught which way certain things grow, how to find our way home if we're lost or back to people, how to listen, which way streams flow, where certain things grow at, what we could mess with, what we couldn't, how to identify different prints or tracks or dig, how to tell turkey digging versus like bear digging, the yips, the sounds of, and certain snakes, and to identify, I mean, at very early ages, you know, to keep ourselves safe,
yep,
and uh, I guess others instead, probably enough, while living in the woods, are teaching theirs the opposite, to be terrified of those,
right,
and that
yep.
should not be. You know,
That's sad,
if you're
actually.
living in places like that, you need to be aware of things.
Absolutely.
So you are in an environment, and you need to know what environment you're in. But
We have a direct neighbor who has an apple orchard next door on a big old field, lives in a farm, has the one with the chickens, the one with the drunken rooster that goes off at 4 in the morning. Anyway, uh, we would call each other when there was a bear at the school bus stop. Like, don't send the kids out yet. The bear's still out there, kind of a thing. And these were not people we would have spent time with, at least not normally. And our kids would go out and play flashlight tag at night in the middle of the night together, but we weren't buddies. We weren't friends. Weren't really even comfortable with each other in a lot of ways. But there is that form of community where you're looking out for each other's children and you're making sure the neighborhood's safe, whatever part of the neighborhood you're in. I mean, we're literally a field away from these folks. And
But in the same breath, these same people be like, then why didn't XYZ call in, or why didn't you report it? Man, when you're dealing with certain things, you got dipshits like that always having services around. Certain laws and rights have to be abided by. Services are overused. Used as targeting. That makes it, what it is. And what are you gonna do? Call in fucking redundantly? When people are always and even if you call it and even when there are calls in, you watch open, close, by, whatever,
well, that one we listened to the other night, what was it? You said it was taking an hour for them to get there?
Or more. Like, I waited, I think, on one of the Peep and Tom nights when I even bothered or managed to call. It took almost 2 hours.
That's crazy. And by
So,
then,
that is not necessarily Ellie's fault. When you live in that particular spot,
right.
you trade certain things. And they could only get to you as quick as, the nearest car can get to you, and they could have been on the lower end and all the way in Church Hill. And they can only do what they can do. You trade something by living in that type of place and in that particular spot. So, it's why that community is special in its own way. It's like you have to be able to save one another long before Ellie can get there. You have to know how to drive the roads, knowing that if something dire happens to you, like tractor blade or something like that, your best bet is getting in a fucking car immediately, tying off whatever it is, having your own medical equipment at hand, and getting the hell out of there and calling Ellie on the way, and maybe having a chance of meeting an ambulance or one of the fire departments across the county line, or getting into the hospital, which you can make in 15 minutes or so. If you're hauling ass, and knowing your path there, and that's going to be your best bet. And if it is too drastic, you might as well just kiss your ass goodbye. But you trade certain things, puppy.
Self-preservation.
Yeah, it's more self-reliance or community reliance than preservation.
Yeah.
But it's one of those people who live there know that. But it's
Amazing how many people look at this through the eye of a citified, comfort zone and think they must know how everything should have gone.
So one-sided. I don't know how people think that way.
Well,
I've been having to consider everything you've been talking about because as a single mom, wanting to move somewhere else outside of Jacksonville, someplace a little, less people, I have to consider all that stuff. And I'm always watching videos, and sometimes there's no police, there's no ambulance, there's no hospital, and it means you got to be prepared.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to handle it. And I'm like, pretty much a city girl. So I'm like, what the hell would I would do if I came across a bear in my yard? Fucking
Oh,
shit
Well,
myself.
we just let them pass. It's
yeah.
like,
I was gonna say you close the door and wave.
Right?
come on. It's like at the other house that we lived at for years before that one. I had a mama bear and her cubs every couple years, but every year she and they would lay out underneath because there's a tree right in the front yard, not far from the front door. But it's one of the crown of thorn trees, right? They're very hard to find or anything these days, but there's one here, and I know that was a massive one about like the one here, but it was in the front yard and I loved it, even though if you've ever seen the thorns on these things,
Yeah.
fuck with them, right? But so I kept it, and she would lay under it, right?
Die.
I'm sorry, I had to. I had to.
But they're also poisonous on top of that. But
Bear.
she and wallow out this spot with the cup, and this was only 20 feet from the door. And I'm like, it's summertime, bitch. Like, my door was gonna stay open, but I had, obviously the kids. So we stayed quiet in the house, but she never bothered us, right? The only deal I had dinner, Monster was in jail at one point, and I was cooking dinner, and one of the males, apparently, and this was the middle of the damn night, he, I had the back door open, and I was cooking, and he apparently smelled the smelly smells.
Uh-oh.
It brought him in, and I was like, "Oh hell!" And you're talking like 100-plus-year-old house,
Oh,
and oh yeah, single pane windows, whole nine. You could hear the coyotes on their trail at night rub up against my bedroom window on their way out, whatever. And
Hang in
because
there, bye.
the was so low on it, I could see most of the coyote, right? As they're rubbing against, as they're going on their circuit through Beach Creek at night from that point on. But anyway, this bear kept coming back for a little bit, but I and my papa just, we just cleared out and packed up another family member of ours, things out of their home after they passed, right? And, there was this goofy Christmas tree thing, like the eyeballs that blink and it wiggles and sings a song. Weirdly enough, it was a Christmas tree, but it sings somewhere over the rainbow.
Oh,
It's
no.
some sort of like mixed up product that should have never been put on shelves. It didn't make sense. And I happened to have it was so goofy. I was like, "Can I have this?" I was like, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen." And I happened to have it right beside the door, and this bear was trying to push in. But this thing, the Christmas tree's eyes, they like lit up when you pressed the button and made it dance. And it's
Oh my
the most
God.
You
horrendous.
scared the bear away with that thing.
I stuck it out the door of my arm, and I was like, "Oh, the bear's trying to push in," and the bear's like, "Oh hell with this." I was like, "Yeah, that's what I thought about whatever messed up product this is."
No
But
chili for that bear that night.
Oh,
you know,
that's great.
really the only super incident I've really, had. But there were bears that come in after the fire, around 125, and they were massive males. They've been driven down because of the fire, and so for a few weeks we had issues with them. But otherwise, nah. And bears would come at certain times of year to eat fruit off the fruit trees, that type of thing, the bushes. They never really bothered it.
We
You
have
know,
oh, good.
annual
They are
reports of bears.
beautiful.
We have bears that go into the cabins that aren't occupied in the winter because people, everybody used to pack out all of their belongings, including like condiments, literally. You just put all your condiments in your car and drive them down the hill and put them in your garage for the winter, because if you leave them up here in your cabin on the lake, you're going to come back and find the back door slammed open and everything all over the place. And it happens so often. We literally have annual photographs of like bear destruction that goes on in the little houses like you're talking about, with the single pane windows and the little back doors that just pop open without much pressure. And
There's a YouTube channel for you.
oh, that happens. It's all over YouTube. You could
Yeah?
probably see him. Just look at, bear breaks into cabin, and you'll find like 25 in a row. And it's kind of sad, but they've learned how to open garage doors. They've learned how to open car doors. They get in and out of cars while people stand on balconies and scream at them. It's hysterical. And
Well, like the fires there, they had the mountain on fire a couple years before some vanished, and it drove some bears down. We had this one that it learned how to come up on the porch and open one of the lay down freezers, and it would like, get a thing or two, whatever, or it would sniff about and it would leave, whatever. But yeah, once some of the vegetation come back after a season or so, they all, but they do learn,
they
you know.
figure out where that food is.
Yeah, but like these bears are still enough territory for them to roam and things for them to eat in there. They don't really, they don't fuck around and find out. You know what I mean? They'd rather not have contact with you. You know, they just want to be left alone. We want to be left alone. Just stay quiet. To each his own type of thing. But yeah, they just, I don't know. I just,
Well,
they try to make everything right. And I know that that's been a big theory too.
oh yeah, give me a break.
It was one I also think was pushed out to people on purpose.
Oh, well,
Reasons. But it's like, man, you'd have to be kind of stupid to think dogs, searchers,
right.
and all not getting evidence of that, and everybody in the entire community not to have heard.
Exactly.
And there not to have been evidence of that.
They are not the neatest creatures. And
No.
not only that, they are rarely that they are not really meat eaters. Not to be weird, that's a horrible thing to say, but truthfully, bears are not that type of predator. You know, they
No,
look
they-
No, don't they? Usually, only if they have cubs, they're really. That's the only time, right?
they would
You're
be
supposed to
they'd
go
have-
bear, and they leave or something.
they'll attack if they feel threatened, or if it's really early in the season and they're starving to death and you're, keeping them away from food.
Right.
But realistically,
they're-
bears are not attack animals, at least not often.
But
And if they
then-
do attack, it's usually something easy.
And the thing is, there's so much like scent around 110 of what is a massive pack of dogs, including half feral and strays and this and the other. They're, even though it's a riparian corridor, it kept a lot of wildlife away, right?
I bet. Yeah.
So, and it's like even my hickin', that's kind of what they're, fashioned for. They're actually like stay away bear types too, but and I could always tell when one was near because even Big Hickin would be like, and I could hear different barks and things. I'm like, it's, whatever passed through. But over on 110, you've got the scent all across that property of a giant pack of mini dogs, right?
Mhm.
And bears and things tend to try to avoid that because, dogs will kind of run them stupidly, but they do. And, and they don't want to be bothered like that, So,
There are dog packs around here that are meant specifically for that, for bear hunting, which is
yeah.
sad. But they literally do that on purpose.
I
So
said,
there's a season though. It has to be within the season.
there's always dumb dogs, and some of those met that criteria. But when you have packs of them, they'll bother the bears more than the bears will bother them. And bears know they just don't like being screwed with by dogs.
Yeah.
Or like out by pests that area. But you but yeah, there will be ample evidence of anything like that.
Yep.
And the scent dogs and cadaver dogs and things would not have missed that. And then even then, the equipment on helicopters and heat sensors and all that,
Right.
and the planes and the you just have no idea the level of equipment that was used would not have missed any of
Right. Well, and there again, we come up with the no insult, mud pie, but the whole citified version of wait a minute, why would it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be that. And those of us who know what this and that are saying, like, not really.
Yep. No,
It's
I
not a
never take
lot
offense to
you can
that. I
do.
totally get it. I make fun of, yeah, I get
I'm
it.
not well, and when I hear you say that you're citified, I never would have thought so. But
Well, yeah, I'm in an HOA. I can't stand it. I didn't grow up
yeah,
like this.
well,
And I did live in a cul-de-sac once and I hated
oh
it.
been there,
no,
done that.
no,
I know
I
I've done that.
did.
go rescue mud pie.
It was a super nice cul-de-sac, but I just was like, this is not me.
Yeah.
It's like a race to get the trash cans back up to the curb, and there's just, I'm not like that. I need to
Yeah.
be left alone. Like, I'm friendly, but I want to be left alone.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I was a single mom for many years, and it is not an easy ride. And I admire you for doing it. It's not easy. My oldest is 40, my youngest is 33. And boy, when I was the only one, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't I couldn't do anything without thinking of them first, but I was working 2 jobs. They were always with babysitters. It was so hard, but somehow they think I was there. So, I'm very lucky. It's not an easy way to go, but then again, it can be much better than the alternative.
Absolutely.
So, well, I wish you the best with it.
Oh, she's grown now, so we're all good, but
Good. Well, that's good. Yeah, I've never gotten over the feeling that I wish I could take mine back and do more for them, but they both launched beautifully, and you know, I think about Jody Sue's daughter, and you look at the drama and trauma and realize this is a human being with a good heart and a mind and empathy and sympathy and intelligence and a wry sense of humor and all those things. And sometimes our kids come up out of the worst situations and come into their best selves. So
that is true.
you can only give them the best you can give them, and then they have to launch on their own and make the best of it. And if they do, we're really lucky.
And it's like people, they think that, I don't know, it's like that garbage ice cream. It's like that one the other night that was purposefully sent and with a triggering comment to manipulate certain things in a certain room the other night. It's like, if anybody ever thinks that I intended to be around or be abused or have XYZ, or if I could have found one I wouldn't have, etc., or wanted to be in a situation like that, you're sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
But the thing for me is every day, every single day, almost. Um, my children and I, especially after Monster would leave or whatever, because we all kind of started our days the same way with that piece of crap. Um, but every day it was something, and it was the kids trying to understand and me trying to help them understand, but throughout their lives, every day I was like, you all, they're like, wait, and you don't have to go to them, right? But as a mother, it's your job, at least I felt it was mine, to negate as much damage and things
Yep.
as
Oh, it
possible
definitely is.
to make
Yeah.
sure they knew these things were wrong and not to emulate them, to please, and to try to be whatever I could be in those moments. And even from earliest stages, I mean, they knew what Monster was doing was wrong, and you know, they didn't have to be told or taught or anything. But every day, I tried to make sure we talked and that we expressed our feelings to one another and how it made them feel, and that they knew that I understood and I was with them. And, you know, and as we all try to find our way out together or to, whatever. But every day we had conversations, and they knew that no matter what, I would listen always and be there for them to express how it was making them feel, or so we could work through all this together as a family unit, which was always really just them and I.
And that
But
doesn't mean just pitching the other person under the bus. It's being present for their feelings about it themselves.
right,
And that's one of the things I struggled with because my kids at 7 years apart have 2 different dads, and one dad was present and supportive and on the opposite coast, but still careful to make sure that our time was our time and there wasn't any interference with holidays or any concern that my child wouldn't come back if he went with his father. And on the opposite side, I had a kidnapper with a bad attitude who was still out to try and break us down as often as possible in any way imaginable, including making my child feel unsafe so that I felt unsafe. And such a difference in the behaviors that, it was really hard playing that little line down the center, not insulting the one parent or even making much of it, because you just keep the kids safe and stay away as much as possible. But the other parent was so, like, celebratory of both my kids that it was very, very odd contrast, really hard to keep myself from being any negative influence,
and
because eventually they're gonna find their own way. Eventually, they're gonna look at it from their own perspective and decide what they feel and who about, and, uh, and that can change over time, but
that's the thing. The world thinks I just stand here and in front of both kids. I'm like, oh, what a piece of shit, blah, blah. And you'll hear Floppy and then break out the parental alienation and Jenny Adrian. It's like, no, it ain't.
yeah.
My child clearly knows what monster they're dealing with, right? And how they're abused and all these things and the truth of. And how even my adult son at one point was still being used and got it instantly, like, oh, I don't know, during those recorded phone calls and such.
Exactly. Oh my
And
god.
knew when he was around it that the only thing expected, much like always from Monster and Monsters, was you can't be near us unless you want to film Flying Monkey and talk shit about mom. And in that, eldest is like, fuck, they've done it to me again. Um, but the world didn't grasp that, and so never once did I listen to any of that shit. And
Some of the
believe me,
world grasped that. Some of the world recognized that. And
my child and the abuse and the way in which he was trained was very much on display for the world. And the world made it like, oh, he's saying whatever explicit. Yeah, it ain't what it looks like either. But the thing for me is that I don't stand here day in, day out, and talk shit about to these children. And even though I know everything about Monster is fake, every good moment we could find in the middle of the chaos, even when I was bleeding or wearing bruises and, the love bombing and whatever, right? They're fake as fuck. They're a mask. They're more of, you know how it goes if you've been with one of them, but you had to find happiness in life somewhere, so you let it be. And to yourself, you're like, oh yeah, this moment's fake. The end's gonna come here in a few hours. Gonna be whatever good you've had is gonna be snatched from you by the time you get back. But in the moment, let's enjoy this and pretend with Monster.
Well, you get to take a breath.
So there are these moments, in time, even though I and the kids all know what they are and what followed before or preceded and what followed after them, and we paid dearly for every moment of happiness or anything we could find. But I do still, and at their earliest stages, there was still something maybe human and reachable in that monster, right?
Yeah.
Over the years, it was less and less, but more solidified, more firm in ways, more monstrous, more abusive, more extreme. As age and things came into play, as his addictions and all sorts of stuff worsened, whenever a side piece was in play, whenever whatever was going on, but I still make sure in ways to mention the good bits, even if they were fake, because I do want them to remember at one point there was a human there, at least,
Yeah.
and I don't want them to forget that at some point that did exist. And I want them to one day pull out. I mean, there are these beautiful pictures I have, like there was one on the wall. The caricature pictures you have done at festivals and whatnot, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
There was one hung on the wall for years. And I'd had it done of I and Little and Eldest Monster. And I love this one, right? And I'll never be able to hang it again. Like, how weird would that be, right?
Right.
I don't want to stare his fucking face every day. And, but I love that it shows, because this one in particular shows how Little sort of looks like me and Eldest sort of looks like him. And
Oh.
the way this one's done as opposed to the rest I'd always had done with them when we traveled or whatever, there's something about this particular one, and I have it in storage, and I love this piece, and I'd love to hang it again one day. But I can't. I could never do that again. But I'd love for them one day to be able to pull it out and go,
Oh
hey, I'm
yeah.
going to look again. Or, for me, it's still hard to come across pictures of Monster's face. And I know it is for them. I know Little doesn't want to see, doesn't want to hear his voice. I know that it makes her sick to her stomach still right now.
Yeah.
And I know that her last phone call to me at court just, it was many things for her. And seeing him in person at court, which, thanks to this crew, had to happen 400 times. Motherfuckers. Anyway, and to put her in more terror than she was already going through just to get another order in place. But, and to think that, and to make her afraid, how terrified that child was, thinking that this group was actually going to get her place back near around that. The terror, and they don't think that this child was here with me in a regressive sort of state for weeks leading up to that, and holding my hand as tight as she could every night, afraid that she'd be put back with her.
Mm.
And that's something
Yeah.
painful that they did to her, and so did Monster, and she can't forgive it. And I don't know that she'll ever speak to or want anything to do with him again for the rest of her life. Eldest can do, and they can both do as they please. But the thing is I do want them to have the pictures and things in case they do ever want it. So I'll always keep those. I'll keep all the diaries, my letters, all the things so they can look back and be like, here's mom and dad's, you know, things in their life together. And when we were all here, the truths and the pieces, even when I want it. But I do try to slip in moments where I'm like, hey, you remember that time? Or, and little things like, little ask about, she's like, why am I fingernail? I'm like, I'm sorry, you have your dad's family's fingernails, bro. It ain't my fault. you know.
What?
Yeah. She'll ask me things. I'll be like, I'm sorry, it's your dad's people's thing. I'm sorry, or whatever. But, I do try in little ways to keep them, knowing, or I even, with Monster, I keep that thing's recipes going that are their favorites and things, and things like that. But the world wouldn't believe them. They'd rather think I stand here. I'm like, oh, your fucking dad this, and your fucking dad that, whatever. But I do try to, you know, maybe one day, and I doubt it, and they both know how I feel about it. They'll never get that thing to take full ownership. Mm, they'll never get it to sit down and take all accountability. They'll never get what they're looking for from it. They'll never get closure in any sense for what was done to them. They'll always get a blame game, or it wasn't my, oh, I was pushed in, so I had an excuse to do it. It'll always be that shit.
Yeah.
It'll always be that shit. And so to never be disappointed if that's what they come across with it, and seeking it out one day for the answers is probably not going to do them a whole lot of good. Luckily, they're old enough when everything went down to know um, that and the last phone call I think between Little and Monster let her know that when it was blackmailing her. So right before court, I'm like, are you kidding me? And forcing her hand in order to force contact. It clearly knew even its own word and she didn't want. But to force it, which is a form of abuse to me, so,
Well,
you
and the
know,
saddest part about it is not having to tell them who the parents are. They can see it clearly themselves. I mean, I clearly remember when my daughter came to an age where she was able to say, like, that just was not right. And
yeah.
instead of like, I do love you, daddy, I do, it went to that was manipulative and that was cruel. And then you almost want to protect them from having to feel that way, but it's better to have them see it on their own and not be the one informing them. Um, yeah, she's a very perceptive girl, your daughter. Very clear-minded, and when I heard her speaking, I think the first time, I was just really struck by the fact that there's such perspective there. That this isn't a person speaking from the why me stage. It's somebody speaking from I want to help others feel better in life. Like not hypothetically maybe, but the first conversation that I heard around her was about trying to help somebody else feel better about themselves when they had been insulted and hurt.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right? So that,
And adults at that.
yeah,
I, that
a
was conversation.
vulnerable adult, and here she is saying, literally had to almost like step up and help this person who was being belittled by others, who was an adult older than, in more of a
And
position of authority.
of authority around,
Yeah,
and she
sad.
was worried about them, and she
Yep.
still is. How often that person comes up, and she wonders about them,
It
like,
just, I have goosebumps right now. It like made me so proud of who she is as a person. And then and then that was the day of the spectacularly stupid event that these people propagated against you. Can you believe that? In that moment that I heard your daughter speaking of helping someone else to feel okay about themselves after having been belittled, this is what
Excuse me.
happened. Like, the retribution of the masses comes down and there's a SWAT call on that same day. The perspective is insane. It's
It's
insane.
like you happened to me on the phone with us for a
I
couple
know.
hours. When I was unaware of what the hell was happening over at this group. As they were cycling, trying to push me and make me look crazy, I wasn't even online paying attention or watching them do it.
I
You
wouldn't
know?
have been aware if Adrian hadn't reached out and tried to tell me
And
blah
then
blah
here's
blah is happening. I just want you to know the monster you're supporting. And it was like, what are you talking about?
and then
Oh,
here they go, and I changed plans midway with Jenny on TM's doing that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And here you are on the phone with us, Rose. There's
like,
nothing.
oh, you can
You
come to me, Jody Sue. Come,
like, well,
come, let me pet you. Come, let the monster who just slapped the shit out of you come pet you. Good God.
That was gross.
It
That was
was
the
gross. And then
grossest
to
thing
turn
I've
around and
ever.
try and say that Little was the one in danger. Puh, what a creep. That I will never forget that.
and I mean, she was in no danger. Nobody was
Oh
holding
my
anybody.
God. She was so incredibly beautifully engaged behind the scenes.
Talking,
The
and then
banter, she was hysterical. Your kid is as funny as you are. It was funny and kind and heartfelt, and the connection was so obvious. And then to have something like that happen, the contrast was insane. These people are insane. They don't deserve to have the ability to speak to more than a person in
I
a room.
remember laying the phone down with you, and I left you on the line so you could hear. But I left the phone right there, and I stepped out immediately for the police, full gear, yard full of everybody, and I could tell. I was like, "What the fuck?" You know. Little goes out. I'm like, "Y'all need to speak to her," and all these other things. And I was like, "You gotta be kidding me!" And I was like, "Yeah, I want to talk to my little." She comes out. You tell she's terrified. She has no idea what's going on. And here's my kid terrified again, thanks to Jenny, Adrian, Monster, Stall, Tiffany, BK, Scott, Linda, Lips, Rojo, fucking all of them. Because of the games they're fucking playing. Nobody can tell me otherwise. You cannot tell me, much like Marlene is there, not trying to tamper with the littlest witnesses around us. Monster was trying to get hands on her for cash. Jenny and Adrian thought they would then have a direct way to Little, and then
Oh,
everything I knew or Little knew about Summer's case. And you can tell Jenny at a certain point really thought she was going to be around my child because you could hear her going, "I just want to wrap her up in my arms and I'm going to read to her and I'm going to do
Oh,
all
and then
these
she
things."
denied it. She
And I'm
was,
like, sick bitch.
who's gonna
You know,
read who?
yeah, exactly. And she goes, Little says, do they know how old I am? Do they know?
quit infantilizing me is what my child. Every time she
Yeah,
sees one of these on here, she's like, "Why are they infantilizing me?"
I know.
You
Such
know?
a smart person.
And I'm like, "I don't know, kid." Much like they make Summer into an idol and they project whatever and they take Summer's true personality away from Summer and put whatever they want to project on her.
Yeah.
They do it with little two and eldest and everybody else in between and all of these children. And I'm just like, man, leave them alone, dude. Leave
Yeah,
them alone.
and then BK comes in peace. Not really. No.
And the last time I think I really spoke to him is when he called little
A
some
moron,
name.
right?
Yeah, and that was the night I was on where I was pulling back in with groceries, and he called or something. Apparently, he had me on live. I figured out I come directly in here, started my own live. Was talking to him. I did not know he had P bombed or whatever, was blackmailing TM with that shit, much like he threatened to do. And I have the recorded phone calls of all that shit to do with him. And I didn't know that that's what had occurred on his life before all that. And I get up there and there he is doing all this garbage around me and he says that crap about Little and I'm like, you know what, fuck you, bro. Not my kid, not today, click.
Yeah.
It's like I gotta say to you, you know. And I don't know what DA is running his shit down there in Texas, but if they're worried about harassment and of his child and baby mama, they really do. And I hope, like hell, they're aware of all the other women and children online he's got a habit of doing this to, including to you. And how nefarious that shit is, or that, he even went so far as, like Smiley to make very sexualized comments about my little, and to
Exactly.
target her list, which is real repetitive, isn't it? BK and Smiley and a couple others have done the same thing, including Carl. Grandma Little's list, while clearly fucking up and being like, yeah, we clearly don't know this is Little's list, but oh, she'll need patches for the knees, and wait, and oh,
Oh,
whatever.
talking about boba tea. Wait a minute. That was
Yeah,
the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life, and I'm going to say it out loud. I've got boba tea sitting right here next to me right now. Taro
right.
tea.
Smiley
Let's
over
try
there
and
talking,
sexualize my taro tea, you idiots.
and Smiley over there redoing that garbage version of it again just a few weeks ago
Oh, that
to
excited.
have
Really?
list, and here she is sexualizing her and talking about buttholes and stretching buttholes
Oh
while
my
clearly
god.
saying this is Little's list. That's a minor child you're talking about, you gross bitch. But did that stop BK from doing the same?
No.
Nope. Did it stop Carl, who's called everybody and their brother a pedo? Nope. And they do that repeatedly. But look at what they've done online as far as harassment, especially BK, of so many others. Online targeted harassment of women and children around each of these cases. Classic and
Insane.
sincere, Earnings, it's repetitive behavior for Floppy.
Yep, it is. And, I thank you very much for not popping him up on screen today because I probably would have said something far worse than I ever hoped would come out of my mouth. I have no respect at all for that person. None.
It's
And I
usually
never will.
all he ever does is tries to do that schmoozy narrative bullshit or change dark routine, or he attacks you, or it's some clip shitting play later, or they can eat you over, or he's I'm real sorry, or
Oh,
whatever.
whatever.
I ain't got time for that. It's like, and if you give him enough space to wedge in, it's like people think that shit between Don and I on PGs was me over talking him. It's not. I just know how to deal with monsters when I see them. And if you give them, there's a way to listen to them while everybody's kind of over talking one another, but you do not give them enough space to run their narrative or their guests in word salad, or to give them space enough to think of the next shit to run on you, because that's how quick they can think.
Yeah.
And to try to, sell their shit to masses as well, and to set you up mid conversation, um, and I'm not going to do it. And Floppy and Don and others here share that in common. Green Eyes, Monster, whole nine. I know what they're about.
Yep.
And give them space to run that game, they're going to. But there's a way of interacting with them, speaking to and with them, and it's never pleasant for others to probably hear. And it could seem like things it's not to those who have never had the misfortune of dealing with narcopaths and monsters of that caliber. But I unfortunately have had a lifetime of it, so
Yeah.
you know.
It
But
is.
it's letting fuckers like Floppy up. That's what you're gonna deal with every time. There's going to be no real interaction. There's going to be no, oh, I'm a better person. There's none of it. Like, it's useless. All you're doing is giving them attention. You're getting them clicks and views. You're helping that particular asshole build up so he can do us another case. Rewrite and revisionist history who he is so he can get around people or new eyes coming in that don't know what he is. Other families, other cases, open and active investigations that you fuck up, and I'm not going to participate in that.
No.
I'm not.
It's like Joran Vandersloot today, given the opportunity to speak to the court, tried to tell them that he had come to Christ, given his heart to God.
Don't they all?
And Natalie's brother said now he's not a changed man. You know, they can say anything they want to say, but their true actions will belie that any moment.
No.
Nothing trustworthy about that person, never will be.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Eldest. Like, he was sort of manipulated and pulled in and triangulated by people who didn't know what we've been through, didn't understand, and were not helpful in the least in the way they help triangulate certain situations. You have Monster making sure he's placed himself nearest certain people in order for him to install the wedge in as well, and knowing that it would push and pull Eldest to be like, well, now I'm stuck, and I'm stuck between these camps again, and it's just months out from being healed.
Yeah.
And nobody stopped thinking this is really a good fucking idea. And it put Eldest in a certain position. And I knew when they made contact because I could hear Monster. And the mimic, like just normal conversations with people, you can see which words and behavior. I mean, these are my children, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
I knew, and I didn't say a word. I knew Eldest would find his way. And Eldest, in a very short period, was like, bro, this shit's happening. And I was like, I know. And I know it has been. And I'm sorry you've been put in that place by not only Jenny, Adrian, the manipulation, Monster getting a job in a certain place to then make sure it makes contact with certain people. Or, stall pump. I just still cannot imagine the fucking audacity. Even if there'd been no DV or anything like that, I cannot imagine being a bitch low enough to be fucking somebody else in a nasty way like that. I'm sorry, there are standards for me. While cancer's raging, while relatives are dying, all these things are occurring in their lives, neighbor goes missing, and this bitch is in my car I'm paying for, banging a motherfucker, taking food out of my kids' mouths, stealing from them, you name it, manipulating shit behind the scenes, all this crap, being so fucking nasty not to care that somebody didn't have an immune system and her shit could kill somebody. And having kids of her own, all this shit. I mean, that part of human for me is garbage anyway. But I cannot imagine being that and then going up to that other woman's family, even having the fucking just like, I don't know, mindset to go, yeah, I'm gonna cross the threshold, the door, and be like, hi, I'm so and so.
Oh my God.
You
It
know,
takes a rather shallow personality and a whole lot of narcissism.
like, I mean, that'd be like me going over to like her families and being like, hi, I'm so and so.
Oh, gross.
Like, are you kidding me? Like, hi, I know I was like potentially like gonna kill your family member with my grossness in the bathroom stall while she had cancer and all these things. And I was manipulating shit. And while your pap was dying, I was in the backstage. And Monster, while you all thought he was being such a good heckin' boy around that time, was actually coming and banging me. And well, your sibling was left alone in ICU while he was banging me and being mean to, the children at home because he was in a. But hi, how are you? And oh yeah, Monster and I've been stealing pandemic bucks illegally, and oh yeah, there's no child support, but it's so I just cannot imagine, right? Like, what the fuck is wrong with that? As a female, like anybody, like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
But so Eldest finds out pretty quick. He tells me at one point, he's like, "Well, I think he's a little different." I was like, "Watch yourself, you know better." And that's really all I'd say about it. I was like, "You know better." And within a few short weeks, um, words coming from behind here. We're getting proof of certain things. We know certain things have been taped. He hears Monster telling him over phones that weddings are just to get at me. I hears him, and he tells him outright for months not to fuck with Little. That Little didn't want to be near him, and he sees him go directly for Little with Chili and Adrian. All him, you talking about hell of an argument set off. And Eldest is like, yeah, no, and quickly realized. So it's just like, and it was sick, because it's still, the damage done after, and because of all that, to all of us, is still here, right? It was games and entertainment over here for these people and those like Jenny and Adrian, but it's still running a little vein and current of harm to us, you know, as a family unit. And
Well, you don't try and use a child against his mother, and that's what they were doing. And I think, they strike the lowest possible point. But the fact that they were using information that was so old that it didn't even apply anymore, and that they were using manipulated information to begin with to do damage to you, there's no forgiving that. There's no
even
coming peace
yeah,
after that.
like I played the audio clip, and I desperately didn't want to do that, but I played and I sent you the little snippet. He had no clue. Eldest had no clue, and I knew he was down here. He come down that day. He was sitting there on the phone. I know the text that Adrian's released. Eldest left within the first 3 minutes. The police were here. If Eldest truly thought I was holding my daughter hostage or
Right.
that I'd done anything to her, he would have been so far up my ass, y'all.
Right.
If family thought at any point I was harming her or she was in danger or anything like that, police would have never been called. I'd been 6 feet under. And no tragedy pimps needed.
Right.
Um, and so, but Eldest, in order to appease Monster, goes, "Oh, you know how mom's been, whatever, talking over whatever." But that's the thing. Eldest literally was here for work and ready for work. Sat here for like 3 minutes. Cops are like, "Who's that?" I was like, "That's my son." And then he leaves to go on to work and stuff, you know? And even he's like, "You heard the clip yourself." I was like, "How in the fuck does this Adrian bitch think that?" You know?
He
He's like, "I have
says,
no fucking idea."
right. And you said, "Did you say that?" And he says, "No, ma'am."
And then you see clearly on Monsters Messenger and Stall speaking for him what they actually said to the group, which was also false. Um, but then this group takes it and twists it, and then Monster only pops up to talk when the idea of cash comes into play. But mind you, he's checked out and taken a nap
He
during the
was
event,
freaking sleeping. If his
right?
daughter was in danger and he was sleeping, doesn't that say something?
Well, I know Monster well enough to know when he's had enough, like he don't want to fuck around. She's like, fuck you, I'm checking. I could tell you that Stahl was probably being yelled at that point. Most likely. It was, I'm not fucking around with you. You've created drama type of moments. I'm going to fuck bed. I'm getting stoned. I'm going here, bitch. He will check all the way out like that. And he knew what Stahl was doing there at the time and how she was playing the shit. And he was letting her do it. And he's afraid to lose her. Now he's wrapped up with her. I don't care. Screw them both. But I could see that moment for what it was when he was told, well, he's went to take a nap. Yeah. And that tells me how fed up Monster was with the shit. But then you only see him come on really to speak in his own messenger about a camper or money, and then to be pissed when Lips tells him and others that he goes, oh great, so I get punished, which is a term and a thing
yeah.
is like gone. They're being punished, right? He's like, great, so somebody here gets all this shit wrong mixed up and I get punished for it. He couldn't get cash for the drama, right? And people thought he was scamming Connor. Oh, great. So they get it mixed up and I get punished for it. So that's Monster saying, yeah, I know Penny, Adrian, Jenny, all them have twisted it, lied, and etc. And now I'm being punished for it because I'm not getting cash. Right? And
Is that
so
the same live where he was going, do you think I'd be working this hard for this money if blah, blah, blah?
Mm-hmm. And so in that way, you see that even he admits. Then later on, we can put pieces and proof together to show how then he lies to courts and others. And he tries to protect and cover ass on what's been done, how it's been done, said with the group he's working with to do it. Because, right?
Uh-oh.
And so Jenny, Penny, Adrian, Tiamon don't get caught doing what they're doing. And,
Oh, they'll get caught. It doesn't go away.
bro, you can't do that. And I hold the proof and pieces for that. For all of them. But that, he was allowing it and he could clearly see what Stahl was doing. I don't care. And he knows that he knows. He may not care or may not be in his purview, but he knows I would never harm either of these children. And for him to allow that to happen, or to put that out as an idea, or allow Stahl to put that out, or Jenny and Adrian, or any of them, in order to harm these children in that way, or to continue to abuse us for cash, pretty sick even for him. And I just, but yeah, not something. If Stahl was not present, I can promise you that even Monster, as abusive as he was at last, would never have dared. Because when he's always been gone, he's been gone. He's like, you keep the kids. They wouldn't even be alive if it were for you. I'll pay child support or whatever. You don't even have to take it in court. It'll be like, here. Right? And he will provide the things they need this, or at least to a certain degree. And with Stahl's introduction, what you have is her pushing, pulling, manipulating, setting fire, being gas to fires, and being an entire additive to the shit show and abuse. But and I find that pretty gross. But that he allowed that and is something. But I can tell you, any other time he would have never come after these children for custody or visits or anything. He don't care. He has never cared. I'll see you when I see you, just like he did in Hawkins Court the first time. It was 18 whatever and a giggle. Whenever she wants to see me and she's 18. That's what he said.
Jesus.
But then this group pushes him to Penny Cares and Stahl to, oh, we're still wearing bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit car. You want her now because it's cash worthy. You want her now because Jenny and Adrian think they can tamper with a small witness like they did the other children annihilate, discredit, pull out information from them about Summer's case, that type of shit. They were going to use my daughter, further abuse and put her back near someone that is literally capable of killing her. And it tried.
Well,
Would not have thought. Just to get information for what, a database?
oh, I'll bet it was even more than just the database.
Because remember, that was the whole plan throughout for a long time, was to quote, break me down as a human being and do whatever it took to do that. So it's like, what the hell? But yeah, it's all pretty disgusting.
Really is.
But that's what y'all make that. It's like TM right now. And BK, they're more worried about chasing his bra. And they're all pretending chasing put up the material. Because of how scary TM and BK are and threatening their kids and whatever. I'm like, bitch, her kids aren't even vulnerable to any calls and shit. Spare me that crap. And chasing material has been put up for weeks before this. And I have proof of that. This is garbage. And it's just them tying up a bow on all their bullshit. But chasing really is protecting the worst amongst you that have really committed, in my estimation, real child abuse, permanent harm to my children. And have really attempted to get me targeted and murdered on several instances. And have admitted such in public before doing so, and then doing so anyway. And there's proof of it. Proof of every bit of it. Or I wouldn't say it and enhanced a couple of you all in here. You know what's held in the background, what was even in the foreground. It's enough. It is literally enough if law enforcement and prosecutors want to prosecute them for it.
That's right. And it's not, like I said, it's not going to go away.
That should be the concern. But instead, TM and Floppy and them are over here. Her bra! Man, you really want to drag chasing? You really want to drag? How about y'all sit down and out yourselves? Oh, wait, they're not going to do that. Right? It'll end with some bullshit, poor chasing over here, and TM's being the bad girl, and the drama views, and the money, and the memberships, and all that people will fit. And they'll type the bow, and they'll hide the materials, and the public will forget and move away.
Right. And then it'll come back again later. I just saw something the other day.
Probably one of the last cycles of the revisionist one and done, because I think there's been a visit or three this summer and they're terrified.
Oh.
Just my thoughts on it. And like BK lately, I didn't find the post, I don't think, until like 3-4 days after he made it. Him and TM act like they're the ones that are getting everything firmly investigated now, and they're on this whole head and whatever, and acting like fucking heroes, just like they did during the Chase phone call and all these other. TM's the first one to call it the scam-a-thon and what bullshit, bro. But BK's like, oh yeah, people are buying it. Like they're the ones that have turned all this into Fed. And if they've turned anything into Feds, it's their own version of shit. They're hoping Feds will buy, and then it'll target others and whatever and skip by them. But I don't know what to tell them other than I know for a fact that all eyes Tupac style have been on them for a very long time.
Do you think they have any idea that what they're passing in, if they have docketed up, is going to be the comparison that FBI uses or the TBI uses to
I know
prove
whatever the shits that try to turn in or get ahead of their way late.
Unbelievable.
And all they're gonna do is, and more luck to them, more power to them. I hope they've contacted everybody and given a final bow tie worthy version of whatever. Good luck to them. May the odds be
Yeah.
ever in fucking favor. It was already game over when they used I don't know, in a Jiffy slash Stacy Slay slash, fake Fed cartoon clandestine agent UPS undercover in Lawson's office type shit to set up I and a real federal agent. It was over then. And even before then, I don't think they realized how many eyes were watching them in this group, and still are. So may the odds be
Yeah.
in favor.
Surprisingly oblivious. I mean, I honestly, when you're doing stuff like this, isn't there a small part of you that's looking over your shoulder thinking, huh, maybe I should be,
Well,
more
I was,
careful? Or maybe, what if this catches up with me? I can't imagine how they can be so oblivious.
well, think about TM and AB when they were paired up, right? Those dipshits really, like that day, Tiffany reposted that fucking screenshot of a comment I'd supposedly made in chat, and it was about H, right, I think. And I was reading that, and it looked like, my ellipses were there and everything. I'm like,
Yep.
man, I wouldn't have said that unless I was being a smart ass to another chatter. I didn't say this, but if I did, that's the only way I would have said something like that. I'm trying to make it make sense in my head. But then there gets AB busted out with and having emails and accounts with my picture on them pretending to be me.
So stupid.
And he had literally copied, he had studied my writing enough, and had typed that somewhere in a chat. They get a screenshot of it, knowing it's fake, and TM knows it is, and puts it up on a wall and make people think I typed that out. You know how dangerous and wrong that was in Summer's case.
No kidding.
While she stood there and screamed, "Summer matters, we love Summer." Yeah, you love her enough to tamper with her goddamn case and witnesses around her to make people look like suspects when they're not. You know how detrimental things like, of course they do. Tell me what other purpose that was. You know, law enforcement's given that screenshot and they think it's really me that's typed that out. And then when they're caught at it, TM and AB sit over on this fucking panel going, "Well, yeah, we did that, but it was her, it was just a game." Meanwhile, you've got Bomb and all them running at the same time. In that duration, they're around here. And or during that period, you've got Bomb and everybody. But they're all propping up what they clearly know and can tell with the click of a button over here, just like I can. Who's real and who's not, simply by clicking on the name. Bomb and all them had to know the person they would, it was me, but it was actually AB. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
They would take the fake me, and scream at it for 35 minutes, pretending like they didn't know, or like it was running me, and then be like, "Oops," or they just let it play out like it was really me over there talking and shit, or that they were screaming at, and it was drama and entertainment for people, thinking Bomb and others really were reaming my ass, right? And it wasn't. It wasn't me. And they've done this to my family members as they've been over. They have used fake emails and shit for them, so chat thinks it was really my family members speaking. They have done that to Monster behind the scenes and back chat, made him think on PGs and shit it was me back there speaking and violating shit, and it wasn't me at all. And it was AB and TM and they're responsible for that. And in doing so, they could have set off the orders of protection, got one of us falsely, fair's fair, but that ain't fair. And, but that's what they're hoping on, right? Just like the semi setup of others are, including C&D and events and the Dugs and the drunk driving things and all that. This group will go that far. And, but I mean, you tell me what help that was in Summer's case for TM and AB to do while proclaiming they're here to help Summer. It's not.
No.
And it's very dangerous when you have people doing that. But then to sit there once caught at it and giggle about it, and go, oh, it's just a joke. It's not a joke. Not when you're typing out real people's name and got fake accounts, pretending to be them online, learning the way they speak enough to mimic it, make it look like they said things they're not saying or doing, and then to screenshot it and put it up so people believe they've said certain things, or that to be then given to law enforcement, feds, and them to even think it was one of us when it wasn't.
It's demented. It's absolutely unbelievable that grown-ups do this kind of shit. Or anybody, not even, anybody. It's too unbelievable.
I just don't know how it revolves around open and active investigations. I don't. Like, is it not enough drama that these terrible, horrific things are happening anyway? They've happened. Do you really need to add soap opera to it, or more real life crimes, or more harm to these families, victims, survivors, fighters, law enforcement, communities, witnesses? Do you need to add that to it for it to be even more funsies? For who? How is that cruelty and setup worth entertainment? Are you not entertained enough by terrible fucking events that nobody would want to happen to them? I mean, do you really need all that added in?
Right. And if it were them, would they want that? I mean,
No.
they can't see it from that perspective. Imagine if your child were missing. Well, but then again, we look at the folks whose child is missing and watch them do probably the worst of it. Implicating other people and making up lies and throwing other people under the bus and pretending that things that happened didn't and things that didn't happened. All without thinking about the fact that their child is probably not going to be found because they're just screwing with everybody. Unbelievable.
And that's the thing, though. That's what pisses me off every day, man.
I can't imagine how you live with it.
They say they came here for help. But what they've been doing and what they've been more concerned about, long before we came public, and I wasn't even aware of them fully doing online. I mean, like, man, if you never found or something, I don't think I can live with it, right? I cannot, every day to me, I know in my heart they will find her. They've got to. They've got to. But for them to risk her not being there, and maybe that's on purpose.
I have to think it is. I mean, the only way I wouldn't be insisting every minute of every day that my child be found, and I've been there.
But like,
the only way I wouldn't is if I knew where she was.
But if they're, every day I'm like chicken or the egg, because they'd still be doing the same thing. But to risk her being found just because of how they might look or might falsely be arrested because I let from day one, I could always understand their fear of that, right? Because of what they are and who they are. But damn, I'd risk that any day of the week over, because at some point you think, well, Ellie will catch up, even though, well, the pieces, whatever, they look a certain way. Feds and Ellie would still get to the bottom of it and find the right people. And it's a risk you'd have to take, but for the betterment of your child, if you truly wanted them found or anything solved, you wouldn't do that. I can't imagine being more worried about people online talking shit about me.
But something is off. Something is so far off.
And that's the thing. I mean, Dawn even told me in person, yeah, I did that to Gene, Like, okay then, let it fucking be, dude. Let it ride. Who gives a shit about McDonough? You know? Get the fuck over yourself.
Right.
And Candace was only using certain shit to hit back at Allie and them. And I get, but that was the concern only.
But with minds that are that manipulative, I mean, the thought that you can bypass a missing daughter,
And I get it. You
get
want to
revenge on other people.
You want to speak out on other people who are lying about you, creating narratives. Obviously, you want to speak out on how monsters might be fucking monstering you, whatever, right? I get it. But like, minute when you see more emotion from them over that shit than you ever seen even in person for summer. It's bothersome me when I watch them play games, knowing they twisted, lied, misled everybody from day one, and even those in their teams and otherwise, to take agents' time off their real missing daughter's case to play games.
I have a question. Judge Sue, when Candace walked off the panel at Dr. Phil, did those emotions seem genuine to you?
No. And I know from background that a certain person told her to do that, and it was kind of pre-told to her to walk off if X was it, or at a certain point. So it was sort of staged in a way.
Right.
And I think that was for a couple different reasons.
It just seemed so exaggerated to me, the face, that I was like, eh.
Yeah, it's staged.
Other events like the Jenna bullshit, other moments in time around here, I can compare it to her face when she's doing the bullshit call around the Dr. Phil crap with me too. And it's damn sure more emotion than I've seen from her, even the day Summer vanished, and since she swears shows more emotions for Jenna. But I know in the road in real time, in all these conversations, she knew what Jenna was. She knew they're playing games. They were not oblivious to who and what all these people were in their inboxes or around them. You got to think, her sister, she's well aware of the Ruitzes of the world.
Right.
And it happens in a missing persons case. And 2 years prior to Summer vanishing, with this more inserted culture of online bullshit, I'm sure they understood exactly what would come when Summer vanished and maybe how to use it. They were not what would happen, I know that they were laughing in abundance, like Jenna, like Cher, like BK, and they were using them mutually. And would laugh about it. Now, I mean, they're aware. And then to watch them later on cry about these people, I watched them laugh about taking for a ride, like Jenna, um, knowing how goofy it was, and then seeing her on squalls with Dawn, drunker and shit, with Del Terry. Um, and the crying, I'm like, what the fuck? And then Dawn, for all those months, even down to Eaton. Well, she's been burned by so many online pretending to be your friend.
Oh
Man,
God.
I know better. I know better. Even Kat, like, I know better. I know these people knew what all these other people trying to use them, get close to them, etc. They were just using each other. There's no truth. Look, they're laughing at them the whole time. I can guarantee you that. But to watch her cry more over fucking Jenna after like a 6 week online friend show, more than in the background the whole time she's telling me she can't show emotion or anything over Summer because Dawn says it upsets him. He's allowed to feel, but she's not allowed to show anything. But then there she is allowed to cry in front of him apparently and put on all these shows for Jenna and how heartbroken she is. And Dawn's just fine with that. Yeah, Miss Smith bullshit. And they do. They throw each other under the bus. It's part of their thing. They do work in a collective and together. They always have. But they will throw each other under the bus, but also weave and build a story together and work as a team at the same damn time. There's examples there, but I bullshit on
Yeah,
all.
it just throws such an odd angle on the whole thing. It's like, how can you take anything they say seriously after hearing the amount of bullshit that's come out of their mouths? I was never, ever able to listen to Candace normally again after that phone call that she made to Dawn's sister.
Exactly. Yep.
And I agree that the thing with Dr. Phil was staged.
I remember standing there after all that crap and talking to her. I was like, and there was other people with her at one point in that day, and I was like, yeah, and she was laughing and giggling about it, right? She's like, oh, blah, 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 right? And I was like, well, okay then, but you do know how that's going to make you look, right? And then she's like, oh yeah, I forgot I'm talking to the neighbor with the stick up her ass. And the mean change, the face instantly in a flash. Well, yeah, well, Dawn made me do it.
Oh, God.
And it's instant like that. And it's like, I remember through the years, it's like, her meet me in the driveway at one point. One of the first times I realized that but it was, kind of towards fall weather. It was definitely season. We meet partway in the driveway that day up mine, and she's talking about doing meth. Just like it's nothing, and I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck to say to that. I'm like, that shit ain't cool, right? And she was all smiles and shit the same way. And it was all fun time. And it's like, oh yeah, once again, I forgot I'm talking to the neighbor. Stick up their ass. Complete facial change in an instant, and well, Dawn made me do it.
Oh,
You
God.
know, that shit. And I'm like, okay, it's same shit. I'm just like, whatever. But it's like I can listen to them do the same shit. They're in a fight. Real shit's going down, etc. Don knows he's going to jail during the DV phone call, that. But I can also listen to him weaving together a storyline that Ellie will believe while also knowing that one of them's clearly going to go to jail, the other one's lying, they're both lying. But they're going to work together so Ellie can't figure out the actual thing or the actual thing to be noted and any of the real truth out there. Like, just like later on it became, oh, the return was about Jose. The fuck it was. No, it wasn't. He did not come back from Utah because of Jose. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Well, you showed us that the other day because they can't keep their stories straight. I keep saying, let them keep talking. These people, stories keep changing. I
But
don't
they
mean.
will, even
Oh,
while one is going to jail, like, police or that, but they'll work together so that, like, it's the most bizarre shit. And the only thing I can kind of, like, I don't know, they do a team effort. And there are police reports too. At least I think are real ones, on like some of the ones they put out around here that I think are entirely fake. Um, that a couple of the bigger channels have put out recently. Um, but there are other police things in the past that sort of show similar and tell similar to what I've seen and witnessed in person over the years, and is apparent when compared to things I know of them. It's like if the one's true about mm, them and the family members getting into it at a certain point and Candace being like, oh, I'm pregnant and all these things, right? Um, that's also them. They know, like, it shows a pattern. They will work together, build together, and they will try to get ahead of the other person and put it off on it. And I've seen examples of this with them from everybody they've done wrong. And even to me, um, years prior to Summer vanishing, and I watched and heard it in person. Um, and it was like, are you kidding me? And I think nobody will ever know or figure it out, and it's just, I don't know, man. Some of the weirdest shit you'll ever see.
I think they picked the wrong person. That's all. I mean, really, when they think about all the stuff that's been said and all the stuff that's been done, and they go ahead and try and deny it, and you're sitting there with all the receipts, it's almost comical. It's unfortunate because the whole thing has just been so destructive and so overwhelming and so disturbing. But I keep feeling like they're just signing their own warrants, man. And I hope that eventually is the truth.
Well, for me, I think that, and I know it sounds stupid or silly, a lot, but there's a reason. I mean, I could stay behind an icon, but I try not to. And I do that so that if these things, where I speak freely, are ever needed for anything, I can be seen. And people can see how I emote and how I behave. I know profilers can watch it. I know that behavioralists can watch it. I know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Probably one of the most credible people there is for that fact because everybody else is able to step behind an icon or, distort their voices and use mechanical voices and pretend. And I've never seen that with you. I mean,
And in a way that leaves things behind, right? If
yeah,
something happens to me or anything else. And I know detectives and law enforcement, they don't have to be behavioralists or profilers to watch, know. And I know that some things of mine need to be seen because there are some that know me well enough to know what I'm saying when I'm doing certain things or certain behaviors they can watch, whether, you know what I mean, and know things,
yeah,
you like only certain eyes can. And to be able to learn me well enough to be able to do those things, would be helpful.
Well, some of us who've been listening for a long time get it a whole lot more than people think. And everyone tries to say, you're not easy to understand. Part of it might be that they're not capable of understanding because your language style is, you imply things in a way, and as well as speaking them out loud. And some
People don't know how to read between the lines at all.
Weird.
And some, like I've always been entirely explicitly sincere about, some things are not meant for the public. They're meant for the community only to hear and Ellie and otherwise. And certain folks, they're not meant for the public, and they, I just, and parts are left here in ways to where the public can't get them, but those who need to will. And things are kept away from weavers and liars and story builders and fairy tale uppers and chaos makers and data based and and all of that. And
Interesting how often we've heard people purposefully misinterpret things that you've said too. Like they go, oh, so that's what that means, right? But they're just distorting. What they actually know is distortion.
no. Or they really want something, like they'll catch a little of something and then they'll, I don't know, it's like when Chasing, a few weeks ago, went on about that, and Michelle After Dark and a couple others played in that bullshit. This, oh my gosh, she's saying something new. Though none of that was new. Not a bit of it was new, but there's Chase once again talking for me and swearing. I just magically remembered something suddenly, and it was just to fuck with me again. None of that was new. It had been said eons before, and here they were like, oh, she's crazy, she's a liar, she's making this. None of that was new. I hadn't just come out with la la la, and they're like, look, she's fake crying, she's fake upset, look at this actress. I'm like, you fucking bitches.
Oh my God.
And, but in that way, what they were trying to force was my hand to give what they clearly knew and could understand was an actual moment at some point, which had happened months prior, where proof was found of certain things. And what they wanted was that proof, and me to have to come out with those receipts for that proof so they could see what that proof was.
Oh my God.
And I didn't give it to them. Right? It was, well, if this is true, then you prove it to us. Where are the receipts for that you turned whatever? And it was this group trying to make a mass call out, or me to have to come up here and be like, here, I'm defending myself by, here's all the receipts for it, and being stupid enough to be triggered to give them more shit they didn't need. And I'm not going to do that. And it didn't work for them, so I just stood there and got eaten. Which, what I eventually did was I showed a receipt that there were receipts, which was enough proof without giving them the proof.
Details. Right.
Yeah. But it was a pretty gross attempt at that, because every now and then they really want something. And because they're used to living in drama territory, hearing people who are instantly able to be triggered and be like, no, 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 here you go. I ain't one of those. And there's a great deal of things I hold in the background and that I've not said and won't say, and all sorts of shit. But they think if they lay into me for days, weeks, add another line to the pile, another narrative, that I'm going to be like, here, XYZ, and the only way to defend myself is to give them what they want. It ain't going to happen. But that's what they wanted with that particular shit. And in that way, they are a hell of a group of cons that work together with people by, believe it. help them do it. You know,
I do
well,
like the receipts that you show are usually of things that you've said in the past that you then are showing us were real. And for those who say that the stories changed over and over again, all I can say is the only changes I've seen are when you find or see things that you hadn't realized before.
yeah,
And it adds to
Yeah,
the
change your mind.
right. Well, and you're not unwilling to learn. When something comes up and you're like, "Oh, so that's what was being said." You openly do that. Other people are like, "Nope, nope, we said this, we knew this all along. This is our stance. It's not gonna change no matter what the proof is." It's a form of intelligence that's lacking in the world. But your mind is still open to learn new things as well, and that's a very important piece of this whole thing. We're all gonna learn something new at some point. I'm really glad you guys are up here talking tonight. Just
I
honestly,
know, it's very nice.
it is nice. It's good to hear
I'm
voices
glad I
instead of
figured out how to get back there and
oh my god. Well,
held out for a little bit.
thanks for hanging out and trying. I didn't want to be up here by myself. But and I hope you're still with us to some extent.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh good.
I'm just listening. I actually lost my speaker a few minutes ago. I
Oh,
had to drop down and reboot.
oh bummer. Well, I saw you move spaces like Mud Pie's above you on my screen now.
Yeah, I had to
But,
drop out and come back. My phone
huh.
is like not moving at all. Like the power
Hmm.
button is just staying and it's hot.
Uh-oh. I hate when that
Yeah.
happens. I just had to have a phone replaced because of that. Luckily, I
It's
have
it's
insurance.
cooling down now. I think something was, I don't know,
Well, put it
something
on
was
top of
going
something
on.
cold.
Well, I
Yeah, I
took the
think it
case
runs the
off.
battery really hard on here because I was at 100% like 10 minutes ago and I'm plugging back in now.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I've
Yeah.
stayed plugged in and it stayed at like 20% the whole time.
Bummer. Well, I
But
just
it's
ended up
cool now.
having to replace
Whatever.
my system, and I was so sad I lost all my messages before May. And now I'm like, oh my god, that's like my diary. Very sad.
Messages on, I don't even know how to send a message on YouTube.
No, not on YouTube. My messages like messages. And
Oh, email or
I
something?
thought no, I have email and I have Facebook Messenger, but these were my actual messages,
Oh,
like from when my kids were younger and stuff.
oh, shoot. I understand now. Oh, that sucks.
You
Yeah.
didn't have them backed up, huh?
Well, I did, but I don't really know where they went. They just went away. I'll have to find them again. I'm sure I'll find them again. I
Do you have
mean,
an
Do
old
you?
phone that they could be in?
I had to send it back because I replaced my phone with insurance. So the phone I had for like 5 years that was really broken, I ended up
Mm.
having to send it back and had to take it down to 0 before I did. You know, they make you erase everything, and I thought we had transferred everything, but somehow this
Uh,
brand new phone doesn't have it, so I'm still figuring it out.
Wow.
I'm kinda like Jody Sue, I have all my old electronic equipment because I used to work at a Verizon
You
store.
know, I still have my very first phone,
Really?
the little Nokia flip phone.
Oh my
Not a
I
god.
want,
smartphone.
I have it too, the little maroon one.
Oh my
Well,
god.
it's not maroon, mine's black. I think they did have like a couple of different colors in that.
I love that
But
little
yeah,
bleepy thing. It was at like two-way radio.
I plug it in every once in a while when I want to hear my parents' voices.
Oh my
That's
god,
nice.
I
Yeah, well,
actually
they're
still have
there. It's
one
kind
of
of
my
cool.
dad. Oh my
Yeah.
god. My heart.
Oh no, it's pretty cool. I keep it pretty
Yeah,
safe.
that is so cool. My stepmother actually kept my dad's voice on their answering machine and paid for her cell phone for, like, 10 years. She's gone now too, sadly, but
Uh,
for, like, 10 years, she paid for his cell phone just so we could call his daughter's call and be able to hear his voice
Oh,
again. Yep.
wow.
So
My
I can
best
still hear
friend,
him.
one of my best friends, lost his wife a couple years ago, and he still has her phone and pays for it too.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta hold on to memories as long as you can. I wish I had
Yeah.
had a way to record it before we didn't have it anymore.
Yeah.
But anyway, but I
Oh,
have
you
a good.
keep electronics. You still have your first pager?
I don't have my pagers because they belong to the company I worked with, but I
I
had
have a little
pagers.
red. What a little red one. And one
Oh,
of those Sony Walkmans.
oh yeah. I have one of those little green Shrek phones I used to have for my son when he was really young.
Oh, that's
That
cool.
he could only call 3 people, and
That's
it was
cute.
kind of yeah, it was adorable. It's like a little oval green. I'm thinking of giving it to his daughter. It's her 2nd birthday shortly.
Oh, you should
I
do
was
that.
thinking about giving it to her for fun. So,
Carl Douglas.
yeah, I think I've seen Carl in here before. Hey,
That's
Carl, Jody is
crazy.
on a short break. Um, but yeah, so I have all these old phones. I was actually working with Verizon when the little Dare phone first came out, the one you could touch screen. And so I have like 4 of those. And
Wow.
I have a bunch of old Motorola flip phones, and I have some Nokias and Samsungs and all kinds of stuff. But most
Well, I
of them
had
are
the
just
Hello Moto Razor when that first came
oh, the
out.
Razor. That was a big deal, man.
Yeah, for about 2 months.
Yeah, that was a wild child flip phone. That was like the executive version.
Exactly.
And then I had a bunch of really hardcore construction Z, what is it called? The T zone, G zone.
Sprint,
No, G, it was all Verizon. G zone, something or other, big old, huge metallic construction phone that you could
like a
supposedly run over, but
walkie-talkie
kind of, yeah,
type.
that's what it looked like. But it also, unfortunately, I have somebody who can destroy a phone no matter what.
Mm.
New phone off the back of the truck bed the next day. I don't know.
Oh
Anyway,
no. So
whatever.
it wasn't as tough as it looked, huh?
No, it wasn't. And although the most recent phone is not doing badly, I think we tried to get a good case that would keep it from, that would let it bounce.
Yeah, I've dropped mine like I don't know how many times, and I have one little scratch across the screen.
My replacement phone, I told him I had to have one of the pens. I had a Note 9 Samsung, which because it had a pen and my hands are big, and so I'm like, I just can't. All those little keys kill me. So I got one with a pointer, a pen, and then when my replacement came, I was like, no, no, I have to have one that has a pen, please. They ended up giving me like this really high end Samsung, one of the newest
Ooh,
ones, with a pen for the regular $100 you pay for your deductible. And I was like,
that's
"Oh my god,
nice.
you guys really are you gonna do that?" And they were like, "Well, it's the
Wow.
first phone you've had in 6 years, so yeah." But
And
if your
that's
battery's getting
Verizon?
hot, be careful. Yeah, I'm still with Verizon. I shouldn't be, but they charge way too much.
Oh heck, I've been with the same company for like 20 years now.
Yeah, me too. That's
I still have
probably
rollover minutes that I share with my partner.
oh my god.
No kidding, we're grandfathered in.
We just ran out of gigabytes, and I was like, "Wait a minute, which one of us is using all this?" And we looked and we couldn't figure it out, and I'm like, "Maybe it's my new phone
Might
because I've
be.
never gone over before."
Might be. That's probably why they gave it to you.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm gonna call now because I am now a senior citizen. I get
There
to
you
call.
go. Get your discount.
Yeah. Yes, Carl, Jody Sue is a lovely woman. You should definitely learn to spell her name. Sorry. Oh, don't mean to be rude. I was kidding, but not
No,
kidding.
I shouldn't have laughed. I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry, whoever that was.
no,
She
it's
is
Carl.
lovely.
Yes, absolutely. Anyway, no
Is,
insult, Carl. If
isn't
you're
that an
truly
actor's
saying that.
name?
Carl Douglas?
Kurt Douglas, I think,
Kurt
too.
Douglas, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there a Carl too?
I don't know.
Like the son or something?
There were two. I can't remember the other one's name.
One of his children actually died, but I think might have been Undine.
Oh,
Well, there's
Gotta have
Kurt. There's Michael.
Kurt. That's it. Kurt.
Michael. That's who it is. Michael
Michael.
Douglas. Oh my gosh, you guys! I just found out that Ducky died. Ducky from NCIS, and he was the original man from Uncle. I guess it was a little while ago. I'm probably way behind this scene, but
I don't know who Ducky is.
oh, Ducky
I
from
thought you were talking about the boys from Land Before Time or
no
something.
NCIS.
I thought about
NCIS is
16
the
Candles. Wasn't there a ducky on there?
oh,
Yeah.
there was, but no, not the same guy.
Was
I
that
was-
like
6
that name.
was pretty in pink?
What was that?
Oh, one of them. Yep.
It was
Pride, Pity,
Man
and
from
Pig. Yep.
Uncle, and I can't remember his real name, to be honest. Isn't that terrible?
Which one?
Man from Uncle was the original Man from Uncle. Was later a character called Ducky, who was actually the coroner, I think. It was a NCIS is a Navy CIA type,
Oh yeah.
and I share a house with somebody who watched every single one of those because of a couple of the characters in it.
My stepfather watched that all the time. I remember. Like,
There are
I
some
don't think I've
fun
ever
and
seen it.
fascinating characters in it, and other parts of it are so cloying. You're just like, oh my god, seriously, are you gonna play
What
this?
is it? It's like one of those cop type shows, but
Well, it's kind of Navy investigations behind the
right.
scenes. Always somebody always dies, and it's always like poison or subterfuge or somebody's something
They
behind the
solve
scenes.
everything in less than an hour with
Yes,
commercial
they
break,
do.
and
Yeah.
they
And
don't.
all the
It is.
women run great in their heels.
Yep,
Right?
absolutely. And
And they don't have the public. I don't know if we're gonna hold true to the times. They better start getting YouTube on there yelling at them. Why ain't you solved it yet? Where's the picture? Where's all the information? You know, and
and
got the Olivias and bullhorns and everybody being like, "Hey, I touched the evidence. It
yeah,
may well also appeared when we appeared.
and there's the goth female scientist who is just fascinating because she knows everything, and then there were other characters who were just
Isn't that a different show? Or oh no, the goth lady, not
yeah.
the geek.
Yeah.
That's the other show.
Wait, what? Am I
The
thinking
one
of
with
two
the
different
the
shows?
one with the blonde lady who's
No, not the
Oh,
blonde lady.
Criminal Minds.
Criminal
Yeah,
Minds. That's
yeah.
it.
I
That's a
named my cat after her. My cat's name is Penelope Nellie Cruz.
oh,
No,
Nice.
I'm sorry, Penelope Nellie Garcia.
that's
Nice.
hysterical.
And because I love Shamar Moore. Oh, I love him.
Oh, that's funny. Yep. We get to integrate our
Jody's like,
characters into our pets.
She
oh no.
naming kids. I gave them 15 names apiece.
Oh
I
my God.
remember giving my kids like 15. Like everybody's like, "Why'd you do that?" I was like, "Cause I felt like."
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, but I spent great care putting their names together and reasons and trying to make them fit. Like I can't help it.
yeah. Well, you were very good at it. I still feel an absolute necessity of never speaking your daughter's name out loud, though. That's my life. I won't be the one who does it.
But it's like
I don't even know her name.
You know what? I didn't either for a very, very, very long time, and kind of felt
Yep.
honored to know it when I did, and then I decided it was just never going to come out of my mouth.
Yep. I was like, there's no need for me to know her name.
That's
and
right.
I think the worst thing for like little and them is when, because they kept calling my eldest one, but then adding an to it, and that was pretty disgusting. And then on littles, they were like Chattanooga and whatever, right?
God.
And
There you
then
go.
listening and watching Monster and everybody and other family and other things be up there where TM and BK and Scott and all them were calling her that, and
And not
nobody's.
saying
I,
anything.
I see one of them question, um, why are you calling her that? And they're like, oh, it's to protect your identity. I'm like, you really bought that bullshit out of mouth? And Monster going, oh, it's to protect her. No, it ain't. And he knew it. And he watched
Yeah.
BK and enough to know that was actually to make fun of Little and to
Yeah.
make fun of others. And it was pretty sick. And then it was one of the things Little brought up to Monster that it was pretty sick. He sat there and watched that and knew they were making fun of her name. And he didn't say a goddamn word to him. And then he tried to figure out, like, BK, then we're trying to protect you.
Oh,
And he's like, you really think I'm buying that, bro? He's like, they were CR, and all these names he'd never called her before that he wanted to call her in front of Stahl to make Stahl believe he's bullshit like he was a good daddy, and whoever was he blackmailed my kid. It was gross and Little seen for it was. I think everybody did, but it was like, are you kidding me? Just,
I wonder if they were recording. Sounds awful, but quite possible.
If they were what?
Recording.
recording one. Oh yeah, I know they were, and you could hear Stahl whistling to him.
Oh, try and redirect.
From
Oh,
other places because Little asked that it be alone, and she was entirely alone and whatever, but she did have the smarts to record herself. But you could hear Stahl in the background, like whistle come. You could tell he was on the phone, and they were letting others play Jenny and Adrian listening and all this shit. And
oh my God.
he added something in there that had to do with the penny version of twisting and hostage situation and taking everybody out shit that you can
Oh,
see that Penny and him came up with. Because that point, they were all trying to cut. And I'm like, holy fuck, are you serious? That's how far Stahl and him were willing to go, is to add that in there. As part of their own, cover everybody's asses or attempt to for what they done. Because he knew by that time how far and what lies they'd all told in the background to each other, including TM, were being fed out. Which is, then it became a hostage situation.
God. Well,
And it was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, that was written in the chats at least a week prior too by.
Penny.
Yep.
The idea was starting to be put out, and Penny said it on a panel somewhere. Then
Yep.
eventually it start being when they get the little thing that they later twist from Stone on Surship. Then Penny says it behind the scenes to Tiffany. All these things occur, and then eventually months later, after Monster's kind of made aware of all of that, and then it becomes a thing, and he starts adding it in and probably court settings into visuals, and then tries to mind fuck Little with it on a call. One and only time he had to ever actually be real with her if he'd really wanted to contact her to whatever. Instead, he spent time blackmailing and trying to mind fuck and manipulate her.
well, he's barking up the wrong tree, if you ask me. And I hope she feels strong enough to know that for a fact now, that there's no one that can threaten that position for her again. She deserves her peace and sanity, and she's earned it.
Yeah, well, she's also, it's like this place forgot, and so do they. She's old enough to pick. She already picked before,
Yep.
and he threw her off first anyway. But then she also stood up and was like, no. She had already chosen days after all the things that done been here. And though this group and everybody else like, oh, her mom's made her or mind fucked her, whatever, to hate her dad. No. No. No, 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 no. she's even in court, and already chose. And it's like he had already thrown off before that and got her birthday wrong, age, everything else. He knew she was standing there. He laughed about it.
What is with these dads that can't remember their daughters' birthdays? I'm sorry, but that just freaks me out. I don't understand it.
Um, and then I just, she's old enough to choose. And it's like they forgot about that aspect of everything anyway.
She's
And,
an
Well,
advocate too, right?
how did
I mean,
all of this become every stranger's business? Like for
exactly.
real. Like that's
he
Because
made it
it was a
so.
manipulative move on the part of Jenny and Adrian to try and figure out the date that Monster was going to be free of his, court mandated protection order
did they
and could
need to
speak.
like put him out there
Of
that
course, they
badly?
just
Like
try to
that's so
annihilate me with and just silence and discredit.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing: it wasn't just that. Monster has been here behind the scenes as long as we've been here. Him and Stahl both playing with that group in the background, and we knew it, and we held proof of it. And he really, because of these dumbasses over here, had been sold the idea that we were charging $500 an interview. I've never been paid for a quote interview around here, even to date. But they by God paid him that eventually. Him and Stahl both. He ran
wow.
members only streams, Discord shit with Stahl, etc. And thousands were made each one of those. And he's paid for access to a property, which caused some problems because it does not belong to him. All these other things, um, you know. But yeah, like
And he openly admits all this stuff.
yeah,
So,
and you can see it with that cabin piece, right, where the pee-pee was center. All that Scott and them did, and an admission by CSI and others that yeah, they promised there was recordings of him and shit, but she was gonna do whatever so he couldn't get violated, blah blah. But that was enough to violate. All that was. And they tried to violate him even before papers were served. The actual police did because they could tell he. But unfortunately, things hadn't crossed lines yet. But this has been going on, and he's gotten away with it. And Stahl's gotten away with committing crimes against and helping this group and doing whatever. But
and to tell you the truth, Mud Pie, part of it is, or was it Di who asked? I'm so sorry. My
they
brain.
What
also,
was it? It wasn't really a question. It was kind of like,
How did it become everybody's public knowledge?
yeah, it
I
was kind
think
of just
it was,
like a
it's ad for
statement.
the entertainment.
and they put it
See,
all out here, right? They're the ones that did that. We may have spoken on DV, etc., but they're the ones that made it so extreme that it was nothing but drama. That's all it filled YouTube arena. And then they were like, Jody's suing her shit, la la la, and you can't see, where's Summer? But they were the ones doing it, right?
I'm
Like,
talking to, I'm basically talking about all these people in the chats and everything, like that think that, I don't know.
the
They,
cheerleaders.
they should feel like it's intrusive. It's so intrusive, and they just act like it's their business. It's
Yeah,
weird.
like I
It's
said, it's
fucking
not really a
weird.
question. It's kind of a statement, but
Right.
and it was so like, are you kidding me to me? Like when Cher made the t-shirt merch, right? Making fun of the domestic violence, right? And where Monster was wearing my clothes every live stream, sitting right beside a stall, and that tells you again what kind of
They're
person
like, she's
he is.
saying this and that. Is that true? And he was like, well, yep,
You
this is
know,
her shirt. Oh, what a
he
classic
was,
Monster
and
move.
he was. I mean, look, for months leading up to that, he was stealing everything else, a little bit, whatever. But he always kept my clothes anyway. I always wore them, even down to my underwear, dude. I'm not
that's
kidding.
crazy.
But
That's crazy.
The thing is, after a year plus, he could have afforded a t-shirt, especially as much as they were stealing, filing taxes on all sorts of shit. Right? He's wearing my clothes clearly for a reason. And I know those reasons. It's something he's always done. And it was to do certain things, like the taco shit.
Oh
I
God,
know
that
what
was
they are.
insane.
But then you have Karen, these advocates, right? Making fun of the DV and an abuser. And if you know certain types of abusers and what they're doing, and here he is wearing my clothes, he's admitting to it, laughing about it. You know what kind of abusers those are.
Yep.
And everybody cheered it on. They're like, yeah, set her off, trigger, or close this. And he's laughing about it. Stahl's laughing about it. What kind of woman do you have to be that your dude is sitting there wearing my clothes still?
Oh, it's insane.
You okay with that? Yeah, of course. And at court, every time he would show up wearing the same outfit. And it was shit I bought him in the last days. Right, so I'm talking the last couple days leading up to it. And then when I made mention that, he finally changed outfits on the last court appearance too. But anyway, I gotta tell you, the judge didn't find it funny. He's like, "Are you really online wearing her fucking clothes, bro?" Monsters. Yeah, but it's because she took her. The judge is like, and everybody, including all the advocates and everybody had surrendered everything, all those watching all this shit, more people than, and I'm sure all types of law enforcement in that room. But, that clearly, and then they asked Miles Stratrat if he knew Little's birthday and stuff like that, and he had memorized by that point. But that told me a whole hell of a lot, which showed me they're paying attention and listening.
They were probably coaching him through the whole freaking thing, just like they were coaching him
No,
to say, her
this,
daddy needs
no,
whatever.
this was on a different side of the line, and they
Oh.
weren't coaching him. They were letting him know they'd been watching.
Oh, I meant that the group was coaching
Oh,
him
yeah.
before he went in.
And, but what he couldn't hide were the outbursts of anger, even in court, all these other things. How he'd say, I was the one doing X, Y, Z to get back at it. But then the next thing he does, well, can I file for right now? And how much does that cost, though? That was his second, and they're like, and they warned him not to do that until he had XYZ. Did anyway. Then the next time it was, what did we tell you, sir? Not to even file for this, until, and, all these things go down. But it's like, I think certain people are actually paying attention. And
there are people that don't believe the law applies to them or that they have to follow any rules or any.
Well, it wasn't really made to on certain places, and everything was made a joke, and everybody had their private he's and handholding and whatever. And he was allowed to act and get away with things I've never seen done in any setting. And it was absurd and it was disgusting to watch, quite frankly. And I was appalled at it. And this realm, I guess I thought that was going to be the case too, but it's never been able to behave well unless somebody's there to tame it in settings like that and understand for it. And when it lost me, it kind of lost the brain and was stalled. It's gassed fires, so it no longer has what it once did. It has gas fire, not water. So, it's what it is. But the thing is, but for this group, like sharing in to make the t-shirts and shit, and then to watch, at that point, you gotta think that around peak, all these tens of thousands of people think that was funny and cute, and most of this true crime realm to be made up of women who have been victims, survivors, fighters, or some kind of
God.
right other, or their children, or their aunts, or their moms, or whoever, and then to sit there and not only cheer that on, but think it's funny and to buy literal merch making fun of a DV store with orders in place and to provide share with an income stream based on. Or, yeah, baby, over there, what, 65,
Oh my
75
God. That was so gross.
jigsaw puzzle making fun of my cancer and shit when my face swelled up. I'm like, wow, bro. And people to be like, hey, yeah, she's fine. I'm like, holy shit. And for what's tens of thousands to be okay with that people are coming through here. It's just mind blowing some
It
days,
is.
you know.
We get to see the most base of people in this group. I mean, I never realized how absolutely thoughtless people could be until I started seeing this stuff emerge. I feel a little bit foolish because I didn't expect it and it shocked me. And, I've run out of shock. We talked about this the other day. I'm not shocked anymore, but I am still very saddened by the lack of humanity I've seen over the years in this process. It's like, the whole situation itself is devastating enough. The fact that you're in the position you're in is devastating enough. But for them to mock it just blows my mind. How low do you have to go to mock a woman with a DV history, a young child, having known another child that disappeared, having to deal with Ellie and everything else and moving, and who has cancer? And you want to take her down a notch? What
But
the
I wonder
hell?
if the next day they'll care about Petito and revisit her case, or they'll be like, oh, Harmony Montgomery.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And but I want you to also remember, and I don't know if this is really huge public knowledge, but um, Upchurch is being sued by the family of the girl that he said wasn't a real person. And
Hey, Rodney,
yeah, I try not to
Really?
really talk about
I
her much
expected
because,
that.
yep, her family is suing the hell out of him.
I thought he'd come on and said that what it could be on said that wasn't really hadn't been served with anything.
I
What?
thought he won that somehow.
Oh, really?
But you know what? You can't believe anything that you see on these freaking
I just
devices
saw a little
anymore.
video from him yesterday. He did win a lawsuit against Nicole Arbor. That's just some
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad he did
blonde
in that
chick
case.
that
That was
was, yeah,
weird
not
one.
nice to him.
I
She wasn't
know
just
the
nice, she was a
tragedy here said he's
documented
being sued
nutcase.
by Kylie's family, but then 4 or 5 days after that, I seen a short he did, and he was like, "Man, my lawyer's surprised because we ain't got shit. We ain't been served nothing. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." So there you go, buying more bullshit. So, and I'm
Mhm.
Huh?
not likely to know one way or the other because I didn't even like what he was doing around Colorado. I still can't tell if he was trolling the tragedy pimps and Naked Mill and all them and what they were doing around Kylie Rodney, or if he was being serious like garbage.
It was
Because
weird.
I thought he was trolling them too until he started going over the line. And then I'm like, no, what are you doing? This is weird.
and I
Yeah.
did try. I was like, I'm out at that point. I don't know, but this is beyond gross either way. And I
It
was
was.
like, I was a little disappointed that if it was a troll, it went too far.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the fact that he was calling his little group of guys together every night and saying, "We're gonna come back at this tomorrow. We're gonna whatever." There was a lot of weirdness in that whole thing.
I didn't watch any of it.
Well, I watched it peripherally because it was at a time when we were realizing what an oddball he was being. Like all of a sudden, he wasn't really being normal anymore. He was really going way far over the edge, and
Mm.
like the insanity factor was way too high. And So I did watch it for a little while, but I didn't watch it until late in the game. So
I watched Ryan before I didn't even know this part of YouTube existed. It just came, I guess it came across my algorithm because I would watch Ryan and I would watch a lot of stuff about Tennessee and the Appalachian Trail and Abby the Spoon Lady, and then somehow or another, Cam and Alley wound up in my feed, and I was like, "What the? What is?"
oh,
I was like,
you
"What is this shit?
that's
What?"
unfortunate.
I know. I was just like, I couldn't, because they was like in this room, and they were like it looked like it was their first day on YouTube or something. Like I didn't know what was
They
going
grew
on.
fast. They
Every
And
day
then
was
I
the
just
they
started
first
they're
seeing
day on
more stuff, and I
YouTube.
was like, "Oh God, it was
super
weird."
fast.
Yeah, those folks, they had a hard time holding it together even when things were supposedly somewhat normal. But all I can think about with Cam is just the misinterpretation of every single imaginable thing. Like, why didn't you call something in on the 14th? What?
Or tell me that I should have been looking in the Facebook Summer Wells groups on the 15th.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, and I asked him, I was like, "Are you okay? Are you high?" You know? Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And then for him to wait 2 days, then make it up like it hadn't been on a live stream for Feds to go back and watch. And to go up and report that and to really make a call in, he recorded and played on his YouTube, showing how he turned me in for saying I was looking for tracks before. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm like, okay, bro, I guess this is like your Sanchez Tate moments. Go ahead, twacking.
And
You know?
then doubled down on all of his bad dates and his bad locations and his weird thing. And he started calling people by name. And Jody Sue was like, nope, wait, nope, let's not. Blah, 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 blah.
And there's Christopher Columbus fame to the footprint shit that everybody else
Mhm.
knew. Well, I'm just like, dude, you know?
With all the wrong dates and all the wrong locations.
Like, whatever. There's something else, but
That's a sad intro to to the community, Mud Pie.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't even, didn't even know. Then I got curious, and Jesus.
what got me about church is like, I watched him and the other neighbors watch. We were like, okay, this is up church. Like, have y'all seen this? He's doing a piece on something. And we all watched, and neighbors were like, well, shit, he kind of caught my pool, or he did this. But that's fine. You know, they're like, well, he's closer than any of these other dipshits online, or at least he's keeping it somewhat, you
Local.
know, something, and trying to be helpful. And it wasn't just full of bullshit and narratives and everything else. We're like, okay, great. Maybe he can, bring attention to Summer's name and, and it be not goofy bullshit. And he sort of did, but then it's like when he come over to ask questions. And I think him at the time was, quote, nodding over here and there and visiting. And I was like, mm-hmm. But everybody, they were all like, oh God, at church. So I'm like, man, get this dude's face. He's just being a regular dude. And electronic panties and stuff. And I was like, leave him alone, man.
Yeah.
Ask what it, I ain't impressed. And, y'all knock it off. Let him just chill. But then I thought, and for me, it's just another human being, right?
Right.
I don't give a shit how famous he is. He don't impress me much. And then the next thing you see is him really going around giving Doug and all them money. I'm like, fucking for real? Up church?
Weird.
What the fuck? And then I realized he had history with Floppy and the Glare. He had sued the Glare for something like that. And he had apparently talked about other cases prior to Summers
Wow.
and all that. And I'm like, well, all right, I guess church is around the true crime community too. That's a little weird, but alright, but then I kept seeing him come over and give money to some of the worst tragedy pimps I've ever fucking set eyes on. I'm like, can he even see them for what they are? Why is he doing that? You know?
Yeah.
But then he's also calling them out for their bullshit over on his channel. And I could not rectify this. I'm like, then why did you help them,
Yeah.
or to give any validation by up church?
Publicity and attention, right?
Well, when you're up church and you're bitching about tragedy pimps and what they do in cases, and he's refusing to have anything to do with Candace and Benny at that point.
Right.
And then he's over there and he's in the public eye when somebody like up church and oh, he's so famous, gives money to somebody like Doug or to Dolly or others. What that does is makes the public think, oh, this person's trustworthy then, or they're as trustworthy or as more fact based like Upchurch then, and they're not. And I'm like, why in the hell? And I couldn't rectify those two things. And so then when I see the bullshit, whether it was a troll or not, around Kylie Rodney, I was like, man, I can't support that in any way. You know, and
There were a few things I think he might have been right about early on when he was talking about other creators who were covering that case. Like he exposed a few things that were going on,
I was sure.
but then he turned around and everything became a conspiracy theory, and he was like screaming at people online and getting his,
It
creep
got
boys
intense.
involved, and, oh, it was crazy. But
Right.
anyway, I don't know. I think people who are public personas like that, who sort of thrive on the dramatic.
I do think church is more like, man, there's some days when I'm like, yeah, I'd be more apt to talk to a church than I would any of these tragedy pins, right? But then people be like, oh, well, look, she's circling XYZ, and man, I
Right,
could give
doing it like for yeah.
about their fame, but they do have a broader audience that keeps Summer's name out there. But if they're not going to do right by speak on me or others, and it'll eventually be turned, even them, into goofy shit, or they're going to help build the harsh realities of the community, much like Upchurch helped do that douchebag. Then I don't want to talk to him because inevitably it'll help build more bad actors, and
Yep.
if they're going to give people like Doug money and that be perceived by the public as meaning they can trust people like Doug and others, then that's bad. And in that way, it doesn't help victims, their families, law enforcement, all. It just helps build a bunch of bad actors.
Right.
And so I don't, you know.
Sometimes I feel like this whole thing is just a giant soap opera. Like the whole way that it went after the Kylie Rodney, they found out about the Adventures with Purpose guy, and everybody decided to be loyal or not loyal, and that whole thing went away, which shocked me. Like he's back to doing all the stuff he does. There's no visibility about anything other than, his regular situation. He lost a few of his regular guys, but he's back doing exactly what he was doing before, from what I can see.
Not be allowed to be over a group that works with real law enforcement.
And oh, really? Wait, you're saying they enforced something, or he shouldn't be?
No, we're talking about Jared Lysick, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I don't think he should be allowed to be over any group like
Right.
Adventure with Purpose that has real capabilities that then works with real law enforcement on open and active investigations.
Right.
And I think he's corrupt. I think he's taintable. And I do not find there to be any oopsies or whatever
No accountability. That's what killed me.
Um,
He didn't really get called on anything. I think just the boat upended and he turned it over and that was that, right? I didn't see any repercussions, did you?
well, I think they're still going through court with all that, but
Oh.
the thing is I don't find there to be an oopsie or any coincidence in the fact that Doug fucking Hutton, um, and others got court dismissed anyway, and oopsies, hot mic moments. Oh, we're not supposed to be recording. Oops, you know. I
Oh,
think,
that was bad.
Wasn't that Duty Ron?
yeah,
Ron was cool a few.
whatever merch and everything else, and he may have made Oopsie, but Doug damn sure didn't. And for Doug to be tied in a way to, and I just don't find it to be accidental.
So many weird things go on all at once that it's really hard to keep track of who's doing what.
With Jared at the helm should be allowed to run the open and active investigation, and I don't think any search or rescue group or anyone with search certification who has a YouTube or is affiliated with any social media outlets should be allowed around or in active and open investigation.
Exactly.
Because you have those like Annabelle here. Look how much of a freak show that is. And then, you know what they're going to do? They get access to searches and say they're going to feed that shit right back to YouTube. They're going to overhear witnesses being questioned. Because you know how many searchers were bypassing us as, say, profilers and feds and all this were questioning or we were doing things? They overhear shit. And they could easily be eavesdropping on purpose.
Right.
And I think people need, and that's a problem because, man, they can't feasibly vet all these people and their social media and all this shit. And in that way, though, is the problem. I mean, you have the Annabelles and shit that would do something like that. And, you know, come right back here to fucking YouTube. And see, here's the scary part for me. This group somehow knew exactly how many times I come into contact with a certain federal agent.
Oh.
Hmm.
And I find that real fucking concerning. Because nobody in the public realm could have seen that except for searchers. And that tells me one of those searchers was feeding shit back
Wow.
haters in order for them to know exactly how many times I and this particular federal agent had contact. But it also tells me which groups they were in, and I can sort of whittle that down. And because I know one of the neighbors put in to lead that group, I could get every one of those searchers, you know, names there. But during both times and days that agent was present, to whittle it down to a certain group of, to know which one, you know, in there, at least Ellie could, to whittle it down to see which searcher was doing that. Because there had to be at least one feeding back out info to this realm in order for anybody to have ever known that I'm a particular agent and how many times we'd had contact.
Wow.
And I find that real concerning, but I don't think any of these groups that come on YouTube that are search and rescue oriented the center, and I don't think they should be allowed to be used by law enforcement. No, open act investigate. I just nope. I think it should be cut off if you're going to be on YouTube. You got a channel, and then here you've got the equipment, and you're offering whatever. And I don't. The dangers of that and how far these groups are going with sudden evidence popping up, what I've seen be attempted in Summer's case, all this, and how dangerous these people are getting. I mean, look, Simon Tito's, Kylie's, everything else in between. Summer's, Cash's Classic, and Sincere. I think that things are getting to very dangerous levels where these people literally have the capability to run, set up, and do very bad things in open and active investigations and
They
mislead
certainly would have influence.
yeah, courts and tampering and services and fear and blackmail and real crimes and all these things. And when they're in a combination like this, it's beyond dangerous to law enforcement. And I just, and these families and victims, and I mean, I just, no, and that for me includes even those like, Dave and all them. It's like, make it make sense, right? That you have this person for like a week or two leading up is all, hey newspaper, hey media, locals, don't tell where we're at because we don't want people to know. Shh, right? You see us, just be like, well, and we all followed that, right? Next thing you know, um, you get on social media, and it seems like mostly a pull for more donations to run the group, which I always like the Goodwill method. It hits the top, and everybody else below are volunteers and not paid shit. And it's like, wait a minute, didn't you just tell a whole community and advertise in the paper for your group, basically? And be like, shh, we don't want anybody to know where we visited. But yet they visit only the same places everybody else do. And they have this whole thing out with not turning shit in time over to places. Then they come immediately here. They don't bring the right equipment, knowing better anyway. It never made sense. And then the first thing they do is jump on YouTube and show and tell where they searched out. I'm like, and to me, that seems only cash rent. You can't make that math work. And I don't like it. So,
I was going to ask if you were including that group in your thoughts, and I would agree because that was one of the first things I thought is this is not how you normally treat an investigation. You don't get up and air your discomfort about the local LE and talk down about the people who are in charge of the case and that sort of thing. Like that was just a really low blow and unnecessary both.
and then how are you a search guide? That what always got me was like, man, this guy was actually out here for a day or two, knows what kind of foliage terrain he's looking at, and then he comes back with a group and brings equipment he can't use, knowing full well he couldn't use it. So
Yeah.
basically, a couple days on the ground, same spots everybody else has already hit, and then there was also, I thought, some moments in there where it was like misleading, trying to make people think certain ones of them were present for events they clearly were not on certain days, and
Yeah.
feeding back out what I thought to be very, for me at least, for me, I was like, holy shit, did they really just say that out loud? That could be harmful.
Yeah.
But yet, here they were for days leading up to hitting every paper and news outlet going, man, if you locals are here, see us searching, please do not put it on social media. What's the first thing they do when they get done? Because they've not brought the right equipment. Oh my gosh. Hit the internet. And the bigger places here are going, hey, we were here, here, and here. Hell? What? What? What?
Not too bright.
And then watching Twyla live, but also Twyla was misled. She was made to think a time when she wasn't even in there, they miss the people questioning her about me, weirdly. Um, did you ever see Monster say XYZ? And she's like, that never happened. Well, that's because she wasn't here during that time. I mean, and it wasn't that it was done to them or in front of them, you know, because they made it her like, did you ever see Monster come down and confront you all and be like, y'all need to go and y'all need to whatever and you're in my way? And that never happened. But they misled her so in a way. But she also shouldn't have been online commenting about that. Like, what the fuck is it? So, yeah. I find it too, like you have those like Coffin Duffer. Coffin Duffer seems to be also associated with each of these cases, and in this one you have the worst, like Scott and a few others just tagging the shit out of him, trying to contact on Twitter, and you have people in other places going on. There's Coffindoffer having private discords with certain folks in the background that happen to be these tragedy pimps. Why in the fuck would you risk your reputation and be doing that?
Really?
No. I don't know many legit LE or retired or anything of that caliber that would. I just. I don't know what to think about some of them half the time.
Well, they're all rubbing shoulders in the public persona world.
Right? In ways, some just happen to revolve and hit, but others seem to just pop up too much all over the place and be too accessible to the worst tragedy pimps that those who are true FBI, LE, etc. should be well enough trained to see what they're doing and the crimes they're pulling online and how they're doing it and be smart enough to be like, oh hell no, I'm not having anything to do with these little true crime criminals. But instead they're like, hey buddy. I'm like, what the hell? And even at first, like, it was wild knowing that all these from Q to everybody else in this group were modded by McDonough. I'm like, what? But, huh? Is that what you do for a living? Is you can detect criminals? What? I don't know,
Yeah, that
man.
was odd.
Yeah, very.
Like, what?
Like, I'm not a detective of any kind, but I could sniff that a mile away, and instead you got my mod. The fuck is that?
Sort of purposeful ignorance, in my opinion.
I don't know, man. Oh, what the?
It all seemed too planned to me. And maybe I'm just too suspicious, but I don't think so. I'm not normally that suspicious.
Well, you have this group at a certain point. All of them come in trying to beeline towards McDonald's.
Right.
All of them.
Well,
And
you remember my whole thing with that.
Right? That lead all the way back to the hill. And that are associated with real life characters around. And you also have Tragedy Pimps here helping set McDonough up and having channels taken down, then acting like his savior, much like they did during, I don't know, Ziggy's 10K setup, the grab thing, all these other moments in time. And then, like, I don't know, see him always being a little savior and I'm your champion and I'll protect you in those moments occur, much like she did McDonough. But then I know from background, you have people like Penny putting fake McDonoughs, but also real McDonoughs being present. And then you also have 423 thinking he's working for McDonough. Somebody, I mean, like.
That whole thing was just so disconcerting for me. We were on the wrong side of that.
And you have Jenny and Adrian trying to get near. It's just weird. The whole damn thing. But you also have what amounts to Scott and them coming out immediately, basically, and they have ties back to here locally, and all that thing, and you have them somehow in this realm. Penny coming out of a community where they created fake CIA or whatever that was at the point. Some of the major money pushers being asshole deep to a giraffe in other cases. And you have all that coalescing, and then you have Scott seemingly trying to make his way to McDonough. And then from that, I mean, what you have is this lineup of people. And then you have Squall with first idea on Scott dropping that idea on Tiffany Marie's as soon as he can jump up on panel. He drops that idea for the marathon. And then Tiffany Marie, Penny, all them run with all this shit. You have Linda's in between. Linda's that somehow go back to Tucker Drywall and all these things. And it's just, it gets a little weird real quick.
A little weird. It's like the understatement of the universe.
Becky, right?
Ugh.
That was a name that was out there that was weird. That tie-in, if that was real, was that real? I don't even know.
The
You know what?
dispatcher lady.
I thought that was
the
crazy. I was like,
sheriff's
"What are you kidding me?" Yeah.
Dispatcher, she was supposedly, apparently, the secretary for DA's office.
office? Oh, DA, huh? Jeez.
Yep, there were some odd characters, and some of them were the same character twice.
And don't forget Lawson's spokesman that gave there's a 4-hour gap. Be my spokesman on YouTube with Ziggy and ask Candace and Dawn where the missing 4 hours is. Lady.
Oh yeah.
Not to be confused with the I know a DCS person lady or the first DCS bullshit or any of that. I mean, you know.
Oh my god.
Just like.
You know, it must take an awful ego to step in and think you have anything to really contribute when you've never been a professional anything in your whole life, except for a snoop.
Well, hell, I think we can all, be snoopy. And I know most of us have like a backup Facebook or something, you know, but I never once in my whole life thought, yeah, it's like Boswell, obviously, right?
Oh my god.
Never once thought, yeah, even though that's local to me, it was like, oh yeah, I need to go contact the family. I need to reach out. I need to do whatever.
That was a convoluted mess. They actually did have a group of people reaching out to the dad
No.
the dad and the stepmother, who was only 4 or 5 years older than.
But you would never do that though, enhanced.
No,
like,
well,
No.
at one point I was instructed to, but no, I wouldn't.
Really?
Yeah, I was
Instructed
instructed to. I was seconds short of being taught how to create a sock account and how to be an investigator. But it was
Wow.
too convoluted for me. It just seemed like, why be underhanded? You know, everything you want to know ever is on Google somewhere.
Like I never thought, let me get online and solve Boswell's case, you know, but that was
Or
happening.
harass the family into telling you something more, like the poor grandfather. Or
Try to befriend or to be an Emerson and be like, hey, I
right,
just help you. I care about you so much, you know. And I never ever in my life have seen a crime on TV, a paper, or anything that I was like, yeah, okay, you know.
I can solve that.
Now, crimes that have happened to friends or around us, whatever, I might leave, you know, comment or two on a newspaper or some shit, right? But it's not like You know what I'm saying?
Well,
No,
that's how I ended up in the situation I was in with following the court situations, is that my friend from high school's daughter was murdered here in New Hampshire, and she was a beautiful girl, and I lived down the street from her grandmother, and we used to check on her all the time because she was elderly and living alone. And that's how I actually got involved in the whole that community, who I don't even like to name, but it was to follow that court case and to follow what was happening with that, because I personally knew these people and the loss it had been to them. But
it's
even
like
then, I didn't step in and think I had any rights or any connection with law enforcement or with any of the actual events that went on. Ugh.
but yeah, it's kind of that's what's weird to me in Summer's case is watching like Michelle of her,
Oh my God. She's.
uh, Michelle Duncan, the one that got
Oh,
up on
oh,
a
oh.
full. And I was like, who the fuck is this? And she admitted to stalking and driving by and all shit. And AB, because before, just seconds before, he's like, oh, Jody Sue, she's histrionic, la la. She's making up their stalkers and people watching her. And even though we'd shown proof that there are and have been and whatever, but it was just them trying to discredit and make me look like I'm whatever. So whatever. But then that coming and she's up there giggling and having a great old time, and she goes, yeah, well, I'm actually driving by and I'm actually doing these things to her. And he's like, so you actually are a stalker to her
Right,
house?
right.
And
And
I'm like,
her cousin was somehow coming by every once in a while, and this is the car she drove, and yeah,
well,
that wasn't a
I'm
nice.
like, I still could not. I was like, who the fuck is this? And it turns out it's somebody like 900 degrees and like 25 years removed from me to somebody else that never even knew me. And I'm like, what the fuck is this
Oh, was
bitch?
that the one that was saying she was a family member?
I forget what she was saying. It was something to the effect that she was a family member, yeah, or
Yeah.
had family ties in. But then here recently, I know she's tied more closely into some of the worst shit, right? And players. But what I'm told by others here in like our area, like this one was straight out in the Boswell crap here as well, and trying to be a pick me in that situation.
Oh.
So then when she realizes she knows somebody that knows somebody, whatever, with me, but doesn't actually know me and never did in like
Oh.
25 years, then she found herself a way to be like, hey, pick me, I'm part of something, oh my god. And it was fine for her to come up here and lie her goddamn ass off about me. Just to be part of something like she's so desperate to be part of Boswell. And in that, it's, defamation, slander, everything else. And she didn't care, and she still doesn't. But it turns out, when other things come up recently, she could have stood up with those and been a direct, hey, pick me because I actually am kin to this person. But she didn't want to do that because that person was being accused of actually doing something. So,
Oh.
and one of the ones still being, boy, you didn't see her do shit during that period, did you? Nope, because it was to keep her and her people in this area safe. She didn't want that shit known. But it was okay to get her pick me ass up here and lie about me to be part of it, you know.
Oh.
But when it came to her and hers, she hunkered down and went real quiet around the real shit she's really related to up in this motherfucker recently. I found that pretty telling of her character. And I know others who locally told her to shut the entire fuck up, and what she was putting out was a lie about me, and they did not take well to her bullshittery. And then I get offered the excuses, well, she's sick though, she's just real bored in her life, and she really cares so much about these babies. I was like, I don't want to hear that shit. I'm sick too. Fuck you. Fuck her. I don't give a damn how much she cares
Who the
about.
hell's trying to make excuses for this woman to you? Good Lord.
And it's like, I'm sick too, bro. You know, no. And, no. You know,
Here's
she,
one of the most obvious proof you've ever had of people who actually admit to and enjoy the stalking of Jody Sue.
she runs around under her damn full name, tells you she wants to be
Exactly. Oh my god.
much like Stick. You know, Stick had her own agenda that really did stalk me for years. I didn't even know she still pathetic enough to be watching me for that long. And I'm like, holy shit, really? You've kept this up while I've not been thinking about you at all, you psycho.
Oh my
You know,
god.
and man, my family even still, like, I cannot, this crazy. The cats. I'm like, I know. I mean, the whole damn family was laughing about it. I mean, hell, think about it. Just that alone. Because you all watched tonight, Little and then brought in the cat and named her.
Right.
And he named her. It was on lives, you know?
Exactly. Yep.
And it was like mind blowing. And it was like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. But so Stick had her own agenda, plus Monster, plus the Mutual Dope Buddies, and all these things, you know, and this group. And some people just ain't right, man. You know? I'm like, I just don't know. And I just I just don't know about some of them.
Well, and we talk about the Roots connection. That's the one that was stirring everything up over on the dog walker's Facebook page. And it was the person that I was up against trying to be kind to, but say, obviously you don't really know what you're talking about. Oh, but I'm a relative. Pompous, over the top, crude comments. And I was like, can't we all be kind to each other or something? And even Michelle got in there a couple times and just said, look, you got to tone it down, lady, because, but this was one of her informational resources. So to hear you say now that she was involved that long ago, I totally get it. I had no idea at the time what she
Well, it's
was.
like
That's
I
the
watched
thing
and I
Michelle was using.
finally discovered that day that it was Stick. I was like, are you kidding me? Because it's so desperate. Finally, after all those months of riding the panel over there, was to be known. And that it was her, and to be like, you know. And for me to be like, are you fucking kidding me? I was here on live when that happened. And I'm
Oh,
like, what the hell? And I immediately turned the receipts around. I was look, block, X amount of years, here are receipts. Hell, let me try to call and see if this is really them. It really was, but it was so desperate by that point to be known by me as the one actually doing that for that many months that it changed its icon to its real face and its real fucking name so I would know it was them. Tells you everything you know about that too.
wow.
And I'm like, y'all got problems, bro. You know?
Just bizarre to think that these people are associated somehow even long before this ever happened. In the worst imaginable ways.
Yeah, and some in weird ways. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's super weird to me. I've never in my lifetime seen a crime or anything happen out in the world until let me get online and go contact people. Or I wouldn't have even thought to go Google, let alone anything else, to find some realm like this. Or ever had a thought in my head, let me reach out to this family or inbox, call or contact or anything, but apparently millions of people in the world do. Even
Hmm.
these quote, web sleuths, cyber sleuths, whatever, and I cannot imagine the like what the hell amount of what the fuck is wrong with you does that take?
A lot. But apparently it gets bigger in crowds. That's my thought, is they feed
Why
each
do
other.
they never do this around cold cases? Where they could actually maybe be of help. And I
Right.
mean, they might be able to shake something loose if they put eyes on these things and did it in the right way. They could actually maybe help law enforcement or people willing to come forward or remember something years later Ellie's not paying attention to any longer or actually revisit places or do something. But they never do that. They latch on to the it case or and you never see them really do POC or you
Right.
know, indigenous or any of these other, or if the child's not pretty enough, or the woman's not pretty enough, or the crime's not whatever enough, you see them latch on to cases that are the it thing, where no help's really needed. Um, Nobody needs to be reaching out in the first hours. They do. They have all their little alarms set for all across the country to get the alerts. And as soon as they're released, they're inserting or trying to. And it's like, no, 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 no. Why do you have these people like the Jim Terrys and otherwise within 3 days going, hey, can we help you investigate and find your loved one? While FBI and law enforcement are fully there and still in front of these families. Nothing's cold, nothing's. And here they are. It's like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing?
Like, back off.
I don't get it. I really do not get it. And I never will. I'm like, well, I do because the Jim Cherries of the world know us. They're treasure hunting or fucking around places that plant evidence. They're the Turtle Boys or the TMs, the BKs, etc. There's millions to be made on each one of these cases they can do this to, tamper with. Hopefully, to them, I think, leave unsolved to where they can continue to conspiracy theory it up, blame XYZ, get drama, get cash apps, get whatever, and help the worst things along and to destroy all in the name of profit in the millions of dollars on each case they can do that too while proclaiming to the public they care and are trying to solve it.
Were
You
TM and Turtle Boy ever associated that you know of?
I think what they're actually trying to do right now is draw Turtle Boy in and around this realm with what they're doing right now.
Well, what
And
I'm saying is they're in the same local area, like they are overlapping each other incredibly, and I'm wondering because I recognized every town that they were talking about the other day, and I'm like, huh, it's very close, and I'm just trying to figure out if they knew each other or worked together or
TM has said recently, even the last few days, that obviously she knew who he was, la la la, and TM has been here for years, y'all, and knows all of these others, and they've all rubbed hands at some point, and Turtle Boy just didn't rise up overnight without help.
yeah,
Remember
I
that.
would not be at all surprised about an association there. And certainly the technique is quite the same as to who cares who you break down as long as you're getting publicity.
They did the same thing in Kanika Jenkins, same playbook, but that time they created CIA. I mean, that you've got the billboard shits at small degrees, marathon type things at certain degrees for the raising of reward monies. You have the distrust of police being offered out, uh, alternative suspects, generally a neighbor or a witness, right? That has not changed. They did the same in um, Quentin's case to the babysitter. as you know, and others around on it, tow truck driver, all these other things, even though a prominently suspect had been named. And clearly law enforcement had that in hand. They do the main provocateur portion of bullshit. Um, so that this little group can take care of the rest. They follow the same playbook in each. They're getting better at what they're doing and tampering, buffering, being able to stay longer and longer. They're learning, as all criminals do and will. But um, in that regards, they're getting worse in each case and more dangerous to the case. But they follow a playbook.
Oh yeah, it was.
Enforcement, blackmail. They're getting away with terrorizing in person. Communicate. Look, did you hear the piece in that from Asshole where the DA or whoever it is in the background is absolutely stunned that Turtle Boy knows about something before it's ever public, and then
Yes.
to it, and he gets caught, and he's like, "Well, I do have sources." Yeah, just like
Yeah.
Adrian, the rest here do. Yeah, they got sources all right. And that's dangerous. They've
Yeah.
got real people in hospitals, offices, DCS, CASA, all these things that are willing to feed them out information in the background, thinking that they're just helpful little citizens and helping them solve crimes and whatever, and not thinking they'll ever get caught at that or turned in for it or outed. But there are real people working in real courts that apparently come here and make friends and are used for their access to certain things. And it's, like I said, it's getting extremely dangerous.
I agree. I mean, I don't even know about getting it. Seems like it has been, and it's just I cannot believe
All the same pattern in each case. On each case.
it's just crazy. It's very disconcerting.
And look at him. If you listen to him, he's all like, his goal is like he's gonna annihilate somebody, he'll destroy them, their family, he'll come for them. He'll
And
look
he
at this
did. He didn't just say he would, he did.
and
It's
this place is done in Summers in a very well organized, well, I wouldn't say well organized, but in a very group fashion, but in an even stupider way because they've done it out in the open and they couldn't resist the drama views as they aired their Google Meets and their uh shit in the backgrounds that were recording all this is, you know, unlisted and oops hot mic moments. They couldn't resist it right during low tide points and forgot that would be evidence against them. Or didn't think it would go. I don't know what the fuck they thought. Um, but this idiotic group, I just they've outright said all the things. Yeah, we're trying to push Ernie to suicide. Yeah, we're trying to get Ernie hurt. Yeah, we're trying to get Jody Sue to commit suicide. Yeah, we're gonna run rooms to try to make her look crazy. And here's a countdown on CSI's and Jenny and Adrian's and Jody Sue when the knock comes. Who's knocking at the door? Songs shared with it. And Feathers and Heathers and Karma accounts and pink glove bullshits that they follow to a T and all this cute shit they thought was cute and nobody'd ever be able to look. But once you put all that in order and dates and you can show it laid out, people might not believe you or think you're crazy when it's one or two things, but when it goes on this long and you can show, even in their own words and their faces saying and doing it, even the most unqualified individual in the world could be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're not crazy, and there's criminals here. What the, is this crazy shit? You know, but it's going, oh my god, at the depth and breadth and of what they've done and what they're doing. And it's no longer because that's kind of what this group has relied on in so many other cases, because generally they don't last this long. They are solved fairly quickly. They're in and out pretty quick. They
Right.
can bullshit small scams, do whatever for a few days, weeks, months, they're in and out. Some they latched onto extraordinarily hard. Some has gotten an extreme amount of attention, most don't. And they've gone too far, too openly, and in that way they've given more pieces and more proof, and these things that can't be denied, taken back, unseen, unheard, or seen for what they are. And in others, like Cassius and all these other people, they've managed to silence or terrify or blackmail into silence and all these things, or tamper with victims, families, witnesses, or like, being able to try to discredit. And these small threats, like from like Lady R types of seeing right out of those accounts, they're meant to be made vague, right? To where if Ellie does come look at them, they're like, what do you mean? This means whatever. But when you have hundreds of those and you can link them back to, and show, here's this and here's this time and here's this weirdness, and then you've also got other witnesses to these things. And all these things are there, and for this length, you can clearly see they are no longer vague, and Ellie's not going to look at him and be like, okay, you're that lady. Right? They're going to be like, you're right. These are vague threats. This is, even though they'll write them a lot of times to make it look like it's just some random lunatic offline, but it's not. That also is it's a technique they use and have in other cases. But it's meant to make Ellie, if they look at it, go, it's just some nutter, ignore it, right? But to you, it would terrify you, maybe silence you. Because you can see it or know it's what it is, but if you push it, it makes you look like the nut job one, right? But when you have enough of those over a several year period, and you can line them up and link them back to these creators and others, it takes on a whole different meaning.
It really does.
So, this is probably the only beneficial part of Summer's case lasting this long online is that in that way, unlike the others, it's given enough time for these people to have been figured out.
You've helped us watch them go through cycle after cycle after cycle, and the fact that you can predict that it's going to happen the way it does is mind-boggling. Seeing the pattern and watching it actually go the way you say it's going to, that's
it is amazing to watch. She cuts him off at every turn too. I'm always like, yep, she got you again.
I know.
Got you again. Here come the receipts.
Yep. And it's like everything is verified before it even exists, and then we watch it happen, and the way it unfolds is just what you said. This is the plan. Watch this happen, guys, and here we go. It's unfortunately predictable. And
how long have I said that each cycle that they are like, oh, we're calling out so and so for their crimes in Summer's case, or look at Jenny and Adrian tampering, but oh, my hands are clean of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm calling him out. I'm the princess. I'm the savior of Summer Rose community. I'm turning all these criminals in too, right? All
Mm.
this other shit. And I've told you, I was like, each time they're doing it, they're siphoning up receipts from these little Build-A-Bears, these "oh, we're helping too" channels, see what proofs against them receipts are had. They're not actually helping turn these criminals in. They're siphoning those up to help these little tragedy pimps figure out what they need to weave and bob around. You'll see the next revisionist cycle start where they revise the story again. And they do that over and over and over again. As each time they pretend like they're attacking each other, calling each other out. And then I've said 2 years what they eventually would do was come to a final cycle and hide just like they have every case. They would hide on materials. Eventually, I mean all of them, they would be one and done. And if you notice, chasing plays a great role in that throughout all this. Each main big thing in Summer's case, who's been here to cleanse it,
Yep.
but
I
they
found
keep very
something
little.
just the other day from long ago from chasing. Trying to remember what it was. It was when we were chatting back and forth a little bit and I was going to send you stuff. Um, it was way back. I found stuff about chasing. I think it
And
was,
people always attack the shit out of me. Chasing's so good, and everybody's so good, and Scott's so good, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm
yeah,
like, bro, the quiet ones in the corners, the ones that look most legit, are actually runners up. And watch the ones they attack the least.
right.
And watch the ones they don't even, and most don't pay attention to the most. Like, oh, I don't know, Carl and Skep. They've
Mm,
giant roles in this with very little viewers and fanfare and acknowledgement. But they are some of the biggest cogs in it. And, you know, they all have their different roles, especially behind the scenes. And really, all you need to see is chasing. I don't know anything about this, but then suddenly, on in the next breath, be like, she'll ask a question or two, see which direction it's going, and then twist everything. And suddenly know all the things about something 2 cents before she didn't know shit and thing about. And it's like, yeah. And you see her put the cap on everything, be one and done. It's the one she waits till the rest of the group gets their drama out, and then it's handed over to Chasing and be like, oh no, this is the way it is, and now we're done as a group. And everybody's like, yeah, yeah. Chasing says, so that's right. Chasing's the authority. And Chasing such a sincere whatever, blah, blah, blah. I was like, man, who the fuck do you think she is? Sherlock fucking Holmes? Who the fuck? This is a random chick that comes from hate and drama channels. She's a nobody, bro. But she sounds good. But like 2 years ago, the dumb bitch didn't even know how a polygraph worked. And she was like, oh man, I'm so stunned. I was watching this one YouTube channel. But at the same time, she's putting out this bullshit how she was getting whatever degree or something like that. I'm like, how in the hell is somebody doing that? Getting a criminal justice degree? Be like amazed at how polygraph actually, because she watched a YouTube thing. And that's as Chasing's moving in from the drama hate community into the true crime community. In Summer's case, and I'm like, now she's been immediately, at the crime-a-thons in Vegas, also shit, attaching herself to Grey Hughes, and suddenly the end-all be-all, and I'm like, huh? You know? Like, she has no, what? Yeah, I don't, you know? But for this group, she's played a role. And it's like, do you think at any point, it's like right now, people are really buying the bullshit? What do you think she's terrified of? The baby dragging, that TM's doing that ain't even full drama the way they know it and have for years together in that community with Bomb and everybody else. And MGL and them, because that's who Chasing's revolved around, that's who TM's revolved around, which shows you for years they've been well aware of MGL, Justin, the Emma's, whatever's, and revolved around that group while they've done what's forward, you know. Um, it's just, if you think that Chasing's terrified of TM and this baby dragging, um, and no bra jokes, and I've put all her materials away suddenly, you gotta be a special kind of stupid. Yeah. But people are buying it right now, and they're more worried about, oh my gosh, and they really think half this shit's real. They really think what they're seeing is, oh my gosh, these friends, TM and Chasing, have always got along, and I hate to see them fight. And I'm like, what the hell? You really think this is real? Are you kidding me? Seriously? And I'm just astounded by it. I just can't believe people believe it. And feel awful for them. Like, well, no, I think Team really is. No, I really think Chase. No, I really think Scott. I really think BK. I'm like, man, whatever.
Reminds me of Oak Island. Could it be? Right? And then it's just not going to lead anywhere. You just keep feeding things back and forth to each other, and it's really getting pathetic. But the damage that they're doing in the meantime is insane.
It's like, which is more likely to be true, right? It's like, you really believe that bullshit, or it really is as simple as a bunch of criminals tying up loose ends and one and dunning a finalized story version of what's happened and leaving certain pieces visible conveniently enough for their last revisionist history they've done on everything in the past, 3 months? The final storyline. Because that's all that's really remaining at this point. Is this latest and last revisionist history, so that the origins and how many times they've all changed me through this is the last. So which is more likely to be true? It's criminals hiding, and this is their last one and done seal on it, or that TM and Chasing are really fighting and they're really friends and buddies, and this is so sad, and Chasing's terrified. Yeah, go throw some cash and a click and view and a membership at them. All the drama in the background, folks, leading up to Christmas. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah. It is very sad that we have to see this anniversary come up too. It's overwhelming. And the amount of momentum hasn't really changed that much. It's just where they're aiming. It's like they just keep aiming back and forth at each other and hucking the ball back. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I wonder some days, I think for most of us, like when each of you all, and genuine question, right? If you feel like answering. But when you all sit down, I'm sure that you all can go, like, I don't know that these other people ever do this, right? But when you sit down and you think, who am I as a person, as a human being? right? And you strip away, I'm a mother, I'm an aunt, I'm a grandmother, I'm the PTA, I'm the soccer this, I'm the owner of this box or the renter of whatever, or I drive whatever. What do you see? Who are you? I know a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, well, I'm so and so's mom, or I'm Kathy from the road, or I work at, or I'm a classmate, I'm a coworker of, I'm all these things in the world. But when you strip those away and you ask yourself, who am I? Outside of being a mother, a partner, uh, PTA, soccer, coworker, a white picket fence, or a porch, or who are you? Who are you and what do you see?
I have these existential moments about once a week, and it's almost never the same answer twice.
Like, I don't think these people, I think for most, they are all the things they own or drive or their titles. I mean, yeah, we're all mothers, aunts, grandmothers, etc., right? We are those things. I'm not saying, but who are you at the core, right? Because we aren't just our titles. We aren't just a coworker. We aren't just what we drive or eat or what we do or, you know, the Google Watch or whatever the fuck else.
Right.
We're more than that. What are you when you sit down with yourself and you strip all those things away? And I think a lot of people never sit down and ask that of themselves. Who are you?
Mm,
Who are
It
you?
is a tough question. I mean,
it
it
is.
shouldn't be.
I don't know. It's pretty easy for me.
If you boil it down to one word, I feel like a fighter, but I'm tired. You
Yeah.
know, a lot of my whole life just feels like it's just been fighting, but it's usually fighting for the good. So, I mean, that's good. Fighting for one thing or another, right?
Right?
I feel like I've spent a lot of my life being consciously honest and honorable because of my upbringing. And I will always be those things no matter what title, no matter what, lifestyle, no matter what location, that kind of thing. That's what I intend to be and what I hope to always be.
Yeah, those core values that you learn from your parents and your grandparents and the voices you hear reminding you you're doing the right thing.
Right. That's it for me is like, am I doing the right thing? And, Jody, Sue, you and I have talked a lot about this, like realizing that we're double-edged swords as well. Like, how can I can't say, trust me. I can't say we're here for you or any of that stuff because it feels so surface level and so invasive in a way. How can we be to each other what we wish we could be? Because that space doesn't really exist. And we are all very individual people trying to, even if we are trying to be helpful to other people, are we really being helpful or are we just like, offering something we can't, uh, it's like saying, oh, call me if you want to talk. Or when somebody passes away, let me know what I can do to help. That kind of thing. It can feel so surface level when you really intend the best. So it's really hard sometimes to just sit with yourself as a human without any of those titles, without any of the uh, accoutrements. I'm not what I drive. I'm not where I live. I am, the main thing for me probably existing on a daily basis is that I'm a rescuer of. I can't even just say dogs. No,
Right.
my whole life I've rescued. My whole life I've rescued kids. I've rescued, but then I feel like, oh, and then we hear, Don and Candace saying, "Oh, we had to save them." It's never been for like the benefit of my uh, reputation or anything like that. It's never been for recognition.
Right.
Because when you have nothing, you learn to build a bigger table when you have
Right.
something.
And I think people that do that naturally or can't help it or it's in the wiring or whatever necessarily go around going, oh, I'm saving this or I'm doing that or I'm trying to help this part, they don't, you know, it, and I also think that monsters, I don't know, I think they have a tendency to find it if you watch throughout your lifetime. It's like not only do they find those that have, say, white knight complexes or savior things or are taught to do the right things or are more empathetic or I think in a way it's like they can smell us, we can smell them, but sometimes they hit us in the right moment and we don't run from them, but we run towards them to try to save them as well, and then we find our own, you know, destruction at their hands, not meaning to, you know, and it's like a magnet system, right? From hell
Exactly.
without meaning to, find the broken, you try to fix them, I want to do whatever.
Yeah, fix the
But
broken.
whenever you find it's like, I don't know. I wonder so often what these people see when they sit down and just strip themselves bare and think about that. But then I realize
They probably don't. Do you think they do?
I don't think so. Some, I don't think the monsters of calibers like Floppy and do know. Um, I don't know that normal people with such busy lives ever think that either. They live their whole lives as titles and who they are and what they own, and everything stays so busy in their worlds at all times, and every minute taken up by something,
Well, that's
and
half of it is making yourself busy so you don't have to think.
I don't think they're inherently. Well, I'm not saying they're bad people. I just think that the world's so wrapped up in your titles and what you do and what you own and all this, and that's the goal and main function now, especially with such a
I want to know
system
Guy's answer too.
where it's about, um, you know, how you dress, what you drive, trend
Mm.
this, trend that, consumerism, competing, HOA, all the everything's. Like the amount of people that live in homes that if you walk into them, you can't even tell they're lived in, and they look like vanilla,
Mm-hmm.
and all they think of is resale value, and it doesn't look like home. It's astronomical. Where they drive cars, but they don't actually drive the cars for the enjoyment. They don't ever have that. Let me open it up just a little bit, or screw the coffee steamer. I maybe took the carb a little bit, or wanted to pull a donut in the parking lot. You know, and enjoy what I bought. Right? It's about the resale. It's about the values. It's about what everybody else sees of them, perceives of them. And that's what the focus is, and that's what even our political leaders tell us now. It's, all the, on everything. And
Right.
since higher education became the thing, right? You're supposed, and I think that was really 70s, 80s oriented. Wall Street doctors couldn't play all this, head for higher education. You'll need a degree to get along in society. And then it became about how much money you get, what you could consume, what you could buy, um, what you could afford, and titles and all these things. It became about everything but who we are as individuals, families, to one another, community members, etc. And so what you've had for 50 years or more is just people only see or maybe never think past. Because what they're supposed to be and what they are is what the college degree, the car, the house, they have all the things. But a lot are miserable in these boxes on HOAs and in life, but they've attained all the perfect things. And some never pause long enough to go, wait, who am I? Am I happy? Am I sad? And maybe they don't ever stop to think, am I? Who am I? What am I besides? And to find their true happiness outside of these titles, consumerism, perfections, you know. And that makes me sad for so many around the world that it's houses unlived in and cars undriven and they worry about their grass length.
Or what the neighbors think.
And it makes me sad that they're so caged and trapped and maybe never even realize it. They just think they've achieved all the things they're supposed to, and then that's life, and that's future, and that's present. And I think that's why you see so many people be like, eventually, when they just wander off and they're like, fuck all this, divorce, burn the house down, whatever, right? Or do something crazy somewhere. And I think they just suddenly have these moments of like, wait the fuck a minute. I've spent my whole life, hell with this. I want to go be free wherever I want to. And people are like, oh, they've lost it. It's like, no, maybe they've actually found it.
Yeah. That's...
Ride off in a camper van in the sun. Yep, I see it. I see it.
And, I don't know. But I think maybe the world will be a better place. A lot more people just strip themselves down just for a few minutes. One time. Stripped everything away. Title, houses, ownership, consumerism. And sat and really pondered who they are. And what their dreams really are. And what happiness really is. And what real living is. And what those things mean to them. Outside of what public perception is or what their family members or community might think. What are, and who are they truly, and what would truly make them happy? And, I think the world would probably be a much different place if people did that even once, or maybe like yearly on a schedule, like a breast exam.
That's that's a rather apt observation.
Or regular colonoscopies after the age of 45?
Oh my God. You're not supposed to make us think so hard, Jody Sue, at this time of morning. Oh my God. Di, I still want your answer because sounded like you had one.
Mine's pretty quick.
I'm ready.
I'm none of those things. And I really don't like labels, so I think if I had to choose what I am, I'm just human. One of how many billion now? 8 billion? That's it.
Right.
That's all I am.
Well,
Thanks to you, like I'm just a denizen of this earth riding this blue speck through space and I'm nothing and no one. I'm just a thing here and I won't be here for that long, in the grand scheme of things.
I
And
think, yeah, I think my vehicle is going to outlast me. I've been driving the same vehicle for 21 years now.
wow.
Yeah, it's still in great shape too.
that's
Yeah,
something.
I
awesome.
don't resell. I don't buy a lot.
Right?
I beat my cars up bad.
I look at the sky a lot. I love nature, but no, I don't know. I don't. I'm just me.
Well, that's a big just.
Yeah, for me, I just me, right? And I just want to be at peace, and I want peace and happiness for everyone on this little speck.
Ugh,
You know, I want so much to watch the world not continue to spill blood for the dumbest of reasons. I want
That too, for sure.
to just frolic like a little fairy, you know, hop across the maps and the oceans and be free. And, you know, I don't need all the things, right? I don't crave things, um, you know, and I just want to see other people happy and at peace, and uh, you know, live a life where you know, do as least harm to the universe as possible.
there you go.
You know,
Hence driving the same vehicle for 21 years.
Yeah.
It only has 62,000 miles on it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I walk a lot.
Ugh, I
oh,
wish I were close enough to everything to do that myself.
Yeah.
right?
I had it parked in New York City for a long time. Just parked. Move it side to side. You know, street sweepers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the plows, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, no. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we need to start moving a yearly "Who Are You" campaign.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I do that almost every year on my birthday. I'm always broke and I'm always working on my birthday, but this year I wasn't either and I couldn't see my twin, which is also how I usually spend my birthday. So I had a day of introversion and uh had kind of cut everything away from, what you'd normally expect to do on an annual anniversary. And it's been an eye opener, that's for sure. I spent a lot of time looking at my genetic history. I spent a lot of time looking at my antique relatives and knowing what their lives were and how they lived to bring us to this place. The amount of effort they had to go through and the kind of chutzpah it took to go from one country to another to make your family not successful, but survive. I mean, people who went from Scotland to Canada because there was literally nothing left for them there. And when you realize what it took for these older adults who, one woman had never even seen a raccoon in her whole life, and she ended up in the Kimberly Clark Forest up in Nova Scotia and got stuck in the woods overnight with bears and ferrets and things she couldn't even imagine. And I imagine the amount of fear that she must have gone through having done that, bringing her family over to a place that was so savage and unknown and building a life there from zero, from a ship. I mean, I don't think I have that type of backbone. I think I would if I had to, but and I've moved cross country with nothing and my kids, nothing.
I think it shows, how far a dream and adventurous spirits can go, especially in our thirst for freedom. And also survival, I guess. But
And then I look at how can we think differently about all these poor people who are traveling months and miles to come to America to make their own lives, and they treat them like a plague at the border. That was my family, right? And if they're not given the opportunity that they've worked so hard for, who are we to call ourselves a united anything?
or a melting pot.
Right. Give us your poor and you're tired and you're, oh, wait a minute. We don't want that.
No, no. And the babies matter, remember that. But only there are certain babies. And then after they're born, fuck the babies too. Like, who cares about them and their
right.
mother, their health care, or, we have one of the, for a nation that is so advanced, we have one of the highest death rates for mothers and babies
Yeah,
in
Ireland.
advanced. And it's like, who do you think's most at risk, though, right? It's POC and the
Yeah.
poor populations of Canada, but um, they kick down and they don't want to make sure they care about all the babies, but then they don't want to, do anything with health care. And then also, if you notice, especially in the last few years, and I think it's got stuff to do with falling birth rates, especially where certain, and you'll see this during times after war, especially long-lived ones, um, or falling birth rates during certain periods of history. You'll see a sudden political or law-based thing to where women are then, and even things as far-reaching as economics are fiddled about with, to where it pushes women back into and out of working environments, and then it's back to us not having control of anything, and we're basically used as breeders to bring up birth rates.
Yep.
But it's done in such, ways that most people don't realize it. Like, we're seeing those cycles now, and because of what's done, probably the next few decades, we'll see that. Um, but they always proclaim the babies we care about, but actually only if they're certain babies, and only generally if they're in the womb. And once they're out, um, well, and
And then it's a
also,
why didn't you and why don't you, and you know the
And
mother's
like
responsible, and
it can be different or skin color not matter. It's an ultra like that, you know. And so yeah, they use them and they have throughout history, especially political wise, to do the rallying cries for certain things, just like this place. And a lot of people they use that love and defense behind the most vulnerable of our, you know, civilization to use and bend and manipulate us as adults and to lean one way or the other and to often screw ourselves over, you know. And it's not okay.
no.
Mm-mm.
You know what I
And
don't get? The pro-life, pro-choice. All these people thinking that how can they not think that one of those choices might be life? Like for real. It's all taking women's power away from them, you
exactly,
know?
that's the purpose of it.
Like seriously, like I think the ability to choose what's happening with our bodies, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to like go the most drastic way and have abortions.
But it's
No.
put that way so that people will find it offensive so that they can take a
Exactly.
stance,
I
and the
think
easiest stance is to take, you know, take the stance against the most radical possibilities, which is why they
exactly. Why
promote
can't it
those.
just be like, okay, well, hey, we're all intelligent people and we're all like emotional beings. What's to say one of those choices isn't life? Like,
Right.
for real. Like, but it's got to be this way. It's got to be this way. And
For
we're
everybody.
in control of you. And fuck that.
And
Yeah.
honestly, when they're at the point of forcing children who have been essayed to have
Oh,
babies, and it's like, what the hell's wrong with you? You know? Um, and the, then you go further, these women, I mean, there are so many circumstances, you know, and everybody's just different, but it's like you
But
would
choice
see,
means options. Like the other
right?
end of
And
the
there,
spectrum, you have no options, zero options.
and they're
This is the way
taking
it is,
more
and
away.
this is the way we want you to live your life. And that's just
and
that's just
then
wrong.
they, you know, you have these skyrocketing stats on abuse, or you see these women, you know, there are women out here, believe it or not, who know instinctually they will not make good mothers or do not want to be, and accidents do happen, even with protection methods in place, which they are taking from us and the other, or women who have been essayed or the worst things done to them, and but they know that they will not make, you know, the best, and mothers or caretakers, or that they might be dangerous to their own or something, right? And then you're forcing these women um to give birth, and then you're seeing these children that aren't fully loved, cared for, maybe abused, neglected.
Yep.
And people can say, oh well, they can adopt out and share, but you know, not all children are adopted.
And not all
And
children are
uh,
adoptable.
But
then
that shouldn't be anybody else's business besides.
you hear other women go, well, I'd love to have a baby, and well, I'd love to be able to, so this woman should be able to. You should not think in those terms. Um, and I'm sorry to those who can't or didn't, or they've lost children, but that does not mean, you know, that others I mean, like, each woman should be able to make her own decisions. And, you know, when services are not available, and people think they're just like you can go to a damn corner store and access these things. Most of the time, women do not find out for quite a few weeks, sometimes not for months, that they are indeed pregnant or have
Right.
any clue. And, you know, even at the earliest onset, these services are not cheap, and not all Planned Parenthood or anything else provide these things. It's not a thing like that. And for the most part, they already tell about Planned Parenthood, but Planned Parenthood serves men as well. That's mostly cancer services,
They
deviant
saved me from cervical cancer at 32 years old.
and tax dollars are not used by them to provide, but it's these narratives and propaganda that have been fed out around this, and but they make services and you know so expensive that most can't afford them, especially um
Those who need them.
poor women they can't access them enough time. And I think sometimes that is sort of a way for birth rate stuff,
Right.
and to keep poverty cycles going. Um, and I don't, yeah, but these people out here in regular world who have never maybe encountered or whatever these situations or had to make choices, or they already have four kids they can barely feed, and an
Well, see, that's
accident happens, or even they've already had a tubal, but something's grown back together, and they're like, "Oh my God, what do I do?" In order, and it means the difference between, well, here's this newest that's going to come along, and then I'm not going to be able to afford rent. We're all going to be in the street. Services are going to come along then and take away the 3 or 4 children they do have that they do love and want and care for, but they can no longer do that after an extra is added. And, then you have this entire annihilation and separation and everything of an entire family. Yeah, I mean, there are so many things like that, and people don't think that far. You know,
Well, anyone that wants to inflict their own beliefs on other people, in my opinion, shouldn't be given the opportunity to decide anybody else's life.
well, that's my point. How free are we if we don't have choices in our own lives, our own personal lives? How free are we really?
and the
Uh,
thing is, you often see, the religious mostly be the ones that are like, oh no, anti, whatever. But then, if you know the true stats, they're actually the most likely to be going through the doors of the local clinic.
Exactly. Exactly.
They
That
just
was my
are
point.
critical and quiet.
Pro-choice doesn't necessarily mean that that choice wouldn't be choosing the life. That's what I'm saying.
right,
Like, but it's like so much hypocrisy around other people's bodies.
exactly. Oh, and
And of course
how
it
many of
causes
us,
a lot of these children that are going missing and being murdered. That's so messed up because what? Because people are angry because they don't get to make their choices in a societal sense, you know?
and it's
And
very one sided as to who takes responsibility for that little life once it is born. It's not,
I,
I mean,
so,
I think so often there's no support for the mom. It ends up being so one sided.
and I've seen so many here, like in Summer's case in these chats, say, my child passed away, or I've had so many miscarriages, or I would have adopted, or why does somebody like C get to have children but I don't? And I understand that, and my heart breaks for these women. It does. Breaks for their losses and for their wanting to be mothers and unable to, or all these things, but you can't say, well, these others out here, and it is in a way, it probably feels extraordinarily unfair,
So many
right?
comparisons. So many.
Stand their rage and anger at that, right? But, and I get it, but you can't force births on people and all this and that and the other in a society we're in. You go, "Well, I would adopt, I would do this, whatever," because not all these babies are going to be adopted. Not all these, you know, and a lot of these children are going to suffer in these systems or be placed in foster care or families to where they're used, abused in the worst ways, used for just paychecks, because let's be real, it does exist despite the woo woo shit around like Melinda and I do agree on points. There are a lot of there are a lot
Unwanted.
of cases where these children are used and abused and harmed and used as by those adopting or fostering or whatever. And I just you're treated differently or they're taken back after a year or two and a lot of children that become adults wondering why somebody didn't want them or didn't love them enough or looking for their whole life, their family, or unable to access or find that information and always wondering, and that's got to be painful as hell too. You
Well,
know,
look at Classic and Sincere. That is an absolutely standardized case of almost what we're talking about, a young mother who couldn't manage life for a little while and children got taken away, given to the wrong people.
you know,
And a lot of people, it reminds me kind of in a sad way of the people that see, a dog is lost or a dog is found, and people get on there and go, I'll take it. And you think, what about the real people that actually love this? And I'm talking about a dog right now, but the same kind of thing happens with people. You see a child go missing, and everybody is suddenly wanting to be its mother and saying, well, I would have done this, or why didn't they do that? This isn't disposable life, but that's how these people are seeing it. They're not seeing the reality of a human being. They're seeing a hypothetical emotional icon. And we've talked about that with Summer, is that she's become an emotional icon for many people.
leaving her brothers, and that's what gets me. I watch even since our siblings have been taken from C and D since around 3 weeks after she vanished. And these two are like, oh, well, they're this, that, and the other, and they're happy now, and they're this and that, whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I know because the level of, I'm sure how they're being watched and taken care of because of how extreme this situation is that they are most certainly in a good home and environment. Um, or homes or whatever. I'm certain they are being watched like hawks. And, you know, getting the best care. And what in the world is going on with you, Hicken? What is the problem? Okay. Are you tracking something? What is happening here?
Enhance. You still there?
But, is something wrong, buddy? What's wrong? Are you okay? Hmm? What's wrong, buddy? Why are you acting like that? Hmm? What is it, buddy? What's wrong?
Restless puppy syndrome.
You okay? You need to go out? Do you want to go out? Or what are you trying to tell me here? What is going on? Are you okay? What is it, buddy? Hmm? What's wrong? Okay. Is it your ear? Is something bothering your ear? Are you okay? Hmm?
We
You
do
going
like sign language for dogs.
Oh no, he's doing this funny thing, What is it? Hmm? What is it, buddy? What's wrong? You okay? Are you okay?
Riley's looking at the screen like,
He's not
yeah,
used.
okay,
He's
what's
not
up?
used to hearing other voices. I don't think. Hello, puppy.
What is wrong, buddy?
Oh, what a beauty.
Mama loves you. You okay? What's wrong? Hmm? What's wrong?
Oh,
Oh, what a sweetheart.
it's so upsetting when they don't feel good or they're acting weird.
I just take this little weird walk through here 4 or 5 times. It's not typical and it's very strange. And I thought maybe he was tracking something outside and smelling it, trying to figure out if it was under, or going under or across. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what he was doing. It's something new. But, I just, that with her brothers, I'm like, I know they're being watched, but this place acts like they've now, everything's cleansed for them. Everything's happy and it's Disney World.
Oh my God.
They're like, they're good now, leave them alone. But, and they've been there 2 years, so they've forgotten everything. And no, those boys are old enough to, you know, they know Summer's missing. They obviously know she's not been found. They wait, watch the episodes every day, and I know we wait and we hope, and every day we also dread any news that comes, but we crave the news. Like, every day I wake up and I want today to be that day, but also it's like, what the hell? How in the hell is that gonna hit? I couldn't not imagine what those boys go through with that every day and every night. And C and D or not, those are their parents, and they did know that at home, and they do have community, and they do miss people and friends and things. I mean, no matter what sports they play or schools they go to, you know, their quote former life is not okay, everything's not happy, and Shangri-La for them and sugar whatever. they're going through things, and the chances at some point of them having to, and they are, it's like right now, do you think it's easy for them to tell their parents they don't want to come back, or that they don't hold guilt if they say that, or that the prospect's not there for them one day to have to face their parents in court settings, and that won't break their hearts and souls too, even if, I mean, the hell those children must be going through. Their lives are still not easy, nor will they probably ever be again, or that they won't wake up and fall asleep every day with what eventually most of these people saying these things and chatter believing that everything's perfect for them now will be able to. They'll log out, they'll forget the boys ever existed, they'll forget Summer's case, they'll forget all these things. But those boys will never forget. Much like the rest of us here, and we will not forget. There will never be a day in our lives that we forget, but those are children and they're closest to the situation, and I cannot imagine, and because I've seen them after Summer vanished and the weight's already worn and things being done, and heard their voices and their, I mean, my heart's always with them. And I want them to have answers more than anything. And I want them all to have justice more than anyone.
I don't want them to see all the crap that's out there on the internet.
Right.
Well, hopefully they have a sense of.
I mean,
Not
any
wanting
time in their
to.
life, when they're 50,
Yeah.
when they're 60,
It's
when
probably
they're,
inevitable.
it's just, I
My
don't
word.
know. Even if they have the answers, it's still like that part of it, for me, that's like the most heartbreaking part. That it's
It is.
just, they're not going to be able to forget if they want to, because it's going to be in their faces their whole
Yeah.
lives. Unless people do delete everything that's out there.
Yeah, but they won't. I mean, just really recently, I
Now,
found something.
once and if custody is severed and someone adopts them fully, they can, because they're minors, actually take
Mm.
advantage of laws that will wipe every bit of information about them offline.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
So,
Well, they should
but
at least have that choice for sure.
and it's like, but that does not mean it's not going to exist somewhere because somebody made a copy of this or this, that, or a new document, whatever. But I think the worst fear is that when lights fade and everything is whatever, that then they'll be mistreated wherever they are, or once full adoption takes place, they'll be used as cash cows or paraded around. That's one of my worst fears for them, but
Well, and that's the danger of being kept with their original identities, and it's really rare that a child of these ages would be given a brand new identity.
right.
It's very hard to do.
Remember who they are, so even if they changed their names and did adoption, they
Right.
wouldn't do any good. But the thing is that's going to exist, I think, if they're placed back anywhere. And I mean, as you can see, even the freaking media manager is supposed to care greatly is referring to their pictures of the past collection.
Oh,
That
God.
tells me everything.
Like they're commodities or something.
And they're not.
That one has never had any consciousness, really, of humanity or connection.
No. But it should bother everyone that every damn theory some of those around that realm have. It's like a jealousy of being able to sell children. DCS and billions, and this and billions, and what if some big bad hillbilly meth had sold my child, blah, blah, blah. And, well, okay, can we raise another reward for my daughter, but also, can it go to the boys? Wait, no, can it not? Can it go instead for me a piece of land in Utah? And
Oh,
it's always
God.
got to children money. It's very, like, what the fuck? And I just feel like and all these children around this situation are just, and it's like Monster Man install they and Jenny and Adrian, man, they did not and do not have mine. Yeah, it was to cash cow her, to tamper with her as a witness, and to use her to break me and to get information in Summer's case, and her stall and her fucking abuser to profit from and from this place to profit from. And that's what will be done to the other children if allowed.
Right. I hope
It's,
somebody's being really cautious about who they're being surrounded by and who they're in the hands of, because that was one of the first things I worried about, is who's going to get a hold of these poor kids and try and drain them of every piece of information they know. And we watched that little boy on your community page, even the little boy up on the stand. I remember that so clearly, and him having to repeat to people what happened.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Oh, and there was one man who was supporting him, and I don't know who he was specifically to the child, but he was a court official who actually said, "Give me your hand." I mean, that's the part we don't really recognize at the end. He said, "Give me your hand," because they had just had him actually identify his mother in that room, and he had said plainly, "My mother's not here, she's in jail." And then all of a sudden he realized his mom was there. When you think about a moment, a child having to go through something like that, and these kids may have to go through that at some point. I hope not,
Yeah.
but they are literally witnesses. And, for our court system to have to use them that way, and then to be in the hands of people who maybe don't have the best intentions for them, is just horrifying.
That's why certain people have never really made. Think about this, okay? As many as have been, oh, I don't know, laws taken for, never even really mentioned or cared about by those two, and then suddenly this great push, though, to um, want these three and not to move along like they have in the past, when they probably have better chances of honestly getting others back in the past than they do now. I don't know, but I find that a little odd. And if I had my guesses, look, I've always felt from the day they were quote taken that they would never be placed back with. and I think even C and D. I don't know, but and it's been, I don't know. I just I feel like certain people back I did monster. It's to try to get a hold of children already done wrong and keep masks on, pretend they care, cash grabs, try to keep the smallest amongst from being able to tell truth. Um, I don't like it, and I don't know, but it doesn't matter in what the hell I like it. It's what the system, is and whatever, but I just to watch the damn media managers say the past collection, seriously, and be alright with that? Doesn't that kind of give it away? Like, dude, I just, that bothers me so much.
It's so dehumanizing just to, put it in that context and to have
As a
collected. Oh,
as opposed to the past collection, the others, is that like
They see penny catalog, or you don't call all the dude had to be like, these are pictures from, when they were here, etc., not current. Instead, his terminology is the past collection. And look at him going along throughout this, and he's putting his watermarks on shit that's Summer's photos, their photos, all this other stuff. I just don't trust him. I don't care what the hell he's up to or why or what role he's playing or what he is or truly isn't. And for most part, he's a damn distraction technique.
right.
And people fall for it, follow some bunny rabbit bullshit black hole crap instead of staying on course. They get pulled off by pumpkin patch mystique horse shit, and fine, whatever. I don't know what role that dude's truly playing anything, but
Yeah, that is an odd one.
to refer to past collection, bro. Seriously?
One of those recent photos was totally fabricated. It actually is a photoshopped compilation of, kind of a semi nice house with one of the boys in front of it. And you can clearly see the outline around him just where it was photoshopped in. And I think, I don't know, just gives me the same creepy feeling as I understand the reason for an age progression, but the one that was used just seems to me to be so contrived. And but they're creating their own visibility. They're creating a new agenda, a new narrative, doing things like that.
Mhm.
I mean, those boys will never be out of the spotlight, sadly. You think about 20 years down the road, you're looking at Natalie Holloway's brother talking about her, saying she was the best sister anyone could ever have wanted. It doesn't ever go away. They're not going to live normal lives, sadly, but I wish there were a way to prevent them from having to see all of the darkest parts of, what their parents have gone through and what their parents have said and done and what other people have said and done about their parents in their past. I don't know how they're going to be protected.
Unfortunately, maybe maybe they'll get the kind of love they need for the next however many years that'll help them change the direction that they might have wound up.
I hope so. It's hard when a child is older, we have so much ingrained in us by the time we're, oh, I don't know. I think, in my brain, like the magic number is 7, because that's when you're really beginning to be autonomous, and you actually know that you have your own thoughts, and you realize that you're not under the control of anybody else, unless willingly. But boy, you can see a big change. I don't know if anybody else remembers. I remember being 7 and suddenly realizing I didn't have to say and do everything I was told. But once you're at that stage, it's really hard to replace what's missing. Really hard to get that nurture that you needed if it hasn't been given already.
Yeah.
But I mean, I hope they have good education. I hope they have strong supports. I hope they have people who are conscientious and capable and intelligent and balance out all of the disorder that was in their lives. But it's very hard to do. No parent's perfect, especially a parent taking on a child who's already formed. Kind of been through that. We raised a granddaughter who was already older, and it presents so many issues that you don't even ever expect to have presented. You can selflessly love somebody and still have them be, have a bunch of broken edges, and we all work as hard as we can to keep everybody healthy and happy, but sometimes, I mean, these poor boys have to be so broken. Watching that, I don't remember which one it was, standing with Don, and Don's like holding on to him, and the kid looks so downtrodden. Just,
Well, that's the thing. If you watch, I don't know what's up with that moment. Because if you watch the footage in the parking lot immediately after the presser, and others, demeanor for him is entirely changed, right?
wow.
And he's very not like that at all within just minutes. But there are certain things that I know about, and how they like. I just don't want to touch on it, but it's like,
You think it was presentation? Kind of, I don't want to say oppose, but that's kind of what comes to mind, is like, is that what might have been expected in the moment? For
I don't know how exact. I don't. And
I think it
during
was.
the days after Summer vanished, I watched these boys wear great weights in different ways. I also watched them have moments where they'd forget for just a minute or two, and I'd hear them playing again, or I'd watch them sit in my driveway as I was talking, and they'd be playing or picking flowers or, digging quartzite or doing whatever. And we'd all be talking, and they'd be doing their normal thing, and then I would also see these moments where it's like coming up on Candace at the church. Little and I, and we pull in, and it's the day that Grandis and Rosie on, they're doing the GoFundMe, and everybody else is all smiles and happy, and I watch one of the boys in the back. It's the same weight, right? Same thing you all see during that press, head down, and just this, I don't know. And then Candace gets out with a fucking smile on her face, man, and opens the back door of the vehicle. He goes, "This right here is the one that like beat the shit out, And I'm like, bro,
oh,
doing anything? What the fuck? And shows him off like a damn dog. Meanwhile, there's the rest of the seat and everything else is actually covered with dog chow that the public sent for the dogs. There's like 93 bags in there. But he wasn't doing anything. And meanwhile, they have like 8 devices going, planning all this GoFundMe shit and all these bank things and all this stuff. Smiles bound, her and Grandis are fine. There's giggles over the whole line, right? And she gets out, opens the door, and goes, "This one right here is one of like the big shit, right now." I'm like, the fuck's he doing? He ain't bouncing around, he ain't. I'm like, Candace, you can't. Like, and I was just thinking, like, maybe they're acting out and whatever, but he's the only one in the vehicle, right? And the other boys were not. And I'm like, Candace, man, they're going, and those are my exact words, like, Candace, man, they're going through things too. They're gonna act out, things are gonna happen. You can't be like that. And then once again, there comes the face of the, oh yeah, I forgot I was talking about
feeling, right.
Right? And then she slams the door on him, and he just kind of looks at me, and he's like, and the head goes back down, and he just collapsed. And I'm like, what? But I also know, man, there are just so many private things. I just don't want to touch on where it concerns them and certain things, and how maybe certain ones were done the way Monster tried for so long to make ours. And tried to model it last with Stall to do that to all these things. I think a lot of things. And I just know and you all have even seen them continue to be like, we told the boys to do this, we told the boys, why didn't you keep an eye on her? Why didn't you go get her? Why this? Well, I think in all this, our relationship will never be the same because I did whatever, but then that's fairy tailed up later to the eldest coming to dawn going, I didn't, I'm not responsible, and all I know, son, and let's hug it out, and it's like, yeah, you asshole, we all know better.
Oh
You did.
God, yeah, that's contrived.
And, I watched them dismiss the kids' thoughts and feelings about Summer and tell them to shut up about their ideas. There are all these things around everything after Summer vanished.
Oh, hey, Arctic Wolf.
So much. So much.
And I just don't want them to, I don't know, I hope they, and I don't even know how, I wish for them what I do my own, which is healing and chain breaking and freedom and wings and, no pain and just love and futures and happy endings and beginnings and a way to find their way through everything and to never look back. Hope there are answers for them and their sister and that they're able to reunite at some point again, no matter which way, and to help her tell her story with her or law enforcement and courts, and find in that some sense of something along the way too, you know. But right now, as children, it's going to be painful, and until they're adults, and I hope given the capability to and tools needed by people in between to be able to come to terms with all of this to where it doesn't break their hearts and isn't something that weighs them down or breaks them throughout life. You know, that they find real love and acceptance in family and are able to, I don't know, I want for them as I want for my own to break chains and fly free and to be healed at some point.
They have a lot of people that hope that for them. Oh, can't even imagine.
Can't either. And if anybody's going through pain, man, it's those children, it's those boys.
Yeah.
And this place, I don't know, right now they keep saying all these chats, oh, they're fine, they're this, they're that. It's like this public really thinks they're everything A-okay over there, and it's not. Men or sisters missing, and they're aware of that. And I'm sure there are a lot of things in the background. And I just.
Did somebody fall asleep?
Not me. I think it might be Mud Pie.
No, Mud Pie's here. I was scared I was going to, but no, it wasn't me.
I think Di might be asleep.
No, I'm here. I'm not sleeping.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard a little snore.
I thought it was somebody's dog or something. Maybe the cat. Enhanced, you hear? I think it's enhanced.
Oh.
Enhanced? I think we've enhanced.
I think it's enhanced.
I think it is too.
Lover. Okay, so I'm gonna take enhanced off so we can save her any. Look, I fell asleep on panel this one time, true story. So I'm gonna save her that.
That's funny. I was afraid because I have a hard time staying up. I usually fall asleep before the end of the streams, and tonight I kept thinking to myself, if I fall asleep with this phone in my hand and start snoring.
And you guys all thought it was me.
Right? You were quiet.
Well, luckily I did it one time, but I'd been up trying to figure out this script, like because in the first few days I realized something was wrong with them, right? And all that was running 24 hours a day up here, so I was like, okay, I basically can't sleep, right, at this point, and I'm trying to watch everything and take everything in. But it happened to me on the most boring panel ever. Well, I wasn't. I mean, like I was up there. I wasn't really saying much because I didn't like anybody, and I knew at that point they were trying to use me, whatever. And I didn't like that. And obviously,
Sorry, my system shut down for a minute.
There she is. Yeah, it
Hi.
did.
Yeah, my system just went blink, and I was out. Anyway, sorry. Don't mean to interrupt.
And so, but I ended up falling asleep for like, I don't know, a couple hours, and they just let me. Luckily, at the time I didn't snore or anything. They're like, no. I went back and I think I got that one recorded somewhere. But yeah, like, I just straight up fell asleep. It's like, oh my god, I bet I drooled and everything. But yeah, luckily I didn't. They just let me sleep, I guess.
When was this?
Back in the marathon. Because I was
Oh, did you guys think I fell asleep on you?
We did.
It sounded like there was a snore, and we were like, oh god, we were trying to figure out who's. I'm like, man, I
No,
can't.
it's Riley. Riley is literally just like
Oh, I thought it
she's a
might have been the
honker.
dog.
Because she sounds like she's losing her it's like her esophagus closes, and I have to stop her.
I'll save enhance the embarrassment, and I'll take her down.
You
But
what?
yeah, we thought it was you, so I was like, I don't want enhance to be embarrassed that she might have snored a little on panel,
Oh
and
no!
so I was, I'll take her off of here so she's not embarrassed later on. But
Oh, did you kick me out?
We thought you were asleep. We thought you fell asleep.
You were
sleep.
booted.
We heard
I
a little
did not.
snore. So I was like, I don't want enhance to be embarrassed.
Oh,
So
I've got my little. She's snorting right now. She's right here snorting. You stop it. No, I don't. I don't know. Maybe I do snore. Maybe I did, but I don't think so. I didn't fall asleep.
I
Anyway,
snore.
you do.
I'll admit that. Not a lot, but I'm a really deep, heavy sleeper, and I'll wake myself
Listen.
up with a snort.
Can you guys?
Oh yeah.
She's right. I'll turn my camera on and show you if you want. No,
I think we all snore.
you're okay.
I never did until after they did this surgery, and the
Oh
kids
my
are
gosh.
now steady. But I don't. I guess that's what you should expect when they have to take and then transplant things back in your neck and
Oh my god. I to this moment can't
expect it all,
fathom.
But I was like, "Are y'all kidding me? I snore now," and they're like, "Oh yeah." So, and so yeah, apparently I do. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm alive, so there's that. I guess I'll take snoring. Yeah.
Right. I cannot even fathom what you went through. That just blows my mind to this day. Come here, Rye. You're okay.
It's like, yeah, most time it doesn't bother me, but like, I still have these moments where, like, even while I'm awake and whatever, I stop breathing suddenly. Because at first they tried to tell me it was apnea, maybe from it had been caused by the nerves and all this shit going on, and what had to be chased down and transplanted. It happens, etc. It might not last long. But then they realized, and I realized rather quickly it was happening even while I was awake sometimes. Still happens. I'll just stop breathing and can't breathe again. But I'll wait a lot because I can't. Like, it's not there, right?
Weird.
And it's not just apnea, and they can't figure out exactly what that is or what's causing it. And I know it's like right now in the past, I don't know. It's like I've had, like, I noticed lumps starting to come up in certain places quite a few months ago, and then I've noticed certain things happening here again, and especially the past few weeks, I've noticed the tightness again where I can't breathe. I'm even struggling kind of right now. It's really tight in places it shouldn't be. Something I only experienced is, and I know what's happening, and I'm okay with that. But it's like, um, yes, I'm having a harder time with certain things, uh, especially lately. But it's like the breathing thing gets me though. It's, dude,
Yeah.
seriously. But
Breathing is
it's
frightening.
scary. You wake up and you're not breathing, and you've not been breathing for a while,
Mm.
and they tell you it's apnea, but then they figure out it's not, and then you realize it ain't going away, and you're doing it even when you're awake, and you're like, what the hell? you know,
Mm.
and, but, it's a trade for life, It's like, you want to live for a little bit, or you want to, like, not snore and be cute. I'll take the snoring and whatever the not breathing thing is.
Right.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
I'm still fascinated at how far you've come since. I mean, I do remember clearly how your voice was and how hard you were struggling, and the difference is amazing. You've
It
definitely
really is.
Well, I don't know.
improved.
Recently, I know it's definitely gotten worse again. And I know that something's happening to where speech is getting harder for me. It's getting harder for me every day for some reason. Things are being affected. I don't know what's going on lately. And
Mm.
I know that there have been days recently to where I couldn't even speak when I first, which is always the hardest for me. It's either I can be up for hours, but if I've not said anything or talked to someone first or done something to, like, I couldn't come on here every day if I hadn't spoken to my animals for a while or hadn't talked little in a while, because I have to have vocal exercise sort of before I can, you know, it's been harder. There have been days I've woken up a lot recently and I've not had the ability to, and I don't know why that is, but I can't get my voice started. My speech most of the day will stay to where I'm not understandable, even to little other things. Can't make calls I need to make, all that. So I'm not sure what's going on lately. I'm having a harder time enunciating. I'm having to pick my words or do whatever, which you remember enhanced, like when you all first met me. I think I was already quite a few months removed from the surgery, but my tongue and stuff was more, yeah, and you have to, like, my brain had to sort of redo a thing, like, I'd
Yeah,
want to use my big
I
words.
remember clearly what you were going through when I first got to know you. Yeah.
My tongue, because of the paralyzation, it couldn't form the words my brain knew and wanted to use in my bigger words, so it had to either drop words instantly in a sentence, or it would I would have to pick a smaller, simpler word that took less movement. And
Right.
so that, I'm sure, and I think that's part of why these people here, these tragedy pimps, thought I was an idiot, right? Or they thought truly I might have been intoxicated and they take advantage. Um, is because of me no longer being able to speak the way I used to prior to the surgery, because my tongue and brain work away. Now it's quicker, but I'm not able to use all the big words I know. A whole awful lot depends on the day and whatever, but especially at first, my brain would drop things so it would make me sound like I was an idiot, or sentences half formed, or like I only knew, what I mean, like I didn't, wasn't well educated.
You never
And,
sounded like an idiot to me.
Me either.
Nope.
well, for me, and if you've ever I don't know. There are a few videos out there, obviously me pre-surgery, but my true voice and the way I spoke, like, it's so funny to me. It's places like, oh, she's like listening to molasses. But people in real life, I hate to use that term, but who've known me my whole life know that before the surgery, I mean, I could go, I know I can talk now, but mile a minute, like Boomhauer stuff, right? Um, and very, I mean, like I wanted to be, exceptionally well spoken, I think, and I could use all the big words and no pauses. It was not like molestation. I remember my papa being like, "Whoa, girl, slow down." Right, my whole life, they're like, "Why are you talking to?" And it got on the nerves of many of my southern folk around here because it's more around here. It's a slower dialect, right? For me,
Right.
I was like, and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," you know. And then after the surgery, I faced this change in, okay, you can only speak so fast and be able to do all these things and to try to, so for me, it's been a hell of a change. I even get on my own nerves. I'm like, girl, this is too slow, but I can't speak as quickly as I once did. So it's kind of funny to me, uh, because they have no idea. Like my it no longer matches, right? It's kind of frustrating to me that I have to take so long to speak or that a sentence takes so long to get out. But I do have to think about what I'm saying and the tongue and depending on how that's working every day and nerves and all that, my brain has to operate with it to where it can select the words or replace one that, I can enunciate clearly at that moment.
I
So,
have no comparison. I don't remember seeing any of your Facebook videos even previous to.
oh, they're out there, and I think I showed one or two on purpose as comparison.
Oh, I must have missed that, but
Well,
I may have to
squalls,
go look. Just,
kids, they're out there too.
Well,
Yeah.
compared to what they uh, told you might end up with, it's
oh
wonderful.
God, that just, yeah, like I said, baffling. What a scary thing. I mean, I still have little panicky moments over just like a memory of being rolled down the hall for a carpal tunnel surgery, my hand, and the guy saying, it might never really grip the way it's supposed to again. You don't have to do this, And I was like, what? What are you? You're
Ugh,
putting me in like I'm about to go under, and this is what he's saying to me. You don't have to do this. But when I think about the idea of never having a voice again and not knowing until the minute you're almost there,
right?
that's horrifying.
Well,
Especially,
and I had the pre-op appointment, right? I had the last scans, I had the last things, and that was only a day or two before. My voice was not supposed to be affected, but then hours before that surgery, right, and all these things, I mean, you and in the days leading up to, you have Monster beating the absolute shit out of me and making sure that he was targeting this area in particular and the largest masses that he knew, and I mean, and the night before, knowing that, I mean, it was just right there when he hurt on me, and I knew what he was gonna do. His eyes flicked to what he thought was the biggest mass here, but it was also connected to one down in my chest that could rupture and all these things. And he picked, as soon as his eyes flick, I knew what he was gonna do. And he took me in the car and he just beats the shit out of me in my neck, right? And because I'm one of them bitches, even then, so I didn't bruise much, you know. I was showing a little bruise and whatever by that morning when I had to go into surgery. I don't know, less than 12 hours after that. And I'm told by my surgeon something's changed. And I mean, I already have the drip in my arm, I'm already feeling, like you're gonna be mute. Something has changed, and you won't have a voice when you wake up. And I'm sorry. And I freaked out for a second. I was like, no, 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 no. Just leave it then, whatever. And then I remembered the promise I made to my pap before I left him the evening before Monster beat the shit out of me. And I told him, get that shit out of me at all costs.
Oh.
Right? I waited 2 or 3 minutes, and then I called the surgeon. I was like, just go get him. And I told him it's fine. Just go ahead and do what you gotta do. I promise, my Pat. At all costs, I get this out of me. And so I went under expecting not that voice. But to this day, I wonder it. And see, that morning, I'd asked the surgeon, and I'd had to lie. I was like, I was on a four-wheeler yesterday, and I hit some branches sort of right here, because he asked me what the bruising was. And it was just kind of yellowish, at that point, and sort of whatever, and a little red, and I had to lie to him. And I was like, well, it affected him. And he was like, I don't think that's what's done, but I couldn't be honest with how bad and severe and whatever, and I still to this day wonder if monsters, whatever was swelled up in their tissues or whatever caused them, never asked why something had changed suddenly that quick. And I still wonder if what he did in the days leading up to and especially just hours before, or what affected things to where it meant that I woke up like this. And my surgeon's one of my favorite people on this earth. And man, I don't want to know. I don't think I ever want to know. But I wonder quite often. And man, when I woke up, I remember it's the first thing I did. My eyes popped open. I was still woozy. My surgeon, that's how concerned about it. Like, he was waiting at the bottom of the bed. And my eyes popped open, and I opened my mouth to try to speak. And I did. And he was like, oh my God. And it was like a Frankenstein.
Oh my God.
Him and I both were happy crying. I had a tone, and he was like, once I got in there, he's like, I tried everything I could to save you just a little bit of your voice. And he said he'd chase certain things down all the way in. And we had a cardio, thoracic, and all those on hand too, a whole team around me, in case like my breastbone had to be cracked in order to get other parts out. And there were other masses down there we chose not to deal with at the time. But he chased something in these nerves all the way down. He explained it to me, and he did everything he could to save what, and he was hoping that even he was not sure. And so when I woke up with just this, I was like, hell yes. And he was like, whoa. And like, a cheer broke out back there. And so, I mean, this man is amazing. And I could not be grateful enough.
Do you think he knows now? Do you think he's heard you talking about this?
Yeah. And what's funny, I can always hear, like, he knows I'm on the list or whatever day, and, but I can hear him for like 4 miles to the office. He's like, where's, downtown Jody Brown's what he calls him. and it's a
Jolly
red
Brown, Jolly Brown.
character, right? And he yells it out to where I can hear it. And, he, look, this guy loves his job, loves what he does. He's not just in it for money or any of that, and he loves the science and the medical things behind it, and that's what makes him so good at what he does.
Oh my God, that is amazing.
And he very much keeps up with the patients he has, and all of that. And like, he's one of my favorite humans on Earth. And there's a good chance that he's hurt, but I don't know.
Well,
I don't ever want to know. I don't
I'm
think.
grateful to him, that's for sure. Anybody that's taken that much responsibility on and done such an amazing job is a good person in the world.
And it's like, man, he had the tightest, like, line here you could ever imagine. Because I was expecting some of the ones like you see where they're stapled together and all this craziness. And when I woke up, it was such a beautiful, like, closure, right? Even I was impressed. Um,
Yeah.
I kept ripping it open in ICU because
Huh.
that whatever was where I was not breathing even on oxygen, I keep coming to and I jerk and rip and tear. But then
Ah, can't handle
also,
it.
I remember at home, like, Monster was terrorizing the kids, and there was one point there, and I may have shown receipts for it, but here I was, like, just trying to survive. I was in ICU, dude, and it was like the first night. And I've got oxygen on, tubes running out everywhere in my chest, rains. This Aaron here he is terrorizing my dog. My dog's bleeding at home. The kids are crying. I'm getting messages from everywhere, and I had to be like one eye and IVs in everywhere. And I was like, look, you asshole, if you don't stop, I'm really gonna leave this ICU unit. And I tried to, and it ripped some stitches and whatever, but that was still no big deal. But then at a certain point, and there's no other doctor I've seen that was not a nurse. They were like, oh my God, whoever did that closure on you is the most amazing surgeon I've ever seen. And I'm like, this is a great job, isn't it? But then it was almost healed all the way. My pap was passed, and I think I pushed it too far because they were even wondering how in hell, because this nerve connecting your arm and everything is always severed with that type of surgery. Always. Right? And it takes a while for that to heal back together. But I immediately, because my pap ended up in, I immediately start using it. And I'm in the floor of the hospital, so my pap, I'm here cleaning all this, and I'm like, fuck this, this arm's gotta move. So I start using it, and everybody's like, how in the hell are you doing that? It shouldn't even be connected yet. And whatever. But then after a few weeks, what happened was this started keloiding. And I'd
Oh,
never
no.
had any serious argument keloid on me. And then they had to give me shots in my neck repeatedly in order to break down that keloid. And then what happens is it stretched further apart, but this looser, so it looks like I have like a double channel on it, especially if lymphatic fluid's built up. And at a certain point, we were supposed to go back in and tighten this back up, but we're still waiting on the time to do that if everyone comes. And he's told me he would, but I don't know if or when I'll do that, and if it'll be possible with what else going on, eventually. But that's the plan, But uh, I don't know. But yeah, like, that's why it's kind of loose here, right here. But it's because of keloid, and in order, like, for that not to be happening, because it's pulling my head down and things. I had to have shots in my neck to break that keloiding down, and then it's separated a little bit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be all that noticeable at all unless you're in person with me, and then you can tell half my neck's missing over there, which is not quite. It doesn't. I know you all can see me here every day, but unless you're in person, you can't really tell how much of my neck is missing. You know, and
Yeah.
it is, and people fail to realize that it wasn't just my thyroid removed. I had tissues and muscles and nerves, and then I had to have nerves transplanted and muscles that were taken from one area and put another, and then made to do the opposite of wherever they were taken from elsewise. And they had to learn how to move in different ways than where they came from. But yeah, in person you can very much tell that half my neck's missing. But here it's not discernible. So, and then more time goes on, the more you've seen him be able to sneak by that she's intoxicated. Messed up. I could go, no, yeah, I think she swigs a few back. Bullshit. The Ziggy, listen to her bullshit from a few weeks ago. I'm like, no. Really, this is where we're still at? Yeah, but that's the thing. This place either forgets, doesn't think back. It's like, you're really attacking a cancer patient with a speech disability who has managed so far to survive that too. You're an asshole of the highest order. What's wrong with you, baby? I don't know. Whatever. It makes them feel good at night, too.
Terrible humans. They really are. From at least from what I can tell. From their YouTube hours.
Well, it's like watching recently when they've been through the Angel Talks confession. And everybody's like, oh, Angel's such a look, and I don't care. And then she has the back of her, I know she's still here, I know she listens, I know she hears me. And I don't care what she thinks about it, nor will I ever care. Her whole channel was built up. TM propelled it, advertised it. Angel was picked to be this Poke Jody Sue channel. Her channel literally was built on translating and deciphering and transcript bullshit around me. That is all she did with her channel. And that's all this place advertised her for. If you want to go understand her, because you can't understand her feelings, go to Angel instead. Jody Sue's not understandable. Her speech is whatever. Angel, though, will tell you what she means. Angel, oh gosh, she's put so much work in every day to listen to Jody Sue and deciphering her like fucking Lassie to tell you what she means. And TM and them in this whole place knew what that would mean to a DV survivor and to someone almost muted from cancer. Angel really built her whole fucking channel and was okay doing that to another human being and survivor and fire. And then look at her recently going, because they're picking on me. And everybody in these rooms and watching going, it's awful and Angel's such an angel. And I'm like, man, this person at a certain point was okay doing that to another human being and building a channel up on doing it. No, you're gonna miss me with the Angel's a good human being. Sorry, not sorry, you know? Like, the fuck you mean? You know? And I know people will take that sideways and run it. Cause they're like, well, she was never like that to me. But,
That's a classic comeback. They were always nice to me. What was that? The Rocky Horror Picture Show was one of the first places I ever heard that where it made so much sense. They were always nice to me. That's one of the reasons I can't stand watching Justin anymore is the fact that he was willing to take a swing at you for. Well, she sounded like she'd been tossing them back or whatever.
I think I could tell it when somebody, and I've seen a couple like this with some large ones that don't necessarily want to, but they'll take little bits like that and hope, I don't know, whatever, but they don't straight like. It depends, because Justin on the way back was much more whatever towards me, and obviously, I can tell you, Philly's one of the ones, because of how and what he did early on, that my family wants to see the shit out of the most.
Yeah.
MGL and the others in that crew. He's one the family brings up most often to sue first. But
switched sides a few times, I think.
And you remember the piece where I gave Molly the Drain the Well Dry moniker? Where
Yep.
AB is a panel Justin on it. Justin's like, it ain't right for her to be doing whatever and calls whatever. You know, that was early Justin. Justin left. But then near the vigil, you hear that one comment. And I know it's what it was. It's like I've seen it. And so it's more like I have to get it in for some reason sort of swing. But I just.
Well, it's just to be able to say something like that with no conscience after knowing what you'd been through and that it wasn't true, because that's a person I believe actually knew for a minute or two at least that it wasn't true.
They all knew when I come here.
It horrifies me to see people come in pretending to be an advocate, pretending to be a friend, and then take you apart in ways that no one deserves. I hope he expects it to come back to him at some point. But, none of these people expect actual karma.
I don't know, but they're always there to be like hashtag breast cancer or whatever awareness month.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of most of us out here have had family or friends pass cancer, have cancer, or will have cancer, or whatever. And none of them can ever think, man, what if somebody walked up or did XYZ to my family member, myself, my child, etc. If they had cancer, they'd probably swing on somebody without even having to think about it. But then here in this realm, that's what they'll do. And it's like, I don't know. You want to say barbaric, but
I know I told you that my dad passed of brain cancer, and he was one of the most intelligent people and one of the most eloquent speakers I've ever known in my life. And he went through about a year of being unable to communicate correctly. And I was very comfortable listening and just waiting for the next word to come. And people would always try and fill in the blanks. They'd talk over his head like he wasn't present. And, his mind was 100% intact at that time, but he just couldn't make his mouth move.
yeah.
And the horror of that, like imagining my intelligent, diplomatic, loving father sitting there trying to express himself while people literally just took the moment away from him. Oh, well, you're blah, 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 you're saying that? And it was probably the worst part of the whole thing for me, is just watching him go through that, the look of desperation of like, I'm just trying to say something, just give me a second,
And frustration and things that come with that for them. And
horrible.
you ever notice people that they have verbal disabilities or whatever, stroke patients or those with certain conditions or cerebral palsy or whatever, right, that come with certain things, people often want to, I don't know, I see it around a lot that have cerebral palsy or certain autism, things like this, and that and the other, or stroke patients who are left without the ability to speak. Um, all of a sudden, but especially I think I've seen the worst cases of play around those with cerebral palsy that is really severe. People talk to them like they're infants or stupid
Mhm.
or ignorant, and they're not. Or they start baby talking, or they do weird things
Yep.
to people, and they fail to realize those with cerebral palsy, they aren't stupid. They're a human being, and they're trapped without a way to verbalize. That's it. They're just like you and I, but they're trapped in a body that does not cooperate. You know, they're not stupid.
Right.
And that to me is just, it's awful to watch. And I've watched it with stroke patients. It's like how last week, when you knew this person before they had a stroke, doctors told you clearly that it's just affecting their speech, their mind's fine. They can clearly do everything they were doing before, except for speak. And here you are, baby talking them. You know,
Yeah.
stop that. You know,
Devastating.
and people have a habit of doing talking to those without the ability to verbalize, like they're stupid or children. And it's not the case. A lot of people are trapped in and frustrated as hell by it. So, I don't know what's up with that.
I think it's like when we kind of holler because somebody speaks a different language, right? And you somehow think that, well, I don't myself, but I know people who just speak louder and slower, like someone who's speaking a different language, a native language, is just going to understand you better.
Right, right. And have you ever seen them do that in restaurants?
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my God, Karen, stop that. Stop
Mhm.
that. You can't yell what you like. Seriously, just I'm like screaming at them. It's not gonna cross the language barrier, Karen. Knock it off,
Right.
you know.
Or by gesticulating wildly while speaking.
Right. Right.
I think I'm hearing an echo here somewhere.
There's like a male voice somewhere. Oh gosh, that reminds me. Have y'all watched this new? Look, I took a chance last night. I stepped out and I tried to push myself. I thought, you know what? I'm sick enough from laying here. I can't move. I can't escape it. So I'm gonna push myself. And I don't want to watch this, but I've got somebody to get used to things again and acclimate in a way that it doesn't bother me. So I'm like, alright, I'm used to John Carpenter. I'm gonna try. It's called John Carpenter's Suburban something, right? It's some sort of new show. It's got like 6, 8 episodes out. I think
Huh.
called it's called Suburban Springs. I thought it was like a cartoony type thing at first. No, 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 no. I hit episode 1. Dear Lord, the first thing I see is the song. I'm like, oh my God, never mind. I can't do this. Can't do this. Can't do this. And I started turning it off, and I was like, no, no, we're gonna force ourselves to do this. And I was like, I just had to. I was dedicated on forcing.
I'm gonna have to look for that. I don't know what it is.
And apparently this was quote based on a true story. And when those words come up on screen, I was like, I bet not. And they mean very loosely, but fine, fine, we'll hang in here, right? Oh, sweet baby NASCAR Jesus. It's like the universe was playing the biggest joke. Because this first episode is about, like, I don't know. You just had to watch. Like, oh my god, it's about Ouija boards and these friends, and they make a Ouija board out of, like, a pizza box top. Okay?
What?
And, yeah, man. And then, I like this guy, though, they go back and forth between, like, this dramatization, like this whatever, and then it goes back and the interviewer's talking to the supposed real guy, Dayton or whatever it is, and his roommate at the time, they're now in like their 40s or something, hell, I don't know. And I'm like, Dan, alright. So Dan's dating this girl, it starts out drug addiction, he can't get off things, he helps her in rehab through all these things. But they have this bright idea suddenly to do this pizza box Ouija board. And I'm like, and then suddenly this person his girlfriend knows is like the one in control, and then he becomes insane. It makes it seem, and the next thing they know, upstairs, the damn furniture is poltergeisting and stacking itself, and now we're upstairs, and then there's this whole, like, I just, it goes downhill from there. He is supposedly, and then it turns out his girlfriend is like, her cousin's name was this girl's name, and she was around bad people, and she vanishes, and whatever, and in drugs, and all this, right? And then Dan becomes like, all involved in wondering what happened to and trying to suss out what happened to this Kelly girl. Right? Just obsessed with it. Makes it seem like this goes on for like forever, and he's really driving himself to the edge, and he's having all these visions, and this horror story version of Kelly comes out, and there's touching and apparitions, and the scary water dripping Kelly, and the whatever, right? And then running over in sinks in the floor, and him crying. All this makes it seem like it goes on forever. The girlfriend leaves him because of it. She's tired of his shit. He wrecks the car. There's all this nonsense, right? And I'm like, right? And at the end of it, at the damn end of it, y'all, Dan supposedly finds this Kelly, right? He goes, the right spot is, buddies, not if you pay, like she's down here, oh my god, there's a girl in this, or whatever. I'm like, man, how long is this going on? Like, they make it seem like this is years, like she's missing or whatever. I'm like, you wouldn't be able to tell male or female or in a, like, I guess doesn't make good sense. Then they show the real supposed newspaper article, right? For the real Kelly or whatever events this is based on. And they highlight the big headline, which is girl missing, found, etc. Right? But in the lower piece of the article, my eyes immediately latched on to this girl missing for 2.5 months found. I'm like, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. They just made it like Dan had been searching for 3 years,
Ugh.
and it turns out like the whole storyline then is screwed because his girlfriend was like, "Man, she went missing a long time. Yeah, whatever. Just let her rest in peace." No. So what really happens is Dan hears about the girlfriend. Had to be if in it, and based on true story type things, but if any point in this is true, what you really have is somebody knowing somebody that was related to this girl, about something like hate, right? And looking for her, and then maybe happening upon her, but then the rest of it's bullshit, right? And I was out. I thought I was out, and I decided I'm not pushing again. I don't think I'm gonna make it to episode 2. I'm like, damn, this was a full on tragedy, Pimp.
Oh, it's
Dan
a
inserted
series?
himself in. Dan was YouTubing, and this isn't even remotely anything. And this is trash. What happened to John Carpenter?
Mm.
So, yeah. But yeah, it's some sort of series. I don't know which channel it's airing on. But John Carpenter's Suburban Screams. And it looks like a hand and tendrils going to like houses in a cul-de-sac. But
How apt.
I
No,
know
I like that.
Yeah.
and I was like, man, I really thought it was like animated. And then I hit the first episode, and then I was in there, and then it was very triggering. I still, I guess, pushed it away, but
Oh no.
I was like, this is still like, this is fucking goofy. And by the end, I'm like, alright, so we've came, we've seen, we've conquered. This was a full on, is the universe kidding me? If any of this is true at the base, which I'm, maybe the girl missing her name is, etc., the newspaper article, and that somebody found her, sure, and she was only missing for 2.5 months, but that screws up everything else, the whole hour long thing. It's like, this is a full on tragedy. Somebody, maybe at most, knew the cousin of this girl, and then went full on YouTubian.
Oh
On,
no.
and but then here, this is built by John Carpenter and whoever else in play. Make it seem like these events occurred for all this length of time and built up to. And then the entire time I'm sitting there watching this, and I'm like, why is it always these shows or horror movies and everything, they have to make these spirits, right? These ghosts or whatever that are supposedly leading somebody to whatever, right? To help them to do whatever. Why they gotta make them scary for? Why are they always driven? Why are they always whatever? Why is it always poltergeist furniture, all this energy put into 14 billion things? Wouldn't it be simpler for a ghost or spirit, if they ever existed, to be like, hey, bro, here are the directions, and can you write them down real quick? That'd take far less energy, right? Why do they have to do all the extra? Every ghost story throughout history is like that. And I'm like, but why? It'd be much easier for John Q. Citizen Ghost to be like, hey, bro, can I get a second of your time? Um, I'm my the clues and things. They're just right down there. XYZ. Can you mark the spot and go to it? Instead of all the creepy shit and overflowing water and all the energy that would take to over and over again to fuck with people. you know what? Suddenly people pass or something happens to them, they become the fucking Riddler, and they're just like, haha, we play a prank? What the? Let's terrify the living for no real good reason? Like, what the hell's that? It's like all ghosts wearing clothes from 1800s, I guess. When they show me one coming out dressed in like 1990s Christina Aguilera or something, y'all let me know.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I feel that I can recommend that series if you're detail oriented. Cause it ain't gonna work out well. It ain't gonna work out well.
Okay.
Nope, there it is. There's the thumbnail. So this is the whatever you want to call it, the show, right?
Yeah.
And so I really thought it was like animated or something, but it comes on Peacock, right?
Oh, I saw a commercial for that.
Oh, I don't have Peacock yet.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, man, I gotta tell you for detail oriented, you ain't gonna. You know what? Let's just look up what happened. What the real story is.
It's probably AI generated every part of it.
Ugh.
That it's actually I don't know, but John Carpenter must have just lent his damn name to it because this is not quality. I gotta tell you, it's just not. Um, oh, of course, the first episode aired Friday, October 13th.
Ah, Friday the 13th.
Okay, buddy. You know, um,
Ouija, pizza.
A pizza box Ouija board. What? I'm sorry, but really.
I mean,
Oh, there's a kitty in my driveway.
Your kitty or a different one?
No, my cat stays inside.
Oh.
My cat's probably peeking in the window for food any minute.
Mine's probably wondering where the heck I've been all night.
My dogs are all looking at me like, is it time yet? We gotta go out. No, we gotta wait.
Yeah, I'll be taking a vacation day today.
Oh,
I'm not
really?
working.
Oh, that's good. Is that a
really
good thing?
synopsis.
I'm gonna push through.
I have
Are
to,
you? Good for you.
I have to be at my mother's house by 10:30 because we.
I still have vacation days to use before the year's up, so
Oh, good for
I've
you.
just kind of been planning one here and there.
I don't
But
get.
today feels like a good one.
Yeah, I just don't get vacation days.
My boss is pretty good.
That's awesome.
I got lucky. February will be my 20-year anniversary.
Wow.
Good Lord, you don't sound
That's
old
awesome.
enough to have a job that's lasted 20 years.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my
I
God.
reminded him, I said, you never thought I'd make 20. You told me I'd get a Rolex on my 20, which I don't even wear watches.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I told you I'd get you a Rolodex? I said, yeah,
Oh,
that's what you said.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
A Rolodex.
Funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what my sleep cycles are anymore or what my work cycles are. Or...
I think it's snowing here.
Don't say
Oh,
that word.
Oh, don't do that. Don't
Are
do
you
that.
serious? That's the real
Oh.
S word for me.
Okay, it was just a few flakes.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
We don't have wood yet. Don't
I
have oil.
know.
I have a little electric heater.
I got tons of wood. You want to come get it?
Oh God, I would, but our wood stove, the chimney kind of collapsed last year, so we're trying to rebuild before we get it started, and that's everything's on a timeline right now. It's kind of scary.
I got to get up there on the roof and see what's going on with mine. It's not working properly.
Yeah, it's scary. Chimneys aren't those aren't supposed to fail. But
Well, I don't know. The one here is, I would imagine it's hasn't been maintained very well.
is it a wood stove or a fireplace?
No, it's a gas furnace, but the pipe
Oh,
that goes up there
yeah.
looks like it's been burning or something up at
Huh.
the top. So, and there's a big draft that comes down through the furnace now. So I got to
Oops.
do something.
Oh, I am just never ready for cold weather.
Oh, me neither.
I'm a big fan of the propane heat, but I love
I
woods. Makes me sad. Like,
I hate the clothes you have to put on.
Oh yeah.
I don't mind the clothes. I don't, I
They're just
don't.
too confining. I don't know. I'm a shorts and tank top kind of person.
Uh,
I don't know. I'm a leggings and top type person, but I'm also one of those ones where we follow it. Well, I did. I did. Now y'all see me. I freeze in the summer and it's 900 degrees, and so any cold like right now, it's brutal. Even though it's the same temp it's been there all year,
yeah.
but I still, I mean, it's like brutal. Um, I go outside and it's like being beaten to where you can't
Hmm.
move or anything. And I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it really does. And I'm like, man, just, you know.
I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, a sweatshirt, leggings, socks. Like if I had a hood on my sweater, I'd be wearing that. But I
Mm.
am definitely too cold. And I'm never cold. I'm usually way overheated. But it has not been a good couple of weeks for temp out here. And
Nope.
the fact that it's rainy, it's wet cold. That's why it's probably bothering me.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it's
that time
terrible.
of
Wet
morning
cold's the
too
worst.
where
What was that?
Wet cold
it's
is the
right.
worst.
Yeah, it is. Every arthritic area in my world is aching. So, ugh. I'm a whiner. I don't mean to be. But I am lucky I have little foot warmers. I have little fuzzy things that lay against my back and keep me warm.
Oh, there goes the school bus.
Oh
What's
boy.
it going this early for? Oh, it's not so early.
No, it's not early.
Guys, it's not looking good for episode 1. And like the whole 6 days the show's been up, the internet cannot find the real, quote, Kelly case. I'm
Oh,
on Canada, and oh boy, the web sleuths are on it. And sure, maybe identities have been changed to protect the identities, but yeah, whatever. But
So
it's,
what's the name of the victim or well, she's not a victim because she was found okay, right?
no, she was dead. She was dead.
Oh, I thought.
oh,
I show the newspaper article then, like, and apparently what I see from Variety.com piece on only 2 of the 6 episodes out feature quote a story and then a piece of hard evidence or proof to back it up. I'm like, the fuck is putting a newspaper article up as proof? I mean, tragedy pimps do it every day, or records and messages and fake shit. The hell do you mean? But anyway, so it turns out the whole ass internet full web sleuths can't find a true Kelly story that matches the one told. And
Oh.
Sig told it, it's not looking good. Now we'll never know if poltergeist stacking of chairs is real from a Ouija pizza box top.
Sorry, that
Yeah,
just came through it for me.
but it turns out from the variety piece, I'm glad I didn't go episode 2 onward. It looks like that's real bad, and it's mostly, of course, crimes against women that are horrifying and
Oh,
whatever.
lovely.
So yeah, I don't think I'll be going to episode 2 and further, which I pretty much already knew. Definitely gotta go towards something else. Probably a little less confrontational.
Have any of you seen The Lincoln Lawyer?
I
I have
believe
not.
is that the
It
one
is
Matthew
actually, it's a good series. There are parts of it that are a little bit over the top or a little cloying or whatever.
Junebug.
Overall, it's very, very well done. So I would recommend that. I binged it in a couple of weeks, just over to, when I had the time to really watch. But the characters are interesting. The premise is interesting. I enjoyed it. I don't know.
Has anybody watched Meg 2? Anybody?
Oh, I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
What is it?
Meg 2. Yeah, the first
No.
one. They both got Jason Statham in them. But I love shark movies.
Hi,
And I thought,
Junebug.
but I just want to know that they've not made it full on Sharknado or me. You know.
Sharknado.
You
Well, the
know.
writer's strike's still on, right? Is that why there's no good TV? Is that
And new movies are starting to come out, but Meg 2's been out for a little bit. I was just told about this. I was like, wait, there's a Meg 2? And you and I were testing it. I was like, what else is out there? And, she's like, and apparently the new American Horror Story coming out. I'm like, no, I'm not ready for that. I missed the last couple seasons because I can't go that close to anything yet. But,
I loved the first 4 or whatever it was.
I used to love American Horror Story, but I've checked out the past few years, and I'm not watched those or anything, but it looks
Yeah.
like for this season, and little tells me it's about somebody giving birth to a spider.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jesus.
And
No.
one of the Kardashians is in it. I could pass.
Oh God, you're
No, I'm not. Kim Kardashian's in it this season.
Oh, no. Whoever thought it was a good idea to put her on
Wait,
there?
is she the one that gives birth, or is she gonna be the spider?
By the spider.
if
Ugh.
Mom gets eaten by the spider in the first 3 seconds of the first episode. It's just really, really.
Yeah, I got nothing here.
I did not see Joker 1, but I'm looking forward to Joker 2 with Gaga in it.
I haven't seen that either.
And she's like, she's looking forward to this one. But I don't know. Joaquin's Joker for me is very morose. It brings me down. It makes me feel glazed. The cinematography around it makes me feel ick to my soul. And I know he's a method, he has to get in the character and all that, much like Jim Carrey, a few others, And I get that, but man, bro, quit Quit bringing me down.
That's like
Yeah,
what
if it's too
Matthew
dark, I would turn it off. I don't like that.
Yeah.
He's creepy in everything he plays in.
I don't know. He was in what, Gladiator? Oh, there. Wasn't Gladiator? It was. Remember, and his cleft palate and lip were still kind of visible at that stage of his career, but pretty sure it was Gladiator, wasn't it?
I'm lost.
I'm not much on movies.
And it took
I
me
don't
forever
know.
to River Phoenix's brother, but I was like, yeah, right. I'm definitely a Joaquin fan, but I just and the way he gets into character play. I mean, everybody has their own ways, but dude, just that Joker character wasn't. I don't. I don't think it's very true to the actual way in which any Joker's ever been written. You know, I don't know where they're going with that, but also the shading and lighting and just the cinematography itself around that was like made me feel bad. It wasn't that he was in his character necessarily. It was a dark film. It's just that it's one of those between all elements. It just makes you feel bad. I don't like, you know.
I don't think I need any more depression.
I'm hoping he's a little different, but um, I don't even know if I'll watch it. Little will, but
I'll give it a chance just because I want to see. I think, I am impressed by Lady Gaga's acting skills. So, well, so far.
Oh, actually, I went to high school with a guy who's her uncle.
Oh,
His
cool.
name is John Germanata. He was actually one of the first theater friends I ever had. When you said theater, I'm like, or acting. He was a theater geek, and he's a great musician. But
Oh, very cool.
when she was younger, she was a Berkeley student and just a spectacular singer beyond anything until she took on the persona. She was just an incredible pianist and singer. And the tone of her voice, you can't mistake it for anything else. I mean, if you go look at, I think her name is Mary Germanata. I can't remember her first name.
Stephanie, I think.
Stephanie, yes, Stephanie, but spelled abnormally, like IE or I or something.
Mm-hmm.
She just has always had a beautiful, well-rounded voice. And then when she took on her persona, it added to her character. But I do agree, she has a lot of talent. She's
Yes.
been talented forever. And she really is a kind person, which I think can do you damage in this business, right? She was vulnerable for a while. I think she's maybe changed a bit, but she's been through a lot. But wow, I just really love her. Love her.
and she's definitely an advocate. And I appreciate that in this world.
Yeah.
I was watching. There was something that slid by the other night. It was some sort of clip or something.
Oh, was it the one with Vinnie Politan? Was it Vinnie Politan? No, who was it? Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know who it was with. Might have been Anderson Cooper or
That's it.
something. He was asking her about what she thought about people debating at one point whether she had
Yeah. Yep.
male and female bits, and she's like, "What the hell do I care?" Like,
What does it matter? Like,
right? He's eating ice chips of all things.
we must have the same algorithms happening. I don't know.
I saw it too.
Yeah.
And deadpan, she just looks and spits out the ice chip, and she's like, "And what if
Yeah.
I do? What's it matter?"
Yeah. None of my fans are gonna care, right?
The dedication to the smart assery is amazing.
She is so bright that way. I watched a documentary on her one time where and she actually has some type of horrific fibromyalgia type illness where she's in pain often and in really pain, like pain, body wide. And she's talking about trying to keep herself from going down while she's trying to perform and stuff. And it takes a crew to maintain that poor girl's body while she's working. She apparently has some really, really horrific health issues. So,
I had to go borrow her crew.
yeah,
Right.
Right?
Like a NASCAR pit crew for.
it is. I swear. If you watch the documentary, you'll think that same thing.
I saw that one.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Crazy. They like have to. They kind of baby her through everything, and
Well, at least we know it's not to the Mariah Carey stages of what the. Have y'all ever seen that girl? How extra she is. They literally carry her everywhere on like a pillow or like it's ancient Egypt on like
Oh God.
not changing
oh,
couch.
June Dog, I hope you get some hot tea and a good, I don't know what, to stop the cough.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't touch coughing.
I'm glad
Yeah.
you got to hear us out, but man, you must, someone's got to be sleeping. At some point.
I keep
Uh,
muting when I have to cough.
Oh, I am feeling really lucky that right now my only issues are my eye and my stupid arthritic neck, but I'm gonna get fixed. I got all these fixings coming up. So,
I don't. Man, I wish you luck on the eyeball thing.
oh my God, it's kind of horrifying, but I don't know. I was stupid enough that when my contact fell out, I just put it back in at the coffee table instead of going into the bathroom, washing my hands, and doing all the thing. So I caused it myself. I thought I just scratched my eye, but apparently I've done more than that. So they're gonna fix me
Ouch.
Friday morning at 8 o'clock, which means I have to leave my house at 7. Blah. And I'm not that kind of a morning person, but so I may not see you guys tomorrow night, but and then I have to go get a cortisol shot in my neck. Cortisone. Oh, which I hate. That's my only residual injury is C5, 6, and 7 being stuck together. But other than that, I'm very lucky to feel pretty healthy at the moment. I fight everything all the time, but I just don't feel, I'm lucky I'm not in pain and I'm not dysfunctional on a daily basis. And so I'm grateful for that. But I don't know.
I don't know. I vote we all like contact Gaga's NASCAR pit.
You gotta, Jody, so you have to find it because you will actually, you're not far off. That's basically what it says. I mean, it shows her in her, I think it came out right after the movie that she was in. My brain is fried, so I can't remember the name
Star is
of the movie.
Wasn't
Born.
it some,
Yes, Star is Born. So I think I saw it right after the movie. I don't know if that's when it came out, but it really is cool. And she has a great relationship with her father, and there's just a lot of, it's cool. Just has some really neat information about her without being invasive. I think it was really well done.
I don't have that much of an interest in celebs, but
Well,
yes,
and I don't either. I feel like, in a way, she's so approachable and so real. It kind of makes it not, it's not like the celebrity expose at all. At least I didn't think so. It just really portrays her as a real person going through stuff, but the level of fame also brings her a little bit of, difficulty in life, and people don't really know who she is because the fame kind of frames her. But I was impressed by it.
I don't know. It's
I used to watch a lot of celebrity stuff, not so much anymore,
Oh, I don't.
especially the award shows and stuff.
Yeah, I
I
ran
mean, it's
out of
fun
juice with
sometimes,
those.
but other times I'm like, it's just too much, too extra.
Exactly.
I'm really upset about all the women that are over 50 that are wearing bodysuits. like Shania Twain has been wearing a bodysuit and a long pink wig.
Yeah.
She's still
I mean,
around?
she's still beautiful, but I'm just like, why don't you just dress pretty? You know,
Yeah.
like
Right.
your age. But
A
whatever.
bodysuit's in right now. Hmm. I ain't doing it.
I'll
It's
do
like
my.
that one piece jumper phase again, from elementary that terrorized us all at a certain era there where you have to get entirely enclosed just to take a peek. Or they're trying to bring back shoulder pads and all that in the past couple years.
Oh
You
no,
can
no, no.
do this again. I'm already built like a linebacker in the shoulders. I didn't need those then. I don't need them now.
I
The
always
mom,
cut them out.
the mom jeans.
Oh
Who
no.
thought that was a good idea to bring back?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Acid wash mom jeans with 19 buttons. No,
Uh,
nope. Mike, you
I was
want to
just
bring?
glad when they brought back leggings, and I've accumulated about 30 pairs since then.
Yeah, that's what I wear.
Man, if they ever take leggings away, I'm just gonna I'm gonna go full on nude.
Right. I feel the
Bottom
same way.
poo.
I used to just
Well,
wear skirts all the time, long skirts, and now I'm just like, no, they're just gonna get in the way.
I'm a
like
skirt girl because it's hot here.
Yeah. Oh, are you in a
they
hot
didn't
spot?
they didn't
You're
bring
lucky.
back those leggings with straps, did they? Like
Oh,
you
the
know the ones.
stirrups?
Oh, stirrup pants? No, I hope not.
I hope
yeah,
not. That would be like the worst thing to bring back ever.
I buy tights and chop them off the ankles.
those stirrup pants, leggings in like the 80s, early 90s, man, they always hurt. I don't know what it was, just the placement of that. It was a good idea, but it was badly executed.
Oh,
And it
I'm
always,
thinking even farther back than that. The ones from the 60s.
how did
I'm
they
too
have?
long for those things. I don't know. My legs just, I can't. They're either down around my hips or I'm letting them go up above the ankle.
I think that was my problem, was I was so tall, and then what you had was it pulling so tightly, and I just
Yes. I was tall
right.
and I was always pulling the crotch down because the stirrup part wasn't long enough.
Or you were pulled up so tight, but then the stirrup was pulling at your
That's
right
exactly
there,
right.
and it hurt your foot so bad. Then you combine that with some itchy lace top socks and some jelly, and you're in hell suddenly. So, you
I
know,
did wear long sleeve leotard tops though for most of my young life. I loved those things.
I
Like the
did like
black
this
leotard
part.
with the rounded neckline. Oh my god.
Yep.
I did
So
like those. The problem is, once again, with those, were my height and all that.
yeah.
It, they're still, like, I was looking at some, because they're bringing those back. By the way, in case y'all are unaware, Little and I were looking at some in store, and
Oh, the little
even
ones with the snap.
really couldn't find any that would match for her height and things
Yeah.
that wouldn't hurt. And I'm like, do they only make these for certain heights or something?
Right.
Like, for anybody outside of, like, below 5'5" or something, like, that's
Right.
not work.
Anybody
Yeah,
with a long torso has to, you have to go completely out of the, I don't even know where you find clothes anymore.
right. And I'm like, you know, so I'm like, yeah, I don't know what we do. Right, so, but yeah, I don't know. I know nobody's getting me back in jelly sandals again, or
Oh my god. I can't
pads.
handle those.
Those were my two hard lines: jellies and shoulder pads.
Yeah. No.
They get me. Never.
I don't need shoulder pads, that's for sure. I have enough shoulder as it is.
Just can't do it. I mean, it really looked like I was prepping for football season.
Exactly.
I think it made everybody look like that.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's like
My
dealing with inserts in your bra, but then back then the bras weren't made those. So you had to contend with that. Plus the shoulder pads always flipping and doing things, and it looked like you had an extra breast over here, and you're, you're getting ready to stare down the Green Bay Packers at the Super Bowl. I just thought
Yeah.
it only looked good on certain women, and I don't
Thank
think
goodness I didn't have those problems. I was more of a parachute pants type. I had the
Oh,
zippered jackets and stuff.
listen, my grandson, who is going to be 21 in January, was just given a pair of parachute pants by his mom, who does vintage shopping and selling. And he was over the moon. He was like, they have all these pockets, and I can unzip the knees and have shorts, or I can put on the legs. And I'm like, oh my God.
The
Like,
thing is,
Yeah.
they're selling those again. They've come back out with
yeah.
them. Kids.
Well,
That's
these were
awesome. But my
vintage, but
body wouldn't
yeah.
work in them now,
Oh my
for sure.
God. They're so funny. It was really cool to hear him
I
getting
like
so
those other
excited
ones
about them.
though. I don't. What were the ones that MC Hammer used to wear, where they were really big, but you flipped them over and velcroed it, and flipped it over and velcroed it, and what were
See, I
those
always
called?
called the MC Hammer pants the parachute pants because they were so wide in the knees, and he would do that dance.
Yeah, that's what we call parachute pants.
No,
Yeah,
but
they are back. You can find them. They're a little. I was just talking to my one friend about them. I was joking and telling him he should buy a pair because he's like a fashion plate.
Ah,
what were those called though? You know what I'm talking about, right? They're not the
Yeah, I
parachute
called them
pants.
parachute pants
Yeah,
oh, maybe
same.
I'm thinking of.
because they would open up like a parachute real wide.
All right, let me see. I'm looking them up. It's funny because he called them parachute pants. Parachute pants from the 80s, it says.
And it's
Oh, yeah, there you
probably
go. See? Now the ones that I'm looking at have zippers all over the place, and they have like ties at the bottom of the leg and everything else. But
Yeah,
then
those
there's
those
and
another
are the
it's
style.
probably
original.
they're probably referring to like the material, like that parachute feel is
Probably.
probably on both of
No,
them.
And here's the
No?
hammer pants retro fashion. But they say zippers. They do. They have zippers all over them.
What the
yeah,
hell
I'll
is
have to
Okay.
find the ones I'm talking about. They're not the parachute pants. They're like a completely different style.
All
I
right.
always picture MC Hammer in the gold ones with the black boots.
right?
I'm looking.
That's what I always knew parachute pants to be.
It's funny. These actually say hammer pants.
I'm waiting for us to get to the crisscross phase of this redo thing. I'm hoping that doesn't hit until I'm senile and I'm putting my pants on backwards anyway. That way I'll be.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just going to stick with my leggings.
I actually bought a few of the jumpers and I haven't worn them because every time I look at it, I'm like, I don't want to go through all that to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Nope.
Just like Jody Sue says, nah.
I
It's
love
too
the patterns on them when they come back. And I was like, man, I want some. But I was like, no, do you remember freezing to death even so you had to go in a cold bathroom stall and then your stuff was on the floor and you're trying to figure out how to get germs on it, but also hold everything, but also take shit.
much.
No, we're not doing that again. I'm too old for that shit. Get off the lawn.
Oh, I'm looking at black MC Hammer pants, parachute, vanilla ice, 90s, 80s, rap, hip hop. And they're the kind that have like a big, they almost look like you're wearing a bucket until about down to
Yeah.
half of your knees. Yeah.
Yeah, the crotch is like way past the knees.
Right, right. That's what I'm looking at. How funny.
I,
Yeah.
to this day, I'm still trying to figure out why in the hell they called those suits like windbreakers. That material didn't break a damn thing. If you were at the beach, even in 106-degree weather, you were freezing when we walk down
My
a beach
Lord.
romantic walk and you'd be flapping it, sounding like a trash bag. in the wind,
It
and
was
you
like
were
a side.
going through it. I cannot figure out for the life of me whatever called a windbreaker. It's more like a wind thrower. I don't, and that material would get chilly. I'm like, who the hell
Wind
Yeah.
come up?
smacker.
Right. Beach folks are not romantic unless you're walking against the wind, and the breeze, and a windbreaker outfit. I don't know.
Has anybody ever seen the Dog Daddy? The guy that trains absolutely insane dogs that are out of control. He
Oh, I
dresses
have. I have.
amazing clothes. I mean, this guy, you know who he is just by looking at what he's wearing, but it's nothing I would ever wear, and it's almost like so bizarre. It's not even cool, but it's amazing.
He's very eccentric, but
He is.
all what he does is like it's dogs. It's really not that amazing. Um, but it
Well,
looks cool.
he,
But like
yeah, I think he helps a lot of people figure out how to manage their
right,
animals. And uh people think it's unkind, but like when the dogs really are, this is what Nietzsche was like. He was insane. He couldn't be managed. He was completely outside of his own body and mind when he'd be afraid. And we had to let him know that life was not going to be like that we were with him. Everything was good. He was safe. He would run to me and look at me like, oh my God, I'm going to freak out right now. And I'd go, it's cool. We're good.
my
Um,
problem is that he and others like that one weirdo that does its thing at the dogs and pokes them in the neck. Um, what was
oh,
his
Caesar?
name? Yeah, that Caesar Milan or
No,
whatever.
he's different. Yeah, he's the pack manager, pack leader, or whatever. But
The
yeah.
thing is with them, it's like they give these owners this false sense. Oh, now your dog's perfectly whatever. But if you own a dog like that and their personality or they have issues like that, they will always hold and be able to have moments where that comes back. And so, in that, you always need to be cautious with that dog, especially around others or
Right.
humans. And I don't think he's making that clear. And
Uh,
worried.
I guess it's all it's all kind of it's situational, let's say. But I mean, so many people own dogs that they just shouldn't because they don't understand how they work. Don't understand how to keep a dog safe and comfortable, or keep other people safe and comfortable from the dog if it is anxious. But
I don't know. I see a lot of people. I mean, animals aren't like this one is. He's my life, bro. But I also am very aware that he is still a dog.
mhm.
And these people get these large dogs and then they're kept in these houses or they over babyfy them or they do whatever to them and they're not allowed to run. They're not allowed to play or they can't get hot or they can't get dirty.
Oh
They're in
God.
small areas. They don't have running space. And it's like, and then their dog, like, they're always like, oh, my dog's neurotic or it has this issue. It's like, yeah, it's a dog and you're
Right.
Right.
treating it's human and you won't let it sniff a butt or drink out the toilet and you're not allowing it freedom to be just a dog either. You know, let it lick its own ass.
You want
You
it
know?
to like be a porch potato and or look good on your couch.
Yeah, and I'm like, still an animal. And they still animal stuff.
Right.
Yeah. And I don't know, they go a little overboard, right? Like
Definitely.
I'm fully aware this one would, you know, eat something half dead somewhere and enjoy it just as much as a $60 treat, you know? And be
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, or go eat it. Well, he doesn't like cat poo, but I've had dogs in the past, Jeff's trying to
Ugh,
keep them in the box,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, I've
They'll
had that issue. Blech.
eat. I'm like, no, no, not crunchy treats. Stop that.
Yeah.
And they look at you like you've beat them or something. Like, but why can't I have the crunchy treats in a box? You
I'm lucky
know?
we don't have those around anymore, but my middle child goes out and finds something to roll in every single day, and she's white.
Oh no.
So she comes in half green or gray or whatever it is. You just can't stop her.
Don't let her out on the days you mow for a few hours
Oh,
till.
you did. I have the greatest. She looks like the Grinch. I'm not even kidding
Mm.
you. She came in and Danny's looking at me going like, take a look at Kiri. And I'm like, she had green from her forehead all the way down the front of her chest. It was hysterical. I'll send you a photo, Jody Sue.
She's like every day at St. Patrick's Day here.
Yeah, it's hysterical. Junebug's my son-in-law's dog is an escape artist and very stout. Yeah. Oh, I love big round pitties.
Me too.
They're so funny. Yeah, mine are all just big love bugs.
Oh yeah. Pitties are notorious. I know people are like, oh, they're all vicious. And no, most of them are just
Yeah.
high energy, but they're very loving, and those are very much types of dogs that, those are owner dependent. If they're treated bad, it's gonna go bad, and they do not like being traded from family to family or feeling insecure or
Right.
anything. They tend to lose their way, like a lot of
Yeah, I like
men,
to be rooted in.
and they get very insecure. And if you treat them badly, they remember that.
Oh,
You know,
definitely.
Chihuahuas are more vicious, but the public wouldn't believe that.
Do you know Riley is a Chihuahua? She is like 85% Chihuahua and the rest Cairn Terrier, and she's my Zen doggy.
I
He's
have a
very
Chihuahua Terrier too.
really.
He is not Zen at all.
Oh, this
Well, I
this
think
little
he's
girl. Oh,
Chihuahua
he's fine.
Terrier. He's Chihuahua something. I usually just call him Chihuahua because I don't know what the other part is really. But he. It seems to be Terrier. He's a very much a digger.
That's
Super
funny.
high strung. Barks constantly. I love you, buddy. Come
Oh,
look.
oh. Yeah. This one is like my Zen baby. She's just the kindest, coolest. I was in front of a laundromat the other day, and these little kids were outside waiting for their mom, and she was at the window, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, she's so cute!" And I took her out, and I literally just handed her to this little 7-year-old girl, and she just kind of curled up on her shoulder and put her chin down, like Mike
Oh,
does with you, Jody Sue, and the little girl's holding her like a baby on her hip, kind of bouncing her, and she just laid there on this little girl, and I was like, "Oh my god, she's so kind." Just such a
that's cute.
sweetheart, and she's Chihuahua. The only dog I've ever gotten a DNA test on because we didn't know what she was. We had no idea. She looks just like my Esky Palm Cross. They look so much alike we mistake them for each other sometimes at a distance. But she's 85% Chihuahua and the rest Cairn Terrier. And she's pure white, whitish, and just the
My,
kindest, sweetest little girl. Such a good girl.
Oh, my guy's black and he's got a lot of white on his around his eyes and his like all around his mouth, and then he's got the white mohawk, and it just
Oh my
sticks up on
god!
its own. But he doesn't like other dogs. He's not big with other people. Nothing. Take him
Oh,
out, he barks at everybody. But
protecting.
it's his personality. It is what it is.
Yeah, I
look,
just I love them. We're lucky to have pets. It's sad. I know
Yes.
Junebug said there are no pets allowed, right? At least, uh, isn't that right, Junebug? Didn't you say you couldn't have pets in your place?
Okay,
So
that took me a while. I actually researched it, and it's not the genie pants.
Oh, okay.
They're the. I know. I was like, man, I'm gonna find these because I know it's not those. They were. They were called weightlifter pants.
Oh.
alrighty then.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm
Oh,
like,
probably because they all wore them with those gloves. Like they weren't even lifting weights, but they had the gloves on with the half fingers.
No, they
half
were.
finger
They were
gloves.
sports.
I had a friend
Yeah,
named Bolt that used to dress just like that. He did not go anywhere without his glove. It was
Bolt?
crazy. Yeah, yes, Bolt, Bolt. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
big
His
on
name, his real name was Dave.
Come here, Rye.
where I was wearing spandex that later became the pattern for the cups at 7-Elevens for coffee.
Oh.
And spandex days, everybody was doing the workout gear, the bands, the leotard, yeah, so yeah, I could see. Yeah, I forgot about the half gloves.
Oh, those things are crazy. I could use some now because, in the cold.
All right, they would be good in the yard.
Yeah.
Y'all, I keep seeing, speaking of half gloves, I keep seeing my dream husband still
Oh,
everywhere. Like,
Really?
that guy is everywhere, and every time I see him, he's wearing half gloves. And I'm like, you know, and I'm,
Yes, they are, Jim Bug.
huh? I missed something. I didn't hear nothing about a dream husband.
well, I mean, I was joking, but
Oh,
this one, and he happens to be a uniform wearing person,
oh, that makes it better. Yeah, I like
and
uniforms.
it was a total accidental, right? But I was like, well, and and this place and some fuckery and some mini keys on they caused the whole run in with this one.
Oh,
And yep, yep. But because anyway, so the point is, I was, it's like Anyway, Elvis Stone made fun of me.
mm,
And others there were like, really? And I was like, no, no, I'm serious. And then I think I made a post over here, right? And people were like, oh, so you're getting married? And I'm like, no, no, it was a joke. But then this place was like, oh, she like, I was like, man, it was obviously sarcasm, and I really finished it with the just joking and all this and explanation, and they still carried away with it,
They're
right?
just looking for anything.
yep.
But lately, this fella has reappeared everywhere. Like,
Really?
why? Why? Why is the universe doing me this way? I don't know if it's a seasonal thing that the half glove guy is showing up or what, but he's reappeared again. And I
Oh.
figured out what my dog's problem was. Dog had gotten in bed, got things messed up, was not happy, was apparently trying to nest a certain way. His pillow was not correct, and then he screwed everything up. And so what I was witnessing was him stomping through here 4 or 5 times in a row, mad as hell.
Oh
Then
no.
spot all jacked up. I don't know, he's having a tantrum, I guess. Because we went back here, finished this stuff, and I'm like, subject he's fun. So he must have been having a tantrum over that. I've never seen that. Like, okay, he's getting older and he's like, nothing's right here. You know. Can't blame him, I guess. He had a moment. I guess that's what that was. So,
Oh my gosh, my alarm's about to go off.
yeah, I'd say that I've been here like, oh, I don't know, 43 hours too long, close to 2
Alexa, cancel my alarm.
I'm trying. Oh, I don't have Alexa. I can't even imagine. That would wreck me. Just trying to get to my
Glad
system
you
here.
said that. It would have went off any second.
Yep.
But
Mine's
there, I can't.
8:30. Go take care of your mother.
Alexa, stop.
Ah, stop pancakes.
What?
Pancakes.
Oh, I would love pancakes.
Yeah, they
You know,
sound good.
I refused for years, and I still do. I will not have one of the little devices.
I
Um,
can't. I
I-
can't. It would wreck me. Yeah.
these
You
are
know,
in,
I really only got it to listen to the music because it works like a jukebox, and I'm like, well, they're spying through my phone anyway. They hear me,
right, but
so
I just
I
don't like
caved.
it.
No, lots of people don't. I gave in. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I
She
have
is a
like
little annoying.
things stacked up because when you have like Furious XM and all that, they like send you a free one every like 2 weeks. And all my friends were like, "You don't." I was like, "Hell no!" I have like a whole cabinet full of these sons of bitches. You want them? And they were like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Oh yeah, here you go." You know, you get one and you get one, whatever. Oprah them with them son of bitches. I just boom one. They can't make me.
You know, the neatest thing I did with it was when my daughter was living near Fort Lauderdale. I got her one, and we programmed them so that if I just said, drop in on Marissa, it would just automatically act like an intercom, and I could be like, "Hey," she'd be like, "Hey." So it was kind of cool.
I don't know, man. But what happens if, like, you know, and like you
You
drop in
drop in at the wrong time.
Uh,
there
Like,
was some
hey.
reading the other night and or watching or something. I don't know. I, I feel like it was actually maybe I don't know, but it came from somewhere. But this couple was they both had I think their Google watches on or their Apple, their Apple watches or something. I don't know, but they were in the middle of having a good time.
Oh shit!
Realized that
oh,
watches for some
Heart rate
reason
monitor start beeping.
ooh.
both of whatever they were saying while they were having a good time
Oh no!
had had both of their watches calling their pastor or a church person they knew.
Oh,
And I thought, yep, see, this is they call them smart devices. But
Oh God.
yeah, that would be terrible.
I guess their church is probably like, well, y'all are good. I don't think you need any marriage counseling or.
Eh,
I think y'all glad the whole congregation knows about your biz, right?
oh God.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know, man. Make sure to take moral of the story. Take off your Apple device for happy times,
Right?
right?
Oh my God. I can't do too much in the
Here,
way of electronics. It's just not fun.
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
not good either. Luckily, you just plug them in. But there are times that I think about it and I do unplug it for some reason. I'm like, because it has a camera and all too, but I usually face the wall.
I don't know, man. I like devices, but for the most part, I want to keep it in Zuckerberg and Bill Gates style. You know, there's a reason those dudes will they have separate buildings,
Right.
uh, their properties that all their devices are held in, and they do not allow them inside of their homes.
Yep.
And so, if the builders of this tech do that,
Right?
that stays something.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So yeah, man, it tells me something.
I hate to do this, you guys, but I gotta go. I've got to be at my mom's by 10:30, and it's not happening unless I leave.
Well,
I
y'all, I
don't
think
want to bow out, but I'm doing it.
I'll let everybody go this morning. I know we've all been here for a great length of
Thank you,
time.
though, because it's been really fun having other voices and being able to really converse instead of next time, Junebug, you're coming in.
Yes,
Um,
thank you for inviting me.
yeah, it was really nice.
And y'all, I'm sorry if they clip or do anything with y'all. You know how
Oh, you know what? Let them
to,
do whatever. At least we're real human beings and they're the jerks. That's
you
all
know,
I can say. If they want to try and embarrass us because we're real human beings, then that says a lot about who they are. Thank you
never.
for not allowing the voice of damage done to have a moment. Because,
We're right down that stage. I don't have any, you know. And the last time, like seriously, right before that, he showed me his butt cheeks and all his
uh,
bits.
yeah, it wasn't even just butt cheeks, wasn't it? You know, I
Gag,
mean,
gag.
anyone that's willing to do that to a human being is ill, and we don't need that illness reflected here. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm not giving that attention. And if they're at their
Yay, Junebug.
history and views are down, I just don't care what they say or
There's
do
no
or
redemption
clip
available
anymore.
for that person. There's, no, I will never believe that there's a change of heart or a better person emerging or anything like that out of that one. It's just never going to be real. It could, might pretend for 20 minutes to get information or be welcomed into a room or whatever, but it's never going to be less than the horrific monster that it is.
Even
Yeah.
away from this realm. And this is not just an act of routine. I know at certain points it sells itself out as I'm doing this undercover style to get near these suspects and to work with LA. No, it ain't. No,
Yeah.
it ain't.
No.
And people buy that garbage, so be it. But I'll tell you, even if that thing were not on YouTube, it's one of those that cannot be saved. It's
No.
forever and can't be loved better, can't be helped better, can't be therapy better.
No.
You can't save it from itself or the wiring, and age only stains it. And it will always, even away from here, abuse or harm those nearest to it in some aspect, and it's a destroyer.
Yep.
Even if it doesn't mean to be, even if certain things are regulated, its wiring is set, and
Doesn't take long for the mask to slip, that's for sure.
it
And
is what it is behind
yeah,
scenes as well.
yeah, along with a number of others. And, you know, it's hysterical that people, like TM says, I'm going to go back to Jenny. No. Because once I've seen someone's true colors and they're that negative, there's just no way for me to find a way to. I can forgive, but I don't forget. And, we have to choose very carefully who we allowed to have space in our heads. And you deserve far better, Jody Sue. That's a person I wish you'd never known of.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I've met some of the worst of humanity and
Yeah.
things up here, but I still do believe in humanity and my fellow man, and that there's more light than dark, more good than bad.
And you're
You
helping
know,
spread that light too. So, no matter what anyone else says, people are surviving and thriving because of your words and your efforts. And I just, you know, I'd like that message to be more widespread. But hey, act right, people. Hi, Kathy J.
you
And
know,
I
me
just
if
feel like
it's
anybody who's dumbing it down or keeping it quiet at this point has an agenda.
Yep.
Yep.
And
For
for
sure.
me, it's, even if all of this has only been whatever, and what one woman or child or vulnerable person out there, someone being abused or hurt in any manner or taken advantage of in extreme ways or used for criminal activity. One person's been able to avoid these tragedy pimps or getting wrapped up in their crimes or being used for that. Or one child or woman or whoever has been able to go, okay, voice and they reach out and they run and one life is saved or one's been marked. One of any of that is worth it.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I've seen the light dawn in a few places where even just having people recognize that they were misled in another area, having that awakening.
I'm waiting for those people to catch on to the fact that the money to be made in this room is not, and like the true TV series and things like that, or books that could be sold and all this, the articles that could be written, the things that could be done for advocates and victims and survivors is actually centered around what these tragedies mean. And this particular low count, nobody piece of shit crew
Mm-hmm.
in specifically has done in Summer's case.
Right.
They see actually where the money's at. And if larger creators were smart, they would, because a lot of the larger creators way up in higher realms that don't go real life in extremes on people, they could get so many clicks and views from just outing what these are doing, and they could cleanse them from the community to where they could actually start getting more real information, articles and stuff to run and to help be real advocates for it. They can cleanse their own and make more money off of outing these people. Television networks